tingly things.
Hey!
Hello. How's it
Welcome,
going?
everybody. I am good, Kev. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm just excited to talk about one of the most important things in the Wheel of Time today, you know. And that's Elayne Trakand, of course, you know. But, you know, the entire story hinges on her presence, of course. This month. That's
This
case.
month. This month.
Yes.
That is true. Yeah, folks. So welcome to, I'm going to say this wrong, so I know Pavara's watching. She's really going to just beat me up in the background later on. Kiserai Onir. Glory to the stars streams.
Onir.
There we go. Thank you, Kev. See, this is why I don't do the old tongue. This is
You got to channel your Forest impression, you know.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, folks, we're gonna hang out once a month, Kev and I, and just celebrate the stars of Wheel of Time. So we're kicking it off with Kev's favorite and apparently the most vital, Elayne Trakand.
Of course. I mean, if anyone else didn't realize that, just, you know, I'm glad to break the news to you finally.
There we go.
You've been wrong all this time.
You've been wrong all this time. Kev has a small crush on Elayne. But yeah, this was stemmed. Kev, how do we even come up? I think you suggested that you should do this for Elayne, and I was like, let's make this a thing. And then I suggested we should do this every month for all the characters for as long as the logging happens. So yeah, I think we've accidentally, because we're too excited about things, committed to a lot, haven't we?
Yeah. I mean, you know, of course, when Matt Hatch did his farewell Lanfear guide and kind of broke down every single scene, that was so much fun. I had so much fun taking part of it, and it seems a shame to just limit it to just one character. So that's why, you know, we'd like to do that same kind of thing. We're going to go through every single scene from the entire season. We're going to have little special guests on throughout, and luckily, we were given access to a little surprise at some point as well. So,
yeah. So we decided, I tweeted earlier, we will show that behind the scenes picture if we get to 100 people watching. That's what we said, wasn't it, Kev? So,
yep. I mean, you know, that's nothing for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but yeah, so we do have some guests joining us every hour, and as we go through the episodes and have some fun. So kicking it off, please welcome the hilarious and very entertaining sisters, Meg and Jen. Hey, ladies.
Hello.
Good morning. Well, I say good morning. It's morning here in LA.
It is definitely morning. Yeah, it's morning enough. It's morning for some of you. It's lunchtime for some of you. It's evening for me. So it's the full party package. So
everyone can watch today, except for the people in
Australia.
Sorry, Koala Sedai. Sorry, Koala Sedai.
Yeah, sorry, Koala. Yeah, Nils has literally put that in chat. Hooray for things happening when Europeans are awake. You say that, and Nils is often awake at strange hours.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Leia's here, Pavara's here, Black Tower News is here, Illuminatrix is here. So, hello everybody, welcome.
Hello.
Hi everyone.
And I think we should just kick it straight off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, let's dive in. There's only 7 episodes to go through, Kev.
Yeah, I mean that, you know, they knew that it'd be too much power if they gave her 8 episodes. It'd be way too much screen time, because then she'd also be like, I don't know, I actually have no idea how it works, but maybe she'd be eligible for like a full acting role and not a supporting role. I don't know. I don't know how that.
I have to say, every time I think about episode 1, I'm disappointed she's not in it.
I know. You think she is? It's like a surprise. You're like, oh, where is she? And it's like, oh, not till the next one.
Yeah, we lined up 8 hours because we thought there'd be 8 episodes, so we'll just have to keep just keep going and having fun. But yeah, we're gonna kick off, folks, with episode 2 is our first scene. Obviously, where we get introduced to why is this not going full screen? Go full screen. Okay, well that's probably as close as it's gonna get. Yeah, here we go. That does good. So let's listen and enjoy.
Oh, you can leave those right there. Thank you so much.
Would you mind not blocking my door?
Oh, are you a novice too? They're starting to think they put me in a different section of the tower. I haven't seen another soul here since I arrived.
The day starts early around here. And yes, I am. But I would appreciate it if
Will you show me what you've done with your room, will you? It's just with this tiny space. It's just impossible. I've seen closets this bigger. Oh, so you've just moved in too? Oh, I'm so grateful I'm not the only one starting today. You really think they'd do a better job at cleaning up before we arrive, don't you think? I'm just full of rubbish too. Oh, no. I see, you didn't just move in.
I did not.
This is lovely stitching. It's Western Andorran, isn't it? The two rivers.
Why are you smiling like that?
It's just, I'm so pleased. I never thought that the tower would let me live with the rest of the novices.
Why wouldn't you live with the rest of us?
Oh, you know, the whole daughter-heir thing. I'm Elayne Trakand, daughter-heir of Andor. You were my subject.
I'm Egwene Alvear.
Well, it's lovely to meet you, Egwene. You know, they say that some of the greatest pairings in the history of the world were formed between novices in adjacent rooms. Cadsuane Maladrin and Elayne Trakand met just like this. Don't you wonder what the future might hold for us?
There's so much to unpack.
I love that introduction so much.
There's so
I
much
do.
to unpack.
There is. Kev, I'm going to make you wait. We're going to come to last, just because of that smirk that you had on the entire time.
Just smitten.
Just smitten, absolutely smitten. Jen, Meg, tell us, what did you think about that introduction for Elayne?
Okay, because we're going to talk about Elayne all day. I had one new discovery in this that I wanted to share, which is Egwene. We know that they've been writing letters, and letters have come from home. The blanket came from home. Her mom sent that. The blanket from the Two Rivers. She didn't leave Two Rivers with that when she left home.
That's true. Yeah.
I just like that.
Nice.
I just like that tiny little detail. I love that little detail, and that was the intro then for Elayne to figure out who and where she was from. But small side note. But it's just perfect. Elayne is perfect in this scene. She embodies what we love about the character, which is just this level of, it's not entitlement. It's
her reality.
It's her reality, and it's so genuine and it's so authentic to her. And then, but she still comes off so amazingly sweet, shocking, like with everything. The words that are coming out of her mouth don't fit with her seeming like a really lovely, sweet person. It's perfect. It's perfect.
This is very true. Meg, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, just the same. Like, just this genuine excitement and curiosity to be there. Excited to meet new people. She killed it. I mean, just, made her so lovable. And I mean, I always liked Elayne in the books, but like, I really love Elayne on the show. Like, she's fantastic.
Yeah. All right, Kev. I think you waited long enough.
All right.
Go for it.
So there's a lot of lore packed up in this scene as well, from the fandom and from Elayne as well. And the first is that I accidentally predicted that she was like looking so wonderingly at how crap Egwene's room was on Twitter like the day before the premiere. So I was like, oh, she's probably walking into her room like, oh my gosh, I love what you've done with this place. It's so bare bones, which came true. And then it was mentioned in chat, me and Bodhi made some versions of this scene based on what we had heard from San Diego Comic-Con, like through the grapevine of what might have, or was it New York City? I can't remember. It might have been New York City.
I think it was New York
Comic-Con,
City.
actually.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And then so we both made ones, and we both had little things that we put into our scenes that came up in the real scenes. Like I put the "You're my subject" thing in mine, and Bodhi had Bodhi's are so good. I have to rewatch Bodhi's, but so it was a very fun scene because I think this is the scene that we were hoping, to get rights to see at some point, which we never did. But it was, I think, in a way, it was worth the wait because I think that the way I described it was like in like however many scenes she has in the first episode, it's establishes everything you need to know about the character right in that first episode. Even in that first introduction, there's so many like little nuggets in there, but every scene with her in that first episode just establishes all her kind of core principles and what she kind of is to the story in a way. So I couldn't be more pleased, especially since like I've noticed that Ceara, when she posts, she uses I'm so pleased as well. Like she uses a lot of the same verbiage that Elayne does too, which is always very funny. So yeah, I mean, 10 out of 10, no notes. Otherwise, just a great scene.
I love this comment we got from Pavara in chat. She could only be more Elayne in the scene if there were a bathtub.
Yeah,
Fair point.
Yeah.
Very true. And they
Yeah.
did a nice job of choosing to give Egwene status anyway by having Elayne come to the tower to reverse it from the books. So in the books, Elayne is like, I've already been here. I can tell you everything about it, blah, blah, blah. To just reverse that was also a really smart choice because it allowed Elayne to actually misstep and put her first foot wrong with Egwene, and to give them, and to give us a little foreshadowing. Do we have spoilers?
That was a good. I just noticed that in chat. So a good rule of thumb is, we can use like up through the Dragon Reborn to make comparisons, since that's more or less where it was adapted through. We can touch on the Shadow Rising stuff. We're not going to go out of our way to spoil stuff in the books or what we expect in the future. But if you feel like there's a point that you'd like to make that's very important to the scene, we can give a verbal warning about spoiler levels. We can custom tailor it to whoever's on the show too. Are you guys are both 100%
Yes.
complete? I thought so. Yeah.
I think 700
obviously
or 1100%, depending if you count like each time you read it, it's another 100%.
Same, yeah. So we'll try to keep it within up to the Dragon Reborn for comparison's sake, but we're not gonna tell you can't talk about anything. So
not that anything I just said was a spoiler. It
Oh
was
no,
just
everything you
checking
said was
for
great. Yeah.
reference.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
It was a good check-in. Chat was just saying the same thing too. So
Great.
Yeah, they did.
Great
absolutely
minds.
I'm curious what everyone thinks about this introduction versus the book introduction of Elayne. So obviously we meet Elayne in the garden. I literally listened to this like 2 or 3 days ago on audiobook. Like by Rand falling in over the wall, and obviously we get introduced with her meeting Egwene instead in the tower. Like, I think this works better. I don't know how anyone else feels. I see a lot of nodding.
I do feel like how tonally it's very similar though. Again,
Yes.
she's like, very, you're aware of her wealth and like her privilege and everything like that, but she's still very lovable at the same time. So I do feel like it's similar in that sense.
Yeah. I think it establishes all the same things. I think you're right. But I also think that based on the show making a choice to make it about women in politics in first season, and very much about that. And at this point in the show, Rand still being this island anyway. But Elayne and Egwene's relationship is you know, she's right. She's like the, you know, the girls who end up as novices next to each other, you know, like there's something so special and wonderful about their friendship that is, I think it's a nice choice to establish her there instead of, I mean, we've talked about it with, you know, with Celine and, you know, not having Celine be like all crazy, like, oh, I'm a damsel in distress too. Like, it's just another choice to create strong women who aren't failing the Bechdel test and who aren't like stuck just talking to men or about men, and creates their relationship about them, not about Rand, not about anything else, about them and it's just really smart.
It's a really good point.
Adapting.
And if you think about that scene in The Great Hunt where she's like, oh, we're gonna be the best of friends, you're like, all right, okay, Robert Jordan, okay, you sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't, it's okay, we can't all be there every day. But then you watch the scene and she basically gives that same vibe, like, oh, we're gonna be great friends, and it's like, yeah, you are. Yeah,
I totally buy it. Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, she gives a great context for it, and also drops a Cadsuane reference for all of us,
Yes,
which is wonderful. But it is a great. She's just like, she's not saying like you're, you know, there's obviously some tension right there, but she's still like, well, here's what the history tells us about girls who grew up next to each other. So it's giving us some history and lore about the White Tower. It's you know, foreshadowing that they're going to be friends. There's just so much to it. It's really masterful writing. It's really beautiful writing. And the performance is perfection.
Kev, the smirk is the smile, the looks that Elayne gives us, that Ceara does, playing the part. Like, you know, and someone put it in chat earlier. It's like, you know, she looks like she's pulling the same face. Oh no, what was it you showed? You said someone.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is from a picture we might get to show you today, folks, if we get enough people watching. But yeah, Kev said something about it.
Yeah, so there's a face that Ceara's making in the photo that when I showed my partner, she said, you know, that's kind of like a face that you make sometimes, and I'm like, you know, I do have that like scrunched up picture of her face too that I use as a good reaction.
Use that a lot.
Yeah, that's a good one. You know, she's just got a very animated face, and you know, just very. I'm pleased. I'm very pleased.
I'm glad you're pleased, Kev. That's great. I also, for me, I love the way they took some of the lines from the original scene where she meets Rand, of like, it was Gawain knowing principal things about everywhere in Andor and stuff like that, and gave it to Elayne, and I'm like, yeah, it just kind of works. It's perfect.
Yeah.
You know.
And the stitching too, I think it's great because, you know, I think this scene is confusing with when Dane and Perrin meet, and he points as you go, oh, that's two rivers. Perrin looks at the ring, but he's talking about the vest because it's the stitch work on the vest and the stitch work on the blanket that's creating that two rivers culture in terms of pattern. So I think it's great that they're establishing so often, like, oh, you're wearing something that's two rivers style. You have a distinct style. So you know, Perrin's vest, Egwene's blanket, you know, that there's consistent themes there, which is, you know, just the level of detail that we love in this show.
Yeah. And I don't think there's any mention of like a Two Rivers stitch in the books, but it doesn't feel like it still works. It's, you know, it doesn't.
They have
feel
wool.
Like
I mean, why wouldn't they? Yeah,
of course.
Right.
Yeah. So that's a very good point. Yeah, I never remember the wool. I always remember Two Rivers tobacco. So.
Oh yeah.
But it would be weird if she just rocked up and be like, have you been smoking in here? You know?
Right.
That would be hilarious. As Nils has put in chat, stout stitching. Now maybe there's a new campaign going on. Shall we suggest Kev for Gawain?
Ooh.
Yes. Although, Kevin, would that feel weird to you?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. No,
I mean, it's like a, you know,
you'd be so into your sister. It'd be a
the love that you have for a
sort of
character is different. You know, the love you have for a character is often like a sibling love in a way, anyways.
Yeah, exactly. And we all saw Game of Thrones, so we know how it could go.
Yeah,
of course. Blonde, you know, the blonde royals. It always works out fine for them.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'd rather we went to the spanking. than Game of Thrones style instead.
Yes.
But
Elayne is a great exposition tool. She plays that role a ton in this season. I think it's just wonderful. It's great writing.
It really
is, and I could listen to her do it too. There's something. Her voice is so beautiful and light. When Megan and I made the we don't talk like that Uno video, we didn't know exactly. We hadn't heard her speak as Elayne yet. We had only heard her speak as herself. So we were trying to like figure out like what her voice might sound like and be like, and what accent she would use. And we were, her voice is so pleasant. I could listen to her do all the exposition.
Melodic.
She could just,
Yeah.
It
Very
really is.
sing-songy.
Yeah.
I agree. There is something. I think the first time I watched maybe this scene, I sort of looked and I was like, she didn't I didn't buy in straight away. I didn't watch it and think, oh, I dislike this or anything, but I definitely watched it and I thought, this is interesting. I'm either going to be totally in love with Ceara playing Elayne, or I'm going to be like, she drives me crazy, because sometimes that happens. And I think it took until not the next scene we'll show you, but the last scene she has in episode 2, where I'm just like, oh my god, she's nailing it, and I love this entire thing. And then by the time we get to episode 8, obviously it's just perfection. But this was just something I never envisioned as Elayne, and it just works so well. And I think it is the melodic voice that does it. Although the smirk does help. But I think that works for everyone.
Just like Matt Hatch, we're going to see with Lanfear that we're going to see a big resurgence in people who appreciate Elayne a little bit more, because we get, the picture of her, the way that other characters might look at her. We obviously get the vision of herself in her own head, but now we have to visualize and see how the world sees her. And it paints a different picture, but it's the same picture. Like the Elayne I see on screen is the same one that I love and appreciate from the books and did before the show, because she's bringing to life all the things that I would notice anyway that people often just miss, just because she might not be their favorite chapters, or she might not be their favorite storyline. So, her chapters might feel like more of a drag, and there's like an inherent bias that might be built in that, because they're being taken away from the action of their favorite character right now, and they have to go through these, long, laborious chapters that maybe aren't as interesting. It can kind of paint their perspective of the character, but being kind of forced to experience it visually, I think it makes you see things that you can't miss. Like you just can't miss certain things about her that is easy to miss in text and subtext. So I'm just happy that people are just appreciating her. That's all I care about.
Yeah. One last thing I want to add about this. When she switches room to go to Egwene's room and be like, oh, you've just moved in too. The way she sort of just like flows around, she floats like a royal, floats, and she sort of spins, but it's not like a violent spin. There's an elegance to it, whereas other people just spin around and be like, oh, you just moved in. She's like, oh, you just moved. There's a flow and it's and it's not until you watch it a couple of times you notice these things, and you're like, damn, even the way she walks is like a daughter heir, and it's very impressive.
And she says
she talked about that in some interviews too, about like working with the movement coach and like how Elayne would be holding herself and stuff like that as well.
It's very obvious straight away. Yeah. Right. Shall we check out the next scene?
Yes. And here's the challenge. I meant to say this before. So here's the challenge I pose to everybody. When you're watching these scenes, usually you're trying to take in everything. Try to imagine you are in the scene as Elayne. Just try to experience it as her. Focus on her. And, this is what we'll do every time for whatever character it is. Try to put yourself in the scene and focus on them as much as possible to see if you notice any new details that you wouldn't see when you're looking at like the whole picture. Just, a thought experiment. Put your mind into the daughter area,
That's going to be quite a challenge for people when we get to do Leandrin.
Yeah. Do your best. I think, what usually helps me, a good hat helps. So I'll just wear a nice hat.
Oh my God.
Okay.
A good hat will help.
Yeah. I don't think I have a crown, but let's bring up the next scene. This is Elayne and Egwene wandering around the tower, and this is where Egwene realizes that Elayne kind of has been here before, maybe once or twice. So
The tower without permission. I barely spent a few hours in Tarvalon itself.
Freeness to die.
You didn't really need me to show you around the tower, did you?
Well, no. 6 summers here as a girl, and you'd know it like the back of your hand too. But I didn't want to miss the chance to get to know you better. Ah, Shiriam Sadai.
Who let your maids into the novice quarters with all of this nonsense?
Oh,
You may be destined for the Lion Throne of Camelin, child, but here, you are a novice, just the same as any other. Give me the woman's name. Now.
She only did it as a favor to my mother.
Her name?
If what she did demands punishment, then I will take it.
Then you will be in my office every morning for the next 3 months, feeling the switch on your shoulders.
Of course, Shiriam Sadai. Before breakfast or after?
Before.
As you wish.
And you? Where's Nynaeve Almira gone off to?
I'm sorry, I don't know Shiriam Sadai.
Have her come to my study straight away when she's back.
Of course.
I'm sorry you had to see that.
At least they pay attention to you. The only time an Aes Sedai ever talks to me is to ask where my friend is. Your room. Well, you wanted them to clean it out.
I love them so much.
That is, you learn a lot in that scene about Egwene and Elayne, like just how they're going to interact. I think it's a good start of their friendship. But you learn a huge amount about Elayne and who she is. But yeah, this is my favorite line in that whole moment. And Faris just put it in chat. Before breakfast or after. I honestly, when I heard that, I was like, oh, damn, she's going to say both now that you've done that. You know? And she's like, before. And that's it. And I was like, talk about get away clean with being sassy.
It's like there's sass, but still like enough deference where she wasn't going to get in more trouble. Like,
yes.
She delivered it so well. Yes.
Mm-hmm. It is
so perfect. I screamed.
Amazing.
I screamed when I saw it the first time, and I tried not to scream this time to wreck the scene.
I feel like I giggle and clap a lot when I'm watching it for the first time. Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think if Leia, when Leia joins us later, I watched Leia watch. I think it was episode 4 when we were at Melkirikon. We played it on the Friday night, Saturday. I don't know, one of the evenings. And she hadn't watched it. She wanted to watch it with us, and she's very animated. So giggling and screaming, you're fine. Go for it, Jenna Meg. You can do that. It's great. So.
Excellent.
But yeah, this is a great scene.
Movie with Jen. It's hilarious at the movie theater.
Just hitting you the whole time. Just
look what they're doing.
I love that. Kev, what's the best moment for Elayne in this scene?
Oh, it's gotta be just the way that I think that it in the end, she's not so put out by it that she can't see the humor and the levity that Egwene tries to bring back to the situation. There's a lot of people underestimate the power of laughing when other people make jokes. I'm a very easy person to make laugh, and laughing is just one of those really nice things that just makes people feel good, especially the person who said something. It's just generally when well intended is a very nice thing. So I think that through being ridiculed, through being dressed down, through all her special cushions being taken away, she still is able to say, yeah, it's not that big a deal. So kind of brush it off.
Yeah,
I agree. Meg, do you have a favorite moment from this scene?
Again, because you know me, I love Egwene. The whole thing. And you, where is Nynaeve? I was just like, oh, right in the heart. Sorry, I just
yeah. Well, and
Elayne show.
I know. I'm
show,
sorry. I can't help myself.
Because we're both talking about it. But for me, the moment of Elayne, it's twofold because there is an Egwene element to it, but the moment of Elayne saying, if there's any punishment to be had, it's mine to take, and it is Leia saying it, that you know, there's this, she's absolutely genuine. It's also, she's genuine, she's like, I can take getting switched every day for 3 months, fine. She's doing what a ruler is supposed to do, which is to take responsibility for their subjects who are doing what they want, and the blame comes back to them. Egwene notes it. Egwene sees that, and it's more than just like, oh, you're a nice person to do that. She's learning about leadership, and it's a really beautiful moment from that perspective as well. And she's learning about this woman that she's not 100% sure about yet, and recognizes this level of integrity that is so deep. And it's just like in a few words, there's so much expressed, and there's so much information delivered to the audience that they didn't even know they needed. It's great.
Yeah,
great.
They don't waste a single sentence with her.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, and her performance of exactly. It's always a single sentence. She says it in so little, and she says it with her whole body as well. She's amazing to watch. I love watching her.
Yeah, just even when Egwene realizes that she's been to the tower, it doesn't feel like the way she delivers, oh, 6 summers here will help you, not like the back of your hand. It didn't feel arrogant when she delivered that line. It just felt like, okay, yeah, you caught me. I've been here 6 years in a row. I do know my way around, but I wanted to get to know you. It felt very authentic. It, you know,
So sweet.
and it felt authentic for Elayne as a character, not just the way Ceara delivered the line. Like the line felt like it fit Elayne as her character, that she would say that the way that she's been put in the show. So that was like probably the most telling moment for me in this scene. The way she accepted the punishment is amazing, but just the way that she wanted to be friends with Egwene, and it didn't feel like, oh, I screwed up thinking that you were a servant at the beginning, or you know, said like, oh, your room's got nothing in it, you know, implying you must have nothing, or anything like that. It felt like, I just want to know you, I want to be your friend. It felt like a very genuine thing. So I really love that moment. It was my favorite things.
Yeah.
And she's no snitch. She's no snitch.
No, she's not.
No stitches.
She's fierce. It's like, you know, people talk about Nynaeve being fierce. I'm like, Elayne is the fierce one in the book.
She doesn't think she is, so people think that she's not too, because they believe that the unreliable narrator. Same thing with Matt all the time. Elayne and Matt are two of the greatest unreliable narrators in the story. You know, they're like two opposites of the same coin in a lot of ways.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I think we're all going to be in agreement with this, but I'm going to ask. There was obviously a change up with the switching. It is just across the shoulders. Charlie's put it in chats. You know, I think that's a very subtle change. Yeah.
Well, they did have the novices like dusting all the switches in Shiriam's office as well. So
and then Baron making that comment about her backside still hurting when she looks at it. So.
Maybe they just started ruling it out.
Yeah.
They're evolving. The White Tower is evolving, as is our current society.
It felt like that scene definitely felt like back in my day, like back when the books were written, this is what now we do this instead because it's actually more appropriate.
I mean, Baron's older than dirt, so clearly it was.
Baron's got to be like centuries old. She's got to be one of the oldest sisters in the tower, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, because Moraine and Siwan are at like 80, right? Is what
70 or 80 or something like that. Yeah.
For the show.
Yeah.
I think
they've effectively been doubled in age. Yeah, they've been doubled in age for the show. So I wouldn't be surprised if Baron's like pushing Cadsway numbers.
Right. Yeah.
Cadsway's gonna rock up and be like, "I remember the last battle last time." You know.
Old as dust.
Yeah. Old as dust. But yeah, so we had that, and there was something I hadn't picked up on previously that I picked up now, and it's when Sheriam says to her, "You might be," I paraphrase it, but the future ruler of, you might be destined for the throne of Caemlyn. She doesn't say like the throne of Andor or anything; it's the throne of Caemlyn, and that felt very subtle to me. hadn't picked up previously that she said that instead of Andor, because you would expect them to say Andor, or at least
Right. Yeah.
I would say Andor, because that's what she says. I'm the daughter of Andor. You're my subject. But Shiriam very specifically said Camelin. And
Yeah, she says the Lion Throne. You might be destined for the Lion Throne of Camelin, but not the Lion Throne of Andor. Yeah, it's
so maybe there's more with the politics of how far the Trekand's reach actually reaches.
I mean, they think it reaches the two rivers when it really doesn't. So
right. Yeah.
Yeah, in the books, I think they said they hadn't seen a tax collector in 4 generations and hadn't seen
something like that
in 5.
Yeah.
So I'm literally listening to on The Great Hunt, listening to Rosamund Pike narrate, and so I've listened to that scene like 4 days ago. Early starts where you work on your own for the first 3 hours. I'm like, well, I'm putting an audiobook on in the kitchen, so I managed to get through a whole book in like a week.
Nice.
Oh wow.
So but yeah, it doesn't go as far as they expect, and that might be like a little subtle indicator for that, but also it's like a name drop as well, because Elayne is mentioning Andor, but now we're like, what's Camelin? Like, anyone paying attention might think that's the capital, but if you're not really paying attention, you know it's like a callback when you hopefully when we eventually get up to go to Camelin. So
I'm very excited to see that in season 3. Camelin is going to be beautiful. It's going to be great.
Yeah. Anything else from that scene that we want to chat about?
I think so.
Any new insights? I'm trying to think if there is anything new I gleaned other than what we've talked about. The hat helps. I would just say,
the hat helps
for future guests if you're watching.
Yes.
If you want to get a hat,
I wish I'd brought my crown.
I'll go put it in the group chat now.
I'm sure I've got one down here. I've got the girls dress up stuff over there, so I'm sure I could find one if I tried.
There. Winter's Lady. So, folks, I'm going to bring up a comment on screen that does kind of talk about things slightly further on in much later books. So if you haven't read, God, when does can we see this comment in chat that Winter's Lady's just put in?
It starts the Shadow Rising, but I think that the conclusion of that arc really doesn't even come to, like that conflict doesn't really come to a head until like when they're at
11 or 12,
like 13, 12 or 13, like
12 or 13,
at the aforementioned field,
yes,
as it were.
Okay, folks. So if you've not read all the books, we are going to just discuss something quickly here, because I think this is quite interesting. It might not be deliberate, but it could sort of point towards that. So Winter's Lady has put in. Oh my God, stand by from Alfred just saying I have plans. Yes.
I can't wait.
Illuminatrix goes to the closet to dig out Ceara. Yes. All right. So Winter's Lady has said, does that set up the Lord of the Two Rivers Perrin arc? I wonder.
Probably, yeah.
It's starting to at least establish why he'd be able to make that kind of claim. If you're kind of like starting to establish, she Elayne, says that Andor controls the two rivers. Egwene's obviously like, okay, like who are you? Kind of like you kind of get from her body language. She's like, sure you are, okay, but that's okay, Winter's Lady. Don't worry about it. We said that we'll touch lightly on spoilers. We're not gonna,
Yeah, don't worry, Winter's Lady. It's fine.
Prevent anyone. Yeah, you're good. But it's those subtle politicking, I think, is what's gonna make the future plot lines for Elayne, I think, a lot more exciting. Is seeing them visually as opposed to reading them as like reading a history book versus watching a documentary kind of thing. One might be more exciting for you. So.
This is true. Something else that occurs to me literally in this moment, this might also be a way for Shiriam to kind of, I suppose, diminish Elayne a little bit in the moment.
Knock her down a peg, yeah.
Yeah, to knock her down and be like, look, you might, rather than be like the destined for the Lion Throne of Andor, like destined for the Lion Throne of Camelin, it just makes her think, well, that's what I control. That's that's what I'm destined, is to have Camelin, not have Andor. Subconsciously knock her down a peg there, which seems a little petty for an Aes Sedai, if that was the case.
Aes Sedai are the queens of petty, honestly.
I was gonna say, definitely we see that later on for sure.
Well, there's also this lovely element of, we talk about Aes Sedai politics, and we talk about like when you're an initiate of the tower, everybody's the same. And but there is, like, and if you go back to, and this is like, well, this is book spoiler in a sense, but I won't say it, but like when you go back to the things that happen in New Spring, and the power, the tower trying to create an Aes Sedai who is also a queen, and Elayne being that, that hope for them. But they are so petty, and they're so involved in amount of power, and like, you're going to be my superior someday, or whatever it might be. And there is a little level of pettiness, I feel like, in Sheriam here, of being like, I'm going to establish right now that I'm your mistress of novices, and I'll always be your boss.
Yeah.
Even though by the time you're a full Aes Sedai, that's not how it's going to work at all anymore. But
Yeah.
you got to soak
you
it up.
Say that, and maybe this is getting us off topic, but the way the mechanics have changed in the show, the whole hierarchy of Aes Sedai, I feel like is different. Is going to be.
It might change, yeah.
It's going
depending on
to
they have
change.
to, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. With talents, with the T, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Very, very possible. So interesting. I can't believe how much we're getting out of just one sentence. change one word.
It's so
one word
shocking for Wheel of Time fans to like really
I know,
dig
right?
deep in there,
Yeah.
See, I knew it'd be an hour for an episode. This is perfect, We got plenty to talk about
in 42 minutes. So
yeah. I mean, Kevin and I did like do an intro, but yeah, even so, like 40 minutes for a couple of scenes.
Yeah.
Thank God some of the scenes like reduce in length. These have so far actually we've had 2.5 minutes, minute and 44. The next one is like 2 minutes 40-ish. But there are scenes later on with the like 10 seconds. There'll be a mix and match of things. But speaking of the next scene, this will be the last scene that we get with Elayne in episode 2. But it's also quite a fun one. It's one that, as you notice in the intro, folks, if you caught the intro I put together, I took a few scenes from the beginning. And there's a moment in this that I actually I kept the volume for in the intro because it's such a fun line. So we'll get that playing and we'll watch the next scene and then we'll talk about it. This is, I think this is when I found Elayne to be fun, but we'll watch it and we'll go from there. So let's bring it up on screen now and enjoy it. The crowd is back. I love that the crowd is back every time. It's so good. Oh, okay. 1 second. The last moment from the other scene is just playing, and here we go.
I present to you my secret weapon. The flavor's much better when I can brew it in small amounts.
Meg's paying a lot of attention to the booze right now. I can tell.
The pressure and speed up the fermentation. They're just
it's
more manageable that way.
It packs a punch. Sorry. You work this out on your own.
I like to tinker with things. Plus,
that's a great line.
One has no friends and isn't allowed to have fun. One must fill the hours somehow. Speaking of friends, was Sheriam Sedai asking you about Nynaeve Almira earlier? Do you know her?
I take it you do.
It's just people say that she's quite powerful.
Egwene, are you there?
We came here together. She's my best friend.
Elayne, how exciting. Exhausting.
No, it's not that.
Egwene?
She's not doing anything exactly. But I guess that's the problem. All I do is study, work myself to the bone, following the rules.
She's good classes, claiming she doesn't even want to be here. Hardest thing is, she says she came here for me.
To protect me. Like she's always done. Whether I want it or not. But where is she when I actually need her? And she's off sparring with warders or becoming Leandrin's bloody protege. I just feel like the harder I try, the more I fall behind. Unless she tries, the more she gets ahead.
Egwene, I know we're only just getting to know each other, So I hope you'll forgive me when I say jealousy. It's not the best look on you.
I'm not jealous.
Egwene, I am daughter heir to the most powerful nation in the world. I know what jealousy looks like.
Ugh. Every scene is
Hey,
so
I'm
good. I just
totally
can't.
choked
Okay.
up.
Yeah.
It's my favorite scene of the episode. Favorite one of the
Yeah.
episode, yeah.
Yeah,
so
I agree. Look, just a couple of comments in chat that were really good. Leia, beer made me love Elayne even more. She's a scientist. Yeah, real subtle way to bring in how she likes to tinker with things.
Mhm.
Definitely, I think that just an amazing line. Illuminatrix pointing out the feminine shape of some of the glassware in the scene, but then also, Kev, you're putting in chat, and Charlie's agreeing with you. It does look like science
Oh,
glassware,
it is
so it kind of,
beakerish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
beakerish, yeah. And also asking, does she bring it in her luggage? You know, this is get like chemistry lessons. You know, like where did she get it from? Very good point.
I'm sure she has very great tutors at the Lion at the
yeah.
palace. So yeah.
Yeah.
Only the finest.
Mhm.
Yeah, and Screaming Spud Monkey's going in saying Kira plays soft but bold, genuine, doesn't skirt the narrative. Yeah, telling someone I'm the daughter, I'm the heir to the most powerful nation in the world. You're jealous. Don't lie to me. I can tell. Don't even try and get away with it without coming across like really horrible and nasty. That takes skill. So.
I mean, and that's like a true friend. Like you can really count on your friends to tell you when you're being an ass and, when you need to check yourself. So.
Yeah.
What is it they say? Go, Jen.
Go, Rob. Go ahead.
I was going to be like, good friends say horrible things to your face and great things behind your back.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly. But I would say this is one of my favorite scenes from the series. Like, I mean, not just an Elayne Egwene scene, but this is one of my favorite scenes from the whole series. It's like her authenticity, her earnestness, her she doesn't want to lose Egwene as a friend. I mean, that's obviously really clear already. And her but she takes a risk. It's another example of her being brave and courageous, because it is risky to say something like that to your friends and hope that they'll still be your friend after. So it's like, it's like the Neville thing. It's the, it takes a lot to stand up to your friends. And so she's willing to take that risk because for the betterment of Egwene. It's like really lovely and such an insight into her character again. And is delivered so perfectly. Even the way that when Egwene starts to say, I'm not jealous. She's on top of her on that line. She delivers Egwene. She stops her before she can get too far, because she's basically like, I don't want you to tell another lie to yourself. So let me stop you before you get that farther. It's beautifully delivered, and it's just so meaningful. It makes me cry every time. It made me cry again.
Yeah.
I cry.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. It is. I mean, I know I had to go early when we talked about Egwene a bit, but we're going to talk about Nynaeve for a moment. Like, and who was it? Someone said it in chat. Where is it? I've missed it. Yeah, Leia. It's so unfortunate Nynaeve doesn't hear Elaine's response. Like snooping at doors is never good. Never snoop at doors, people, because you get half the conversation. But also, how thin must that door have been, or how loud must Egwene have been talking?
They were drunk, yeah.
That was coming. They were drunk. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
The innkeeper's daughter cannot hold her beer, clearly. So, which was so fun. Kev, what did you think of this scene?
I think that sorry, just laughing at that a little bit more now. I think that the biggest thing that came away from the scene when I was thinking about it was like, man, what is Egwene actually jealous of? Like obviously you can say she's jealous of the praise and whatnot. And I was talking about this a lot and for the last couple of days, thinking about Egwene's kind of overall thing. Not Egwene's day, but I'm curious to know, especially since the two of you do love Egwene as well. What do you think she's jealous of Nynaeve before? Like, I'm just curious if you've thought about that, because I think you take that in passing, like, oh, she must just be jealous of the attention, praise, blah blah blah. But I'm just wondering if you think that there's more to it, if there's a specific thing maybe that you think is the biggest source of her jealousy.
I mean, I think it is the recognition for sure. I mean, every time any Aes Sedai or anyone comes up to her, it's like, where is Nynaeve? Where's your best friend? Like all of that, and just always being in her shadow sort of thing.
Yeah, I think it's the jealousy lies in the fact that Egwene would be, and this is obvious and they say it later, but if Nynaeve wasn't there, Egwene would be the star. And so she's like, okay, it doesn't matter. I believe in hard work. I'm going to work hard. And she works hard, but nobody says you're working hard. Nobody says you're doing a great job. Nobody says you're going to be something someday. And she's like, okay, so no matter what I do, I'm not going to be enough. So I think it's jealousy, but it really is turned back on herself of like, nothing I could do will ever compare to what she can do without even trying. And she's not trying. So it's resentment about Nynaeve not trying. And so I feel like it is, in part, it's she's turned it into jealousy, and it really is jealousy, but it's self-loathing on one level, which she'll be able to overcome very shortly here, which is great. Like identifying it as jealousy, then you recognize it's about yourself, then you recognize that that's misguided, then she's good to go.
Yeah, very fair. I think it brilliantly sets up for Egwene, which is weird considering how the friendships work out for the rest of this season. But I think long term it sets up really well, because in the books, Egwene and Elayne are probably better friends than either of them are with Nynaeve. And obviously Egwene and Elayne don't actually spend a huge amount of time together for the rest of the season. Spoiler for the rest of the season there, folks. But I think long term it's it's forming a bond for the two of them, because Nynaeve is already kept separate. She's already treated special. As we learn in later episodes, she gets bumped up to be accepted, and feels even more distance from Egwene. It just kind of, it's an easy startup that the writers have put in for those two to form their bonds that was mentioned at the beginning, like novices being neighbors to each other, form some of the greatest partnerships in history. So
I like that.
I think this also does. Oh, sorry, Kevin. I think this also does a lot for. Again, I think I'll save this for the Egwene show, so you're gonna have to bring Megan and I back on. But
deal.
Well, no, we're not. We're not doing the Egwene. We're not doing the Egwene stuff. Megan and I had this thing. I'm not a big fan of the Egwene. She's like, I don't like Perrin, and I'm just like,
I didn't say I didn't like Perrin. I said I find his storylines boring. Very different.
Anyway, yeah, we will do one. We'll bring you both back. Yes.
I do think that there's a lot, and we'll save it for the Egwene one. But I do think there's a lot that this sets up about Egwene's journey, that some predictions I made at this point in the season about what we're also seeing here. So this scene is so much again about Elayne's character and teaching Elayne's character, but they're also laying some pathways that are going to be Egwene specific. So yeah.
Nice.
So science, Elayne. Let's talk about that for a second. She likes to tinker with things. There's obviously no booze. I brew beer because I have no friends in the books. So this is completely made up for the TV show. But obviously, sets up for some of her attributes later on in the story, much further down without going into spoiler territory. It's a fun way for the two of them to bond. But also it sets up for her to be like, look, I like to experiment. I like to try out things. I like to, just do all these little tinkering things. I can't get over that line. It's probably one of my most favorite lines. It's a very fun scene. And I love Scientist Elayne. I don't know. I think it's probably the best component of her so far that I've seen.
Well, and I think it also helps your non-reader audience sort of relate to them a little bit more. It makes the White Tower feel more like college, and so they can kind of relate to the characters a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I love them. I love it's also just alludes back to I've been here every summer, she's she's already been trained. Egwene hasn't been trained until she gets here, but Elayne, whether it was because she was daughter heir or whatever reason, but she's been tinkering a lot longer and is willing to, again, like going into the bravery thing, but she's willing to experiment with the one power, which we all know can be incredibly dangerous. But she's like,
and is very
some beer.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's great.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things that holds them back for 3,000 years is how afraid they are to do anything beyond the smallest amount of experimentation, and with good reason, of course. It is justified. There's plenty of things that can go wrong, but it's that youthful curiosity that the tower seems to lack in this current stage in like the third age. It's just kind of stagnated to bickering, kind of a rigid, we have to follow these things because we've always done things these ways kind of thing. We need the science, Aja.
Well, I'd say like the white and the brown kind of like are that a little bit.
So
I mean,
it's
the
funny.
white are the mathematicians.
Yeah,
well, I know they're mathematicians.
Elayne is one of the ones that like
it's on the white Aja.
I think I identify as a white Aja personally. I do have a math degree though, to be fair, but Elayne, she's kind of associated a little bit with green later on. I'm not saying whether she is or not, but the Aja I've always felt was closest to her heart is gray, which is why I'm wearing green and gray, because she's a mediator between Nynaeve and Egwene more than anything else.
Oh, very often.
Just like this scene. She's a diplomat. She's a trained politician. So in my heart of heart, Elayne is a gray before she's any other color, personally.
I think Elayne is a really lovely example of pieces of all the Ajas. She would be an amazing Amyrlin because she really has all of it. I mean, she can't, in the books she heals the baby, like she heals baby birds, and so she's got the yellow, she's got the mediation, she's very logical and cool-headed, she's fiery and green and brave, she's got causes, and the science. She's got the brown. I missed somebody. Oh, she's not red.
She's not red. So I was going to miss the red.
Well, she has a strong sense of justice, though, and
yes.
That's kind of. I feel like red is really about like at its core. If you take away the negative implications, they're about making sure there's justice in the world, and they're kind of like the police force in a way of the power. So she definitely has, and she was trained by Elida, basically, more or less, probably.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, when you have people like Gareth Bryn and her mother as people that help raise you, you're going to have a fair sense of justice, and then you throw a red in there who's all of, all right, they have a lot of negative connotations with them, but they, like you said, there's a strong sense of justice being done. They just focus on one specific part of justice, but if there wasn't the taint, I feel like they would be a bit broader.
They are the largest Aja, and we get the fewest kind of view of them, the narrowest scope of the red. So it's hard to not see them in the way that we've been presented them.
Yes. That is very, very true. One last comment on this scene. Pavara put in there, Elayne isn't just giving out advice here. She's also being a little bit vulnerable without making the conversation about herself. Which I think is a really, really good point. She's doing that so subtly. She's not, like you say, she's not making it about herself, but she is revealing a little bit about herself. That she's seeing people being jealous of her all the time, and she recognizes that and can recognize jealousy in people, but she's made that about like, look, I can see it in you and I want to help you recognize it in yourself, without me being like, look what I have, and it's very nicely done. So
it's a great point.
Yeah, fantastic point.
I just Charlie is going on this whole science thing in the chat right now, and it's brilliant.
I'm seeing that.
I love it, Charlie. Keep it up. So now I did see Janya Sedai hop in the background, but she seems to have turned her camera, at least put down like a cover on the camera for now. Oh wait, she's revealing herself. Here we go. Please welcome our another guest to the stream, folks. Janya, am I saying that correctly, by the way?
Janya with the big A, the long A.
Janya, okay.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hello, it's so nice to see all of you finally.
It is.
Hello,
Lovely to see
Donna.
you too.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Oh, my pleasure.
Let's-
Yeah.
Let's
I was
do
telling
some
Rob
something-
that, you know, Janya, when we did the Elayne week last year, you know, we were the two, you know, leading the charge, making posts every single day, talking about what we love about.
I know.
about
We
Elayne,
were like
so-
that Flynn Rider meme. Like,
Yeah.
everyone's
Wait,
like,
there wasn't
Elayne
Elayne week last
spoiled
year?
princess. Elayne is like so self-centered, and we're like, no, she's not.
It was in August actually last year.
August last year. Okay.
Wow.
I clearly don't Twitter enough because I must have missed that.
Well,
completely.
nothing happens in August, so
Yeah, you know,
Hence
we had a lot
the-
of time to fill.
Yeah.
This is true. So yeah, welcome. You're excited to talk about Elayne, I hope.
Absolutely. So I've always had a really soft spot for Elayne because I think I've mentioned this a couple of times, I think on Twitter. So I was in med school for 10 years and you live in a hostel, kind of like a dorm for 10 years. And you get really close to the people who you're in the dorm with. And so my best friend and I were very much, I was the Nynaeve and she was the Elayne in that relationship. So the moment I saw Nynaeve and Elayne, I'm like, oh, that's us. You know, she was also like, she's beautiful, very poised, knows exactly what to say in every situation. And I was kind of like the person who was just like, bleh. And she told me, she was like, you do realize you don't always have to say everything that comes into your head. And I'm like,
See, we
Well,
all need a friend like Elayne. We all
very
need
much
that friend.
Elayne. So yeah, for me, the moment I saw Nynaeve and Elayne on the page, and I actually read Wheel of Time while I was in med school. I don't know how I managed that.
Wow, that is impressive.
So the moment I read Nynaeve and Elayne, I was like, you know, they're these two women who are gifted and talented, which, not to brag, but we both were, in a very high pressure training system, you know, and where they're always being sort of told to hide who they are and, you know, be very, you know, professional. And it's very lonely. It's very stressful. And these two people who no one would think would actually be friends, you know, they get thrown into this. We became roommates. The roster just was like, okay, y'all are rooming together. And so for me, that was where I sort of got struck by that. And because I saw so much of us in that, I kind of had a real appreciation for Elayne and Nynaeve and their bond, you know, and how they even each other out.
Love
Yeah.
that.
I'm
is
really
And
glad
so
that we
when-
got you on for the next episode because she gets to meet Nynaeve for the very first time in the best
Yeah.
circumstances, you know?
the wonderful circumstances. Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
it
God.
was so ironic. She spent like, you know, like it's like Nynaeve, by her absence, is just like this looming presence in her and Egwene's friendship for the whole of episode 2. It's like everything they talk about is Nynaeve is this and Nynaeve is that. And then suddenly
Yeah.
she meets her, and the first thing Nynaeve says to her is, get out. You know,
That's
and
so
Yeah.
true.
very, very, I think, apt introduction to Nynaeve. But like, so the thing is, I noticed over episode 2 and episode 3 is the thing with Elayne is, especially in the series, I felt like the two things that define her are she's very poised. It's like, you know, if you've seen those carnival rides where you have to sort of balance, you know, or like the rodeo bull or like riding a horse, you have to be balancing, you have to be moving with it. Otherwise, you're going to get flung off. And I feel like every time Elayne enters a room or a relationship or a situation, she's doing this balancing thing. She's like listening and she's watching, or she's sitting in the background. She's like, okay, she doesn't think, what do I want? Or she doesn't think, what do I feel like doing? She's like, okay, what does this person or what does this situation need from me, you know, so that it doesn't blow up. And so she's always doing this little balancing act in the background. But the only 2 times it kind of just goes out the window is, number one, when someone is threatening her position. So when someone's disrespectful, she's like, I'm the daughter heir of Andor. You know, that's when that goes. And the other time is when she sees that her silence or her diplomacy is going to result in someone else, you know, hurting themselves or getting hurt. So I feel like at that point, she kind of chucks the diplomacy out the window, and she is like, she says what she thinks. So for example, when Egwene is going on her whole little jealousy rant, she's like, okay, at this point, I don't care what you think of me. You're harming yourself. So I'm going to step in and tell you exactly what I think, you know? Or when Tyrion is going to tell Egwene that Nynaeve didn't come out of the arches, at that point, she's kind of like hanging back. And the moment Shiriam's just going to come out and say, well, Nynaeve's dead, she's like, okay, I should probably do this in a way that's a little better. And she's like, but that's not how the arches work, So that really struck me about Elayne. She's always watching, always waiting, always trying to see what the right thing to say is until it reaches the point where someone's going to get hurt. And then she's just like, psst, and she jumps in, Yeah.
Well, that's perfect because we'll start playing some of those scenes now. Meg, Jen, obviously you're welcome to hang around if you want, but I appreciate you hanging around here for the first hour, helping us get through episode 2. Folks, Meg and Jen are absolutely hilarious to talk to. If you go to WhatCon, please say hello to them. They'll be there. They are so much fun. I can't wait to see them themselves. But yeah, feel free to hang around if you want, or if you want to just dash and enjoy on the couch with a glass of wine or a cocktail, or whatever, and enjoy the rest of the glory stream. Feel free to do that. But yeah, I
am going to bounce. Thank you both so much for having us on.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Take care, ladies. We're going to go with the first scene of Elayne in episode 3, and this is finding out that Nynaeve is lost in the arches.
Come on, we're going to be late.
Oh, can't you weave us together a hangover cure?
I thought you were an innkeeper's daughter. Should be no stranger to hard liquor.
Nye, it's me. Nynaeve.
Elayne. Oh, this isn't how I intended for you to find out. I'm sorry.
What's going on? Where's Nynaeve?
She was called to be and accepted this morning. She went into the arches, but she never came out.
No, I just saw her. We need to go in there and get her out.
The arches don't work like that.
We have to do something. She can't be.
I will speak bluntly, not out of cruelty, but out of respect for you. Nynaeve is dead. She's not coming back. The loss is going to shake you perhaps most of all, but your grief is your own. Face it, and in time, you will grow stronger, like roots of a tree when met with rock. And Aes Sedai must find a way to stand on her own. Take the time you need, but know the pain will pass.
Elayne, I'm so sorry. I didn't know Nynaeve, but I know you loved her. I know she would have faced her fate bravely.
Get out. Get out.
Elayne,
please.
Elayne, whatever you're
Get out! I don't even know you. I don't want you here. Just get out!
Such a brutal scene.
Yeah, and I feel like the other thing I noticed with Egwene is like everyone has that weakness, that thing that just makes you stop being, the rational, normal person you are. And for her, you see it from her very first scene with Egwene. She craves connection. Like, she opens her conversation to Egwene with a question. Are you a novice? Egwene doesn't give her anything in that conversation. She just cuts her off, and she's not even. And she's like, where's your room? Can you show it to me? It's like she craves connection so badly. And that's like where her weakness, like over here, she should have stopped pushing. The first time Egwene said, get out, she should have pushed, but she so badly wants that connection with her friend, or she wants to be there for her friend. She doesn't realize that that's when you stop pushing and let go. But to her credit, she doesn't lash out in return. She understands that this is not about her. This is about, Egwene's dealing with her own thing. So, yeah.
Yeah. And she does try to sort of give the knowledge of, the archers don't work like that when Egwene's like, we need to go rescue Nynaeve. It's like, well, without being like, no, you shouldn't dismiss her or anything. Like, you obviously you can't do that.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
like,
exactly.
they actually don't work that way. Like, she's trying to be careful of the fact that her new friend has lost her best friend. So yeah, it's
And I think it's
it's a
a
heavy
real
scene.
learning. Yeah, it's a learning moment for Elayne too. And you'll see these sprinkled in. I did this when I was doing the watch to get the timestamps. A lot of Elaine's early scenes are her learning how to be a friend from Egwene. Like she'll say, "Why do you do this?" To like, "Why do you act this way?" She's like, "Because they're my friend," or "I'm doing," or like, she doesn't know not to keep pushing her, like to try to comfort her, because that's not what this friend needs. Friend needs vary from person to person, and maybe she had an acquaintance or someone that she could have done that with, but that's not how Egwene works. So yeah, she's learning a lot about how to be a friend every step with Egwene. That's like a really big part of what they have, and it's really special. It's really nice, even though they don't get to be close proximity friends for a lot of the story. They are really core to each other in the start. It's really important for them.
Yeah, I feel
Even
like
Egwene's.
also,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got it.
yeah, no. I feel like another thing is that even though she's never met Nynaeve, because she keeps hearing Egwene talking about her friendship with Nynaeve, she's kind of absorbing over there also. How are people friends? How do friendships work? So like you said, she's learning even there, not just by her first hand with Egwene, but obviously, Egwene and Nynaeve are very close. So she's kind of, you can literally see her drinking it in and filing it away, like, okay, this is how friendships work,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as Leia's pointed out in chat, this is just another example of the fact that she'll still be honest and speak the truth when it's required, even if it's a hard thing. But she doesn't do it, like I said, in the way that's horrible. Especially because, as Ella's put in, Shiriam is she's stone cold in this scene. She's just like, Nynaeve's dead. Deal with it, girl. Move on.
There's no accounting for bedside manner there.
No.
Yeah, that's why I said it's like you can see Elayne is like, oh no, she's gonna say that. Let me just jump in here and try to cushion that blow a little.
Yeah.
I mean, you would assume there should be a Grey Aja person in the room, like, to break that news.
A grief counselor, yeah.
Yeah, something.
This cannot be the first time that a novice has been lost in the Arches under Shiriam's care. Shiriam is, she's been an Aes Sedai for a while. She must have seen this happen, or had it happen while she's been mistress and novices, I bet.
Yeah.
And this can't be the first time she's had to deal with loss in any way, let alone during her current role. I just don't understand why she's just right to the bone. She just cuts right in there. It's just like, no, she's dead. Move on. Deal with it. It hurts, but it'll pass. Get, whatever. Take your time, I suppose, because I don't want to deal with you. Oof, yeah, it's
And that really makes me excited to see what they do with Elaine's backstory, because when you look at her, you're like, this is not something that just came to her. Either this has happened to her and something bad. Like, I mean, are we going full spoilers here?
We can go like we don't have to go like if you want to be vague you can, but if you want to just say what book you're going to be talking about up to, we'll give like people like 2 seconds to mute.
Book spoilers for people who haven't read. I think this comes up in book 2 or 3. So when
then you're good.
When her father dies, I'm assuming there's been loss in her life at some point, either Tom or her father or something, and it was broken to her in a really bad way. And I think she's kind of because Elayne internalizes every bad thing that happens to her. She's like, okay, how can I figure out how to make this better? How can I do this better? And it really, the way she acts feels to me like, I think she's what, 19, 20?
Yeah, she's young, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're not born with that kind of knowledge of how to handle a situation like this.
Not at 20.
Not at 20. And I think it's come with either some shit has happened to her. She's lost someone close to her, and it's either someone did it really, really well, or someone did it really, really badly. And either way, she learned from that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree. Winter's Lady is put in chat, even though this wasn't a book scene, and obviously we knew it wasn't real, because there was no way any of us watching were like, well, Nynaeve's now done for the rest of the season. She's never ever coming back. We all knew that, obviously. It still hits very hard. It's a very hard scene to watch. And obviously we've talked about Shiriam being cold and how Egwene reacts to her, but I think just the way Elayne adds little bits to that scene, and how she tries to comfort at the end, and how it's all lighthearted at the beginning. It adds the extra dynamic of someone watching, I suppose, when Egwene's learning this news. And I think that makes it harder, because if we just saw Egwene finding out, oh, Nynaeve's been, she's dead, she's lost in the Archers, that would be hard. But the fact that she's got an audience with her new friend, and Kira's trying, Elayne's trying to be comforting and diplomatic, while also saying what needs to be said, without doing it Shiriam style. It just adds even more difficulty for people to who are empathizing with it. So it is a tough scene, but it's not in the books that Nynaeve goes through this experience.
I think she's in there for like 5 extra minutes or something like that, in like the books or something like that.
They just drop her straight into her life with Lan. It's not like she lives 7 years and has a child, and it's and I think someone talked about Elayne always saying the honest thing and the hard thing, and something that one of my friends who's a therapist always said is, she says honesty without tact is just cruelty. And I think that's something Elayne lives by. It's like you say like Shiriam is honesty without tact. It's cruel. Nynaeve is dead. Elayne is honesty with tact. Like, first lead in with, that's not how the Archers work. So, she's breaking the bad news to her gently, gradually, and with a fact, rather than just with, hitting her over the head with something that is really bad news. It's like how they teach us to break bad news to patients. You don't just go in and say, well, he coded, he's dead. You go in and you start with, okay, you know what? His heart stopped. We really tried. We couldn't, I feel like the Kiserai do such a piss poor job of it. They really do.
You're right.
That's a great point, though, because I was thinking about that, because it feels like, obviously, a lot of Robert Jordan tried to turn gender things and whatnot on their head. And it feels a lot like toxic masculinity to be like, your friend's dead, move on. Like that's the kind of thing that boys and men growing up, generally speaking, in our world, have to deal with that kind of rhetoric of like, for a long time, it was like stoicism, don't feel emotion, don't show emotion. And Shiriam is really kind of like trying to teach Egwene that's the Aes Sedai way, but like the lesson that they really need to learn by the end of the season is what like Perrin says to Egwene and Nynaeve in the letter, like, we're stronger together, you can't just stand alone. And Shiriam says you need to learn to stand alone, and standing alone isn't enough. That's why they're in the situations they are in. And it's a interesting contrast, because it's so tragic, because like you could even see Egwene's body language walking up to Nynaeve's door was the most relaxed we've seen her in the whole season. Like she seems like relaxed, she seems lighthearted, she's like, she knocks and says Nye, like she gives her like a cute little nickname, like she's feeling so much rejuvenation from this new friendship. And then it's just like, I don't even know you anymore, like just get out of my room kind of stuff. It's just so sad.
Yeah. And to speak to what Rob was saying about the fact that Elayne is the person who's watching, she's the spectator in this. There's this one little throwaway line which I only noticed in a rewatch, when Shiriam, again it's Shiriam, is taking Elayne to task for all the cushions and crap in her room, and she's like, who told you could do all that? And after the whole scolding and the you're gonna come to my room and get cane thing is over, Elayne turns to Egwene and says, I'm sorry you had to witness that. So to her,
that's a good point.
Yeah, the person who's witnessing this kind of thing is equally uncomfortable. It's something which she thinks, you should feel sorry and apologize to a person who has to witness you going through that kind of thing. And so the fact that she chose to stay and witness it says something, I think, about Elaine's, determination to be there for Egwene, even though it's probably really uncomfortable for her,
Yeah. I mean, how long have they known each other? Like a day at this stage or something?
Pretty much,
And you've made efforts to bond. You've got drunk together. It must be the next day, because they were drinking the day before, weren't they? It's like, oh, I'm hungover. And this is the third time in 2 seasons that Egwene has grieved the loss of Nynaeve 3 times. Is it 3 times? Okay,
because there's the finale. There's the
the finale. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because until she healed her.
We need to stop with the fake out deaths of Nynaeve. Like,
I think 3 is enough. Maybe 3 is the charm. That was what it was for Osmond, right? 3rd time lucky.
Most people don't remember Nynaeve had a fake out death at the end of Eye of the World as well. she gets like flung to one side when she tries to
That's true.
defend Dan,
She
and she just
does.
like lands like with a thud and sprawled there for the rest of the thing. And everyone, I mean, Egwene thinks she's dead because Egwene, I think, screams no or something and runs towards her. Right? So
She
Yeah, that's true.
does. Yeah,
Yeah.
she does.
Argo
yeah,
did his share of fake out deaths. I don't know why everyone protests it so much.
But yeah, so yeah, two in season one in season 2, no more. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, it is. It's a difficult scene to watch. But I think it's a great setup for the next scene that we see in episode
Yes.
3 with
Absolutely.
Elayne. So we'll throw that up on screen now and watch that. And then and talk some more about this, because these two scenes, when you watch them one after another, they make a difference to the
Yeah.
experience between them. So we'll just get that going. Yeah.
I wear the
off the
crown
screen,
so I can
Rand.
get in the mind of Elayne. So
Before we get into the Elayne stuff, I really want to say I do love the channeling difference. Like the visuals for channeling in season 2, just so much cooler.
it's a world of difference.
Yeah.
You can see where the extra time went.
You're not the first to try. In 3,000 years, there have been over 100 attempts to bring back a lost friend or lover. It never works. And it takes more than one Aes Sedai to open the arches.
So help me or leave.
No. You were going to hurt yourself. You might even die. The best outcome here is one of the sisters will catch you and you will be expelled.
You think I care about that now?
Yes. Of course you do. I heard what happened at the Two Rivers. The Trolloc attack. The death of so many people, including the young Wisdom. But she didn't die, did she? She survived, found you, and traveled with you here. It's pretty clear the Great Serpent Ring would never sit easily on her finger. But she still came. For you. Do you really think Nynaeve would want you to throw away your life? Your future, because she's gone?
She's the strongest person I've ever known. How could she have failed?
No one knows what happens in the arches.
I can't leave her.
I'll get us some blankets. We can stay the night. Maybe what she faced offered her a better turn of the wheel.
So yeah, again, when you watch that following on from, how she spectated in the first scene of that, and how she's now the polar opposite to Shuriam. She's giving the same information. People have, there's been over hundreds attempts to save friends, and as chat has rightfully gone gleeful over, friends or lovers. Just the way that is dropped in, because no guy's in there channeling to save their lover, and no woman's going through those no man is going through those archways.
Yeah.
So it's a woman channeling to save another woman. That's so easily just put in there. It's perfect. But she's casually dropping in that information of like over hundreds of attempts have been made in 3,000 years. No one's been saved. It is a factual reminder. She's gone. She's dead. But it's not like, she's dead. Get over yourself. Deal with it. It's very supportive, and it is just the exact opposite of how Shuriam dealt with her. And it just, I don't know, it makes you love Elayne more. I mean, I think you'd love it even without Shuriam's example, but it's extra because of Shuriam being stone cold. So, yeah. And as Lara's put, saying the difficult things and followed up by generous offers of friendships. Like, okay, we can sleep on this stone floor all night if we need to. Like,
Yeah.
That's a friend.
Yeah. The
So-
progression of this whole scene is so beautiful. So again, Elayne doesn't. So first of all, you see, she doesn't just barge in. She's standing at the door. She's watching again. She's reading the room, and she sees the moment where Egwene is. She's not angry anymore. First, Egwene is angry. She's, sort of throwing herself at this thing in frustration. Then she sort of leans over and she's like, giving up. She's at that moment. Elaine's like, okay, this is the right time to talk to her. And even then, she sort of is reading Egwene. She's not telling her, you can't do it, because she knows already that the thing Egwene hates is failing. She hates feeling like she's not good enough. So what does she say? She doesn't say, you can't do it. She says, it's okay. Nobody's been able to do it. So many people have tried. So it's not a bad thing that you are not. Subtext is, it's not you. It's not you who's failing. It's just not possible. So she's telling it to her in a way that won't make Egwene feel like a failure. And then you can see that's the tact part. But the moment Egwene says, I'm going to try again, are you going to do it with me? Then the tact's out the window. She's like, no, you'll hurt yourself. You'll die. At that point, she's not thinking, maybe I should just humor Egwene and say yes because she's my friend and it'll make her like me more. She's like, I don't care if Egwene likes me. Egwene's going to hurt herself at this point. And then the axe drops. She's like, no. She's like, I'm not doing it. And these are the reasons why, because it's bad for you. And I love the echo of, so again, this thing of where she's like, this person came to the White Tower for you, tried to become an Aes Sedai for you, almost died for you, and you need to honor that sacrifice. This is not how you do it. It's an echo of what happens later with Nynaeve and Elayne with Rhaima, when she's like, you can't help her. You have to make her sacrifice mean something. And this reminds me of those people who have bodyguards and they watch them dying for them. And they're like, someone somewhere has died for Elayne, and she's sort of dealt with it by saying, I'm going to make that sacrifice mean something, as the daughter heir, I'm sure, like I said, and she's had everyone, her own brother, swearing to die before her. And I think, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with the fact that people you care about are going to die for you? You can't stop them. The only way you deal with it is by making that sacrifice mean something, and then Egwene is fighting it. And then she finally accepts and says, okay, we're not going to try channeling again. Now she's like, okay, I don't want to give up yet. So the tact comes back. What's the least harmful way we can do this? Let's sleep here with blankets, because nothing bad is going to happen to Egwene with that. So then the tact comes back in. It's a beautiful progression to watch. And especially the point when Egwene says, Nynaeve's the strongest person I know. How could she fail? At that point, Elayne takes her hands, because she realizes this is Egwene talking about herself as much as Nynaeve. She's viewing failure as weakness. And so when she's taking her hand, she's like, what? Failing isn't weak. Not for you, not for her. It's
she's still holding on to the fact that she thinks that her failure to help Rand is why Rand is dead. And she's still holding on to that grief and that survivor's guilt, that Elayne is better equipped at handling survivor's guilt. That's really what it is. And I think it's perfect. Just like what you said, she's trying to help guide Egwene through making sure that she still has meaning. Like, your life doesn't end because someone else's does. You have to live on. It's great. It's great grief counseling for the moment it needed to be. Yeah.
Chad is overwhelmingly just loving your points there, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Literally, like, just preach. Good, really, really good points. Great points. So much love. There's a huge amount of love here. Between all of them. How much, like you say, the survivor's guilt, but the love she feels for Rand, what she feels for Nynaeve, clearly these two, Elayne and Egwene are bonding so quickly as friends. There's love between friends is clearly building very quickly there, because you don't do that. You don't share and talk like the way these two are that quickly unless there's a bond. Sorry, your whole bit there was just perfect.
I think you answered one of the questions I thought of during it, because one of the things that I pulled out of this scene for the first time while watching it with the crown on, of course, was she at some point, probably after Egwene kicked her out, she went on a mission to collect information. And I don't think she found out about that Two Rivers stuff before she met Egwene. She found that information. She was like, what happened to them before they got here? And because she sees that as her land, she had to grieve in her own time for those lost lives of her subjects. And I was thinking in my mind, I'm like, she's done that remarkably fast. And you answered how. She knows how to let the people who serve her die, and obviously they only serve her in her mind, but that's still real for her. So she on her own had to deal with that grief too, and maybe that helped her, find the right words and the right perspective to approach Egwene with, like, Nynaeve didn't die. She survived. She made it through with you. She's always been so good at protecting you. And, just because she did something with her own agency, you failing to protect her is not a weakness of yourself. And it's just, there's so much complex interpersonal relationship stuff going on that it's just for such a short scene. Like, she only has 3 scenes in this episode, and they're all, just so powerful. And like I said, not a single word wasted for any of her scenes.
And you know what I would really like to see as a continuation of this thing of Elayne, how do you deal with the fact that people are going to die for you? How do you honor that? How do you make that mean something? I want to see how that plays into her relationship with Rand, because that's something Rand has a huge problem with, people dying for him.
He does have a huge problem with that.
And I would find it really interesting if she could help him with that.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I just want to hop back on Kevin's point. I hadn't considered until you said it that she didn't know about the Trolloc attack.
Yes, exactly.
Like, because when I first watched the scene, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, she knows about this, but she would have brought that up earlier when she met Egwene. Like, oh, you're from the Two Rivers. Like, oh my God, you're from that place that got attacked by Trolloc. So she has gone and found that information out, and then had to deal with the fact that somewhere in her country got attacked by Trollocs and people died. Like, not just people, her subjects died, but by
a lot of people
attack.
died. Yeah,
a lot of people by Trolloc attack, and they don't live in the Borderlands. Like, it's not casual. Most people in Andor don't even believe Trollocs exist.
Trolloc attack. It's a Tuesday.
You think she sent a letter to her mom? There's no way she didn't send a letter to her mom once she figured that stuff out, or something like that. There's no way.
Yeah.
Just
I don't think she would have had time to reply to come in.
Maybe, yeah.
She probably went and asked one of the Aes Sedai who she knew, and she was like, okay, tell me something about Nynaeve, because all the Aes Sedai know about Nynaeve, so she probably...
Alana would know, probably. Alana would probably know.
Maybe she went to Alana. Yeah.
She could have gone and she was like, Farina Sedai. She seems to know a lot of people by name, so she probably used that in and went and found out, like you said, everything she could.
And she's like, blue. There's her blue.
There's the blue. Yeah, I have a cause. Yeah. Wow. Hadn't considered
the spy
that.
network.
Yeah. But
but you can also call it being a Grey, because it's intelligence. It's how gathering intelligence is how Greys work.
Yeah.
And Elaine's weapon has always been information. There's a bit of Brown in her too. It's like, her thing is, when I don't know something, I'm not going to run from it. I'm not going to hide from it. I'm going to tinker with it. I'm going to find out everything I can about it and use that,
She does love to tinker with things. That is a true statement.
With situations, with people, with relationships.
Yeah, and the way you described, Janya, the way that she spoke to Elayne, it reminds me of how when we're trying to train people and various jobs I've had, they would always say, like, you need to give people something constructive. And but sometimes you need to tell people, like, you suck at this, and there's obviously ways to do it. And one of the ways of doing it, if you pardon my French, is called a shit sandwich. So you'd be like, this is really, really great, this is really, really shit, and then this is really, really great, so they don't end just on the low. It's almost like how she's managed that grief moment. Like you say, she's come in, she's been very supportive, dropping the knowledge and been like, okay, I need to be considerate here and that. And then when she's realized, actually, no, this is the moment where I need to be like, no, you can't do this. You're not going to do that. You're going to hurt yourself. This is not okay. And then once it's gone back to, she's not being reckless, we've gone back to more supportive, more, accepting moments. Exactly. Yeah. And it's the flow of that is so skillfully done by the writers, and so well delivered by Ceara. She's a
gift. I could not have been happier with her as Elayne. It's like she walked off the page and onto the screen. She's so amazing.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, that was how Rafe described it. It's like, Ceara walked in. It was like, you are just Elayne. And it's like every moment that the more and more we talk about it, Kev, what are you doing to me, man? Like, Elayne has never been, I've never disliked Elayne, but she's never been like, oh my God, I love Elayne. Now I'm like, she just keep creeping up, dude.
She gets it. Once you see the things to appreciate, you're going to see them everywhere. They keep popping up. And it was so funny. I forgot that you to mention this when you were talking about it before. You described her as walking a tightrope.
Oh, yes.
Earlier.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I know we're pressed for time, but I really want to see that, like, somewhere, a deleted
There's
scene.
no way we're
behind
not seeing it.
something.
Oh,
Gotta
we
see
need to
it.
see that. We have to see that. Yes.
Season 4, Rafe. I got your number, man.
Yeah.
That
I love-
part and the part where Brigitte is like, it's really good you have a nice ass because those pants are tight as hell.
Well, I feel it's very objectifying, but I want to see Kira in pants like that. You know, I know it's very objectifying, but I just like,
No,
you know,
that is true female friendship where you're like, you know what? Your ass looks big in those
You got a
pants.
great ass.
yeah, you know, like we get Daniel Henney, we compliment him a lot. Let's have it be mutual, like equal opportunity for everyone, tastefully done. No
Respectful,
skeeziness.
tasteful, non-creepy
And
compliments.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are plenty of, like, all of us would like to see her in those pants as well.
Yes,
Yeah. It would just be great. You know?
I want to see Julian in like a matching outfit up there with him, with her, you know, like him
I
up
want
there.
the contrast with
Something-
Elayne just
something
being
equally
blissfully
tight,
happy in
you know.
those tight pants and Nynaeve just screaming her head off because of that gown while arrows are shot at her.
Yeah, that would be hilarious. Oh god. But yeah, this is a great scene, and I think like I said at the beginning, watching the first scene where she's a spectator, and then the next scene where she's the opposite of Shiriam, it hits you so much harder. Where she's everything Shiriam wasn't, everything Shiriam should have been in that previous scene. Especially as Mistress of Novices, not just as Aes Sedai, who, you know, this is one of your students. You know, you're responsible for the kids. You are literally, you know, the headmistress for the children. You are literally in charge of the children. You have even more responsibility to be the way Elayne was in this second scene that we've seen with her, and you were not. And here comes Elayne, just so mature and so supportive. It's when you watch them back to back like this, it really makes it stand out. So
Yeah, which is why, like I said, also reminds me of, like I said, med school. The support, it's hard, it's pressurizing, and honestly, we got more support from each other than we did from Professor. Professors were like, we all did it, chin up, deal with it, you know. And when we would come back to our rooms, you know, in pieces or crying, or because, you know, we were all like toppers in school, and then we were like on the verge of passing exams by the skin of our teeth when we came in, or you'd get, you know, screamed at during internship or something, or you'd not know how to do something and get chucked in the deep end. Like all this shit we went through, I think we got more support from each other than from our professors. And that's why when I saw it, I was like, it's literally like, you know, law school or med school or some other kind of really high pressure educational institute, and you have all these gifted kids, and instead of giving them the emotional support they need, you're just chucking them in the deep end and saying, well, go at it, you know.
Grab them bootstraps,
The
baby.
guy just is falling down on the job so badly.
So what we're learning here, folks, not just in Wheel of Time but in life, it's the friends you make along the way that matter.
It is.
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. And the
Elaine's
other
friend
thing
count,
that
one.
came up when one of you said that they make friends so quickly. And I think the reason that that trio become friends so quickly is because Elayne is doing the listening. The fact that friendship happens so fast is not down to Nynaeve, and it's not down to Egwene. It's down to her, because she's doing the listening for all three of them and absorbing. How do I be a friend to this one? How do I be a friend to her? How is it different for? She's literally like, you know, she's learning and absorbing, and she's cramming like 18 years of friendship into a few months. She's doing like a crash course, you know.
I'm going to take your point there, and I'm going to talk a little spoilery stuff for much later on the books, folks. But like up to like book 9, 10ish, with the whole succession plots.
Yes, I'll hold my hands up until the spoilers are done, everybody. Or I'll put the crown on until the spoilers are done.
Yeah. When the crown goes down, the spoilers are done for that, if you're not that far ahead, folks. But if you think about the way that, like you say, she's listening and listening for all three of them, just this really sets up for how well she juggles the houses. And like if they do that, the Borderlander army being in there and things like that, how she juggles the Black Tower being in, and or all those bits and pieces where she is, you know, juggling all these political things together. You know, imagine how well she's going to be doing that with how quickly and how well she's juggled her friendships with Egwene and then hope, you know, eventually Nynaeve during this season. So that makes me excited. I enjoy the slog. I like the political stuff. I think it's funny.
Yeah.
You know, and that's being said that, you know, Elayne is not one of my top. I don't dislike her. I want to be clear about that, folks. But she's not like, you know, up there with like my favorite characters. I still love the Succession stuff. It's very entertaining, and
I love the Succession plot.
The way she is with these two, I can't wait to see how that expands to managing political rivals and things like that. So
so juicy.
I feel like the Succession plot was, you know, all of this time we've seen Elaine's potential for diplomacy, for being a leader, and with that, it was like it's like she'd been let out of the, you know, the barn door was open. She was finally being let loose to do what she's best at, and it was great to see. I loved the Succession plot.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be great TV. Honestly, I genuinely believe it's gonna be great TV.
Yeah. The way she'd be like, okay, this person, you know, left their country house and went there, and this person hasn't been seen in city, and so that means that these houses are plotting together. You know, it's like it was wonderful to watch the way Elaine's mind works. You know, because we never had really got to see that before. Everything that she's been taught to do leading up to that point, you know, it was wonderful to see her finally put it all to work. You know.
I love that people talking about like the slog bit, then Jen comes in and is like, well, it's not like she's a Gawain. I don't dislike Gawain. I just don't, in the books, I just don't like Gawain.
We all have our preferences. We all have.
Listen, when it comes to the slog, Egwene was marching on Tar Valon for how many books was it?
I don't know, like 500 million pages, you know.
It was winter, guys, okay? It was snowy. God.
We'll get onto that later. Let's watch
Crown coming off.
Yeah, Crown coming off. Let's watch the last scene in episode 3 that Elayne is in. This is where she actually, after hearing lots about Nynaeve from both Isolde mentioning it and obviously asking Egwene, where she actually gets to meet Nynaeve in, how did you describe it, Kev? Let's see. I remember what you've written here. In less than ideal conditions.
Oh my.
So yeah, this
covered
is
in blood, crying, drooling.
This is quite a scene, folks. But I'm getting threatened in school, you know. My God! Right, let's bring in this last scene and talk about this. So yeah, this dramatic moment. Oh. Serious credit to Zoe in this scene. Like,
it was brutal. It was brutal.
I wasn't ready for the rewatch when I watched this one.
The blood isn't hers, but it looks like there's this giant gaping wound where her heart is being ripped out.
Yeah,
it's where she was holding the baby too.
Yeah,
like, it was right there.
It's going to be all right.
Great first meet cute for Nynaeve and Elaine's detective agency.
Amazing.
I wonder if some of Nynaeve's prickliness towards Elayne is because the first she can see Nynaeve doesn't like showing vulnerability to anyone. And Elayne saw her at her worst, at her lowest. That is not something Nynaeve would have chosen in a million years. And so she feels that she has to be extra prickly and standoffish to sort of make up for it.
Exactly how I was going to start this off. Like, it, you know, there could be a question of why did we show this scene? Elayne just sits in the background and watches, but this is the start of her relationship with Nynaeve. And imagine meeting someone for the first time and or just having that experience of going through those archways and you know, having years of life and then losing your child in that traumatic situation, watching your friends and your husband die, and then you just come out and someone you've never even actually interacted with before, potentially maybe not even have seen, because we don't see if they see each other. And I from the way Elayne talks, it sounds like they don't actually meet. And so, you know, that's the first moment between them. Like, I feel awkward just thinking about her, let her actually being that person that gets seen in that moment from someone else, and then they get stuck, the two of them together later on. It's an incredible way to start any form of relationship, let alone how they end up being. So it's that's why Kev put it in the list and why we showed it, because it's an important moment of how they start, and obviously yeah, it's
And that's
it's
part of the
very, very
challenge to
powerful.
today is to like watch these scenes where Elayne really isn't often the focus of any scene. She's supplementary, she's supportive in a scene, but she's not often the focus of the scene. So that's why like this is a challenge, is like trying to see how does she fit in the scene? What is being gained by her being there, and why is it important? And building off of that. So yeah, I think it's tough, especially in these short scenes where she has nothing to do. They're still good to watch because there's the reason she's there. And that's what that's what we're here to chat about.
Yeah.
I think the wonderful thing about Elayne is that she doesn't try to be the focus in those scenes. For someone who has spent her life pretty much being the center of attention everywhere, you would think that would be natural to her, to want to be the center of attention, to want to be the focus. But I think it's a huge credit to Elayne that she sees in that moment, she's like, Egwene doesn't need me. Nynaeve doesn't need me. They need each other. And so I need to just sit back and let them have their moment of comfort or consolation or reunion. She doesn't try to insert herself and be like, okay, yay, new friends. And we know how much she craves connection. We know she would want to, bond with them, but she doesn't do that because she's like, that's not what they need right now. They need each other right now. So let me just sit this one out.
Yeah, as Leia's just put in chat, I imagine Elayne immediately runs to get help while Egwene obviously attempts to cover Nynaeve. She sees she's out, she's not immediately going to drop dead, and I need to do something to help out. Egwene's got her, physically and emotionally enough for the moments. I can run for help. It's that, that you can tell that she's focusing first on Nynaeve, and then I can absolutely, like Elayne said, imagine her be like, right, that's covered enough for right now. Let's go get more people to help. That are, gonna hopefully not be like Sheriam. Because if Sheriam turns up in that moment for Nynaeve, I'm just like,
Sheriam was asleep when they got.
Why is there blood on your shift? What are you doing on the floor there? Why are you drooling on our floor? We need this. This is our special sacred chamber.
Yeah.
Don't tell us what happened. Your grief is your own.
Yeah. Oh, that whole scene. Yeah, not to do that. Like, don't talk about what's in the archways. Like, when we do the Nynaeve one, I think we're going to spend a lot of time with that, aren't we, Kev?
Oh, God, yeah.
God, the way she gets treated there is crazy.
Oh, man.
But yeah. But
I don't understand what the White Aja is for. They should just have therapists. They should just have like one Aja. Just therapists.
Yeah, there needs to be a therapy Aja. There needs to be a lot more Ajas, apparently. The Ajas need to be more complex in what they do. But yeah, it's a very important moment. Not just to show like what Nynaeve is capable of, because obviously it's very, very potent what she's done there, and has great implications for her abilities and powers later on. But it's a very important start point for her and Elayne as not friends initially, but at least respected colleagues eventually. I wouldn't say they're friends by the end of this season, but there's a level of respect between the two.
Handhold.
Yeah. When we get to that later, that's I would probably have to be like, where's the tissues?
5-minute break.
The corollary I would say is that this is Nynaeve is prickly because Elayne has seen her at her weakest. And the reason Elayne puts up with Nynaeve's bullshit for so long is because she realizes that this is not about me. This is about a wounded person, a person who felt naked, trying to cover themselves up again,
Yeah.
She's seen the real Nynaeve already. She's like, there's a good person in there. I'm just gonna have to wait for her to show her face.
Yeah. It's like I've seen under the mask, the facade, the front, whatever you want to call it, the person you show to the world. I've seen the raw person underneath. And a lot of people don't get to see people's raw selves. That's not something a lot of people actually share. And like instantly, like you say, like there's no choice in the matter. It's like you've seen me at my most vulnerable, rawest possible moment. I don't think anything could have topped the turmoil that she went through in that moment. You've seen me in that. Like there's a huge level of connection there instantly, whether you want it to be or not. So, and a huge level of responsibility for Elayne to have with someone that she doesn't know and has only heard powerful things about, or like crazy things about. It'd be like, imagine that for Elayne to be like, well, now I know you like that. I can't imagine that.
Yeah,
that's pretty wild.
I think that's why she has so much patience with Nynaeve doing the whole princess thing. Nynaeve's literally, trying to goad Elayne. She's trying to, but Elaine's like, you know what? I know this is bullshit.
Yeah.
I've seen the real you. I'm just gonna sit it out till you decide to, stop being a dick.
Yeah. She's like, yeah, bring it.
I'm going to be saying this in a few hours when we're watching the episode, but like you're saying, like when the other person is like acting a fool, she cuts the diplomacy and it's all straight at them. She does that to Nynaeve constantly in Fallen because Nynaeve is putting herself in danger every single second she can. So she's like, I can't even be diplomatic. I just have to be harsh with you because you're not going to listen to any diplomacy.
I don't think Nynaeve understands diplomacy.
No. Like,
well, she throws a single penny at Vale and Luca. She throws a single penny at him.
Let's reverse the previous scene and let's say it's Nynaeve finding out that Egwene died and Shireen was telling her. She'd be like, all right. Like, she wouldn't accept it, but she'd be like, yeah, I'll deal with it in my own way. Now get out and I'm going to go deal with it. Out.
Yeah.
I will go deal with it and sort it. And she'd like just storm off to the arches and just, I'm going to fix it. Because she's also brutal and
balancing rides. I also thought about how Nynaeve, if it's a rodeo bull or if it's like, one of those discs where you have to balance or whatever, Nynaeve would just refuse to get on. She'd be like, not doing that. I don't want to, I'm not doing it. Egwene would be so worried about how she's looking to everybody. Do I look stupid? Am I doing it worse than everyone else? She would fall off. That's the difference. And Elayne is like, I'm going to go with it. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, she is. I mean, maybe that's the side effect of being raised in a political environment where you are going to be ruler someday. Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Oh God, right. A little earlier than scheduled, or not scheduled, a little earlier than we planned. But it's time to move on to episode 4. Unless there's anything else from this episode you think we haven't already dived into. We definitely picked up things that I wouldn't have thought about until we've watched back and had this discussion.
Yeah, I think we're good. And episode 4 too has I think the shortest time total
just
as well.
Scenes, I think,
2 less than a minute scenes as well. Yeah.
3 scenes.
3 scenes. 3 scenes.
Oh, the last one is when they got taken.
Yeah. So it's 3 scenes, all like a minute or less. Yeah.
3 scenes there, like a minute less. In fact, they all start becoming quick scenes for a while until we get up to like episode 6, but then we start getting lots of scenes. As a fun note, Kev obviously went through and checked all this. So Ceara has a total of 33 scenes, folks, throughout season 2. She's only in 7 episodes. But has a total screen time of 41 minutes and 11 seconds. Or these scenes all add up to 41 minutes and 11 seconds.
And she doesn't waste a second of it.
No, she does not. That is very, very true. So let's kick off episode 4 and have a minute of some very enthusiastic chore performing, shall we say. So 1 second, I haven't queued up exactly right. So we're not going to play the previous scene. Here we go.
Oh, my favorite.
Something's different between us since she came back.
This mopping is
accepted now. It's not that. Maybe a little that.
I love how she waits for Egwene to come to that conclusion on her own.
Do the right thing. Then stop trying. You don't even know what happened to her in there. Why do you feel like you have to fix it?
Because I'm her friend. She was there for me last year when I lost. Someone I love more than anything. And I only got through it because I had her to hold me up. Even though she was hurting too. And I should be the same for her. Like I used to be. But ever since I came here to this tower, I just feel smaller and smaller.
So I would like to point out before we get going on this, the mopping obviously was mentioned earlier, Illuminatrix. I also like later on, she doesn't know how to mop, and Ceara does a very good job of not knowing how to do physical labor, contrasted with Egwene. Egwene is also atrocious at mopping. I just want to point that out as well.
She's an innkeeper's daughter, yeah, you know.
She's terrible. She's terrible at it.
You
Like,
already saw her and Rand's version of washing the dishes.
yeah, Elaine's there, like the mop head's kind of like just like casually, being swept, and Egwene's there like with the mop, and I'm like, you're not mopping effectively either. That's terrible mopping. So no one knows how to mop in Wheel of Time so far that I've seen.
Egwene was the Elayne of the Two Rivers, like as close as they were going to get to.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, her dad was the mayor. Yeah, and ran the biggest inn in the house. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah, and the look. I want to say the look. I'm going to try and bring it up because we haven't really gone through the scenes very much. But the look that she gives.
This was one of those episodes where after the episode, I went back and I grabbed as many screenshots of her face as I could because she gave so many great looks in this episode. Like
yeah,
I love that look. Where Egwene's like, it's not about that, and Elaine's like, honey.
Yeah, or so much of a look. So 1 second, I'm just queuing it long to find it, but it's just absolutely incredible.
Want to try that again?
Yeah, like you want to say that line again? Just look at that right there. Like there's this look demonstrates their friendship instantly because you cannot look at somebody like that unless they are actually your friend. If you look at someone who's not your friend like that, maybe like, back off, leave me alone. What do you mean? Like, you don't know me. But if you look at your friend like that, they're gonna be like, oh damn, I'm being called out on my dirt, like my bullshit. Like what? It's such a good look. It works so well.
And that is something Elayne has done for Egwene throughout their friendship. Because again, okay, spoilers for Dragon Reborn. The point in when they reach that mother, what's her face, the wisdoms, and Nynaeve's finding them a combination, and Egwene's just been like sniping at Nynaeve, the whole boat ride and everything. And Egwene finally is like, enough, and turns around and, okay, I don't condone physical violence in a friendship at all. I'm just going to say that. But the point where she calls the bullshit. She's like, stop it, you two, enough,
And she does it with a slap,
Yeah. Minus the slap, it's something Elayne does a lot, is call people on their bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah.
She
in a really good way.
Words more often. Yeah, she slaps with words more often with her hands, but yeah.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, what I love about this scene is that, so she tells, her thing is, why do you want to fix it? You don't know what she went through. She's never had a friendship where anyone tries to fix things for her, because as a friend, as a princess, it's always deal with your own shit. Don't show your weakness to others. And then Egwene explains to her, like you said, she's learning how to be a friend. And you can see her absorbing that information like a sponge, like, oh, that's what friends do for each other. They fix things for each other. They try to be there for each other. It's you be there for me, I be there for you. And she's like, yes, okay, I accept you have a valid point. I'm not going to argue it. She's accepted that Egwene knows more about being a friend than she does. So rather than try to argue, she's like, okay, point taken. And she's filing it away for future use. Like, this is what it means to be a friend for these two girls. And so this is what I'm going to have to do if I want to be their friend,
Yeah.
And she does. She pays it off when Nynaeve is like, why are you still here for Egwene? She's like, she's my friend. That's what friends do. So, there's she's listening. She's proving it.
Yeah,
best listener.
Absolutely. But yeah, it's another scene to show. I think this one shows a bit more about the gap opening between Egwene and Nynaeve, and how Elayne is not filling that gap, but supporting her, bridging it, supporting her through that experience. Again, the political nature, or like the just listening and helping someone through a transition, because there's probably still a little bit of like grief being dealt with here, because for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 hours, whatever, you thought your friend was dead and you were almost killing yourself trying to bring her back through arches, and then you slept awkwardly against stone edges while you tried to deal with that grief, and then she's back, and that's a lot to go through in even a 24-hour period. So
I
there's
would say
a lot of
there's
that
also grief, because the Nynaeve who went through the arches is not the Nynaeve who came back.
No, she's like 10 years older.
Yeah. So there is grief, and I said, it's like they're like a bad British boarding school. They're like, are you grieving? Are you upset? Here, do some chores, work it off.
Yeah, work it
some
off.
thoughts.
Scrub some pots. Yeah, absolutely. Scrub the pots. Yeah. It's so much to be deal with.
Can't
I mean,
feel your
it's
feelings when you're so tired that there's nothing else.
yeah. I think this is the first time we see any of them actually doing chores.
Yeah, we just seen
believe.
only Egwene was like picking up the cups, but that was the only other time that we saw.
Oh, clearing the rooms.
chores.
Yeah, clearing the rooms.
Yeah, but this is like the second level of chores. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also love the fact that there's nobody else in that corridor with them. Elayne could have just put down her mop and stood there, but she doesn't.
This is true. Yeah. Very, very true. Folks, just popped in the background. Wonderful.
Oh,
Whilst we're talking about doing chores in the White Tower, the Amelin study
behavior,
herself
everybody.
has shown up, folks. Behave. The Aes Sedai has arrived. No more shit talking of the Mistress and Novices anymore. Please welcome Jess.
You can totally
Hey,
shit talk the Mistress
Hi.
and Novices. Hi.
Hi.
My ring light
Hey.
is broken, so my face is all in shadows.
You look so mysterious.
Yes.
Okay, so feel free to dismiss me whenever. I shall enjoy the rest of the stream as long as I can stay awake.
No, wonderful. Yeah, thank you so much for joining.
It's been so
Thank
great
you
to
so
have
much
you
for
here.
having
Yeah.
me. This was amazing.
It's so nice
Yeah.
to actually like see your face and hear your voice because I've seen you on Twitter like all the time. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
All the time, I know, same.
Was this the first like stream that you've been on, Janya?
Ever, yeah.
Oh wow. Perfect. It's the perfect one for it.
It is.
I knew you would have so
And
much to
thank you
say.
for making me feel so comfortable and so welcome. This was lovely.
Wow.
Of
No, it was
course,
wonderful,
of
and you
course.
brought some incredible points to the discussion. Things I hadn't considered. I'm sure Kevin probably considered. them
And
all.
likewise. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. But
Thank
yeah,
you so
like
much.
please
Bye-bye.
hang around, and yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
All right.
you.
Bye. Jess, I don't know if you've been able to catch up with where we are. We've just watched the first viewing of Elayne in episode 4.
Okay.
We're up here because she's not
Would
in
you like to
episode 1,
watch it?
so we've done 2 and 3. Do you want to watch it with us again? So you can, it's the fun
Yeah,
references.
I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do a quick little rewatch. Yeah.
I'll do a quick little rewatch for you because we all enjoy watching this exquisite mopping ability that they possess, the two of them. I'm not bitter about the way they mop. I'm going to tell you that. So. As someone
I
who has
would
to mop a
love-
kitchen every shift, like they
Imagine
need
you
to learn
see
how to
them
mop.
coming out with a shop vac and just like cleaning up the suds after.
Yeah.
Different between us since she came back.
She's an accepted now.
It's not that.
Look.
Maybe a little that. But no matter how much I want to help, I can't seem to say or do the right thing.
Then stop trying. You don't even know what happened to her in there. Why do you feel like you have to fix it?
Because I'm her friend. She was there for me last year when I lost someone I love more than anything. And I only got through it because I had her to hold me up, even though she was hurting too. And I should be the same for her. Like I used to be. But ever since I came here to this tower, I just feel smaller and smaller.
So yeah, so that's our first scene in episode 4 with the two of them.
You know, the first time through, I didn't notice the mopping.
And now you look at the mop, but you can't help it, can you?
I used to work in food service. I used to have to mop every day. And
Ain't cutting it. Nor is
no, there's
you know?
there's this. And then like you mop yourself out. You don't mop and walk on it. Like you mop yourself backward. And let me tell you
Yeah.
something. There is nothing worse than trying to get like road salt off of a tile floor in the wintertime. Everybody tracks
Oh,
it in.
yeah.
And then you have to try and mop it because EcoSure is going to come and you're going to get docked points if there's salt on the floor. Like we can fucking help
Yeah.
it. And not that I'm still bitter.
I love Nils. To be fair, they're mopping like any unsupervised novice probably would, yeah.
I mean, that is true.
Yeah, no one's watching.
That's a fair point. That is a really
Yeah.
fair point.
That is fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love this scene. We said before that there was a look between the two of them that you just don't get you can't give someone unless you're friends. And it's just the look that Ceara gives here is so brilliant. It's
Yeah.
Let me bring it back up. Here it is. Just that look there.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Like, girl,
Yeah.
what the fuck are you even talking about right now? Like, no.
And it's silly things like that that just shows how far their friendship has come and how quickly it's got there.
Yeah.
And so
yeah, they
who are you
bonded.
putting on airs for? Who are you putting on airs for? Like, I'm not impressed either way. So just don't pull this shit.
Yeah.
Don't pull this emotionally immature bullshit with me. You're being ridiculous.
Yeah. I agree.
Man. We're gonna be seeing that look a lot. Yeah.
I think so, yes.
Yes. Does their floor even need mopping, or is it just menial labor builds character? I'm not sure that this would build character, but it does give them a good discussion about, like we say, the difference between Egwene and Nynaeve now, and how Elayne is filling that.
I mean, I think Shirley has a point here, though, because, like, they have actual, like, servants, like employees whose job it is to mop. So I can't imagine that these people are just not mopping because the novices are going to do it, because I'm guessing that floor maybe doesn't actually really need to be mopped. It is probably just a character building thing. I wouldn't be surprised.
Servants work at night too, yeah. Servants work at night, novices do the work during the day, yeah.
Yeah, based on what I know of Aes Sedai, this is absolutely like, no, we're just going to make you labor hard because of some reason that's apparently more important than you learning.
Yeah,
stuff.
That seems fair.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jess, I'm going to ask you, over these first few episodes that we see Egwene and Elayne spending time together and getting to know each other, like, how do you feel their friendship is forming? Like what about it do you think is working, not working? Do you because we've been digging into the way she just listens to everything and will be supportive when she needs to be supportive, but when Egwene is being destructive for herself or lying to herself, she kind of calls her on a bullshit. Which is very, very, very quick and very observant of her to be doing these things.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think there are a couple of factors in play that make Elayne the way she is. First of all, she's being raised to be a queen. And knowing what we know about Morghese from the books, she is teaching Elayne to listen to people, to hear what's not being said as well, read between the lines, and then think critically about it. And so, in a lot of ways, Elayne is not a particularly emotionally mature person, i.e., oh my God, this boy fell into my garden and now I'm in love with him. But aside from that, Elayne kind of knows people. Like, she gets people. And I feel like what Elayne is doing with Egwene is kind of what I did with my high school best friend Emily, was that I met her and I was like, that is going to be my best friend. I have decided. And so then I made it happen. We are best friends. So yeah, I feel like Elayne took a shine to her, maybe because she could tell from the beginning that Egwene was kind of hurting. Because we also know from the books when Gawain was talking about how she took in a bird with a broken wing and nursed it back to health. I think Elayne has a soft spot for broken people. So she just likes
a bit empathetic, yeah.
She likes a good DIY project.
Yeah.
So
little fixer upper.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think that I think Elayne is just generally a really open-hearted person, and she sees somebody, she's like, okay, well, I like her, and she's obviously struggling with some shit, so we're going to be best friends now. This is happening. Go fuck yourself if you don't like it.
Yeah, let's get drunk together. Here, I made some beer.
Let's get drunk and talk about our feelings.
Yeah, absolutely. What's interesting for me in this scene is that Elayne questions why Egwene feels the need to fix everything, or to fix Nynaeve. I think that's a really, really important question that she's asked, because Egwene is just I need to fix things for her. That's how shit works. And Elaine's like, do you have to fit just because you're friends? Do you have to? Being friends doesn't mean you need to fix your friends. You know, sometimes being a friend to someone is just sitting there and being with them.
Yeah,
and it makes the
listening.
way look of things better. Yeah, listening.
Yeah, you just
things
listen,
like that,
you
and it's
sit there with them, like, well, and I think this is a valuable lesson that Egwene is going to learn from this. I think that what Elayne is trying to highlight here is the fact that are you doing this because you feel like you need to, or are you doing this because it's what Nynaeve needs? Is it what Nynaeve needs, or is it what you need? And I think that Egwene feels the sense of obligation that Nynaeve was there for her as a friend when she was, you know, feeling grief. And so she feels like she needs to do the same thing, and she feels badly that she isn't able to do it. And it's like, she, I think, maybe lacks the world experience. Well, she doesn't know what happened to Nynaeve in the Arches, but we know that Egwene does not have the capability in any way, shape, or form to understand or empathize with what happened to her, because Nynaeve lost her husband of 10 years and her child. Like, that's nothing compared to you breaking up with your boyfriend. Like, it's not the oppression Olympics here. We're not talking about,
he's dead,
like,
and he's dead in their mind. But I know,
who hurt the most. But yeah, there's like there are levels sometimes, and this is just not even.
Yeah, I would say having your boyfriend die, even, you know, that's because what she thinks has happened.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
So she Egwene's like, my boyfriend died, and then he's like, well, my husband died, my 2 friends died, and I lost my daughter. You know, trying to
come back to you,
to come back to you,
like
you know.
Well, and the only reason
my daughter didn't die, and I dragged her back. Like, she died because I came back.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
so yeah, that, you know what, that's a good point. I keep forgetting about the fact that they think Rand is dead.
Yeah,
but
that's a lot of her trauma for yeah.
I think, I mean, to them, she was only gone for a few days, so undoubtedly Egwene is thinking, okay, well, it was only a few days. There isn't anything that could have happened in the course of a few days that would have been so terrible, except that, as we know, time works differently there, and Nynaeve had an entire life that she'd built over the course of like a decade or something like that, you know? So, like, and they don't know that, but
and Egwene doesn't, to her fault, she doesn't know it's the wrong thing. She says it wasn't real, and that's not the thing that Nynaeve needs to hear in that moment.
That is not what she needs to hear.
That it wasn't real
at all, because it doesn't matter if it was real or not. It felt real. Which reminds me, to all intents and purposes, it was.
Yeah, it reminds me, and you don't have to be a Trekkie to understand this, folks, but there's a scene in Star Trek Next Generation, an episode where Captain Picard gets caught by this probe and literally lives an entire life, like I'm talking 40, 50 years, from this other culture. And this culture was decimated by just the nature of the universe changing, and their planet died as a result of their solar system changing. And when they couldn't save themselves, they kind of recorded their memories, their history, their journey, whatever, through one person, and then sent the probe out so that it would then, you know, meet ships and stuff and project that into one of them, and they would experience, and thus their history and their lives would not be forgotten. It was like a, you know, direct memory probe version of writing your history down in the book, so to speak. But Captain Picard lived 40, 50 years, something like that, like an entire lifetime, as this other person, initially thinking, no, this isn't right, and then realize, you know, accepting it, and then coming back. For the rest of the people on the ship, he'd been unconscious for like 5 minutes. You know, he's lived 50 years, and it changes him, gives you perspective on things, you know, and even a decade for Nynaeve, that's going to make a huge difference. And it's just something that
a lot of shit happens in a decade.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, you know, it's something that Egwene's not going to understand. And Elayne is really, you know, she's looking at it from the outside of like, well, you don't know what happened. So you don't have to fix it. You know, that doesn't mean you're just because she supported you last year when you went through losing Rand, even though she doesn't know that's exactly what it was. You know, she says someone I loved more than anyone. It's, you know, she's like, just because you went through that, she supported you when she was struggling as well, doesn't mean that to be her friend, you have to do that too. there are different ways you can support and be there for your friends.
Yeah, that's
You know,
that's the
like-
thing, is that the kind of support that Nynaeve gave to you might not be the kind of support that Nynaeve needs from you. So, like, give her some space. She just got back. Like,
yeah.
I think
but yeah, I think
I think it's I just think Elayne is, you know, giving her the outside perspective that Gawain can't get there. And it just, you know, I don't know, I think it shows something that you know, of Elaine's character, that she's like, I get what you're saying, but try to think of this as well.
yeah. Well, she's already an objective third party, and then the fact that she, with her background, has undoubtedly had a lot of experience having to apply critical thinking. You know, she is much better situated to be able to be like, you really need to stop and think about this in a different way, because you're getting yourself too emotionally involved in something that doesn't actually involve you.
Yeah.
Outside of the fact that you're her friend, but like, this is her grief, this is her pain, and you need to let her feel it.
Yeah.
I think that this scene is when I was rewatching these, I brought this up for the episode 2 people. I was like, you know, when Elayne calls her out, what is Egwene jealous of Nynaeve? And I think she answers it in this scene is that she is jealous of Nynaeve's ability to protect people so selflessly, because Nynaeve puts anyone above herself, no matter what. If it's one of the Terrific people, she'll drop everything, she'll drop anything, and she knows what to do seemingly instinctively, which Egwene she just doesn't have that same ability. And I think she wants to be able to protect the people the way that Nynaeve does. You know, Nynaeve has protected her successfully. You know, she got her here, she made sure Egwene was safe the whole way. She's always been able to comfort her, but she can't return that favor. And I think she's jealous of the fact that Nynaeve can do it without thinking of herself, and then it's probably the self-loathing of like, I'm selfish even in my attempts to be selfless. I'm still thinking of myself, and I can't help but do that. And you know, that's a hard thing to grapple with, especially when you're so young. Like, those are things that you learn through experience to kind of work through and kind of work past. And she wants the results now, and that kind of emotional maturity just doesn't come overnight. It just can't.
Well, and I think a part of what comes with emotional maturity is understanding what your strengths are.
Yep.
Egwene's strengths as we will find out later, her strengths in protecting people and affecting change and shit like that lie in very different areas than Nynaeve. You know, like, I'm sure Egwene would have been a fine wisdom, but she ends up being much better suited to where she ends up. I don't know how spoilery we're getting here, so
we're kind of sticking around sort of books 2, 3, 4. But if you want to talk more, then we just tell people.
And I put the crown on, yeah.
And Kevin puts on the crown to be like, yeah. But yeah, and like you say, it demonstrates the different, you know, Egwene's impatience, how impatient she gets for things, and then it demonstrates very, very strongly how patient Elayne is. You know, because although she wants to do lots, she doesn't. You know, I don't think that, you know, thinking about the books, I don't think she gets very impatient about things. I think she's, you know, she does try to make things move, but she's also not like a Gawain where it's like, well, I need to be amazing at it, or this needs to happen, and I need to be amazing at it right now, or it needs to happen right now. Elaine's like, you know, a bit more, well,
she's too curious. She likes the journey. Gawain likes the results. Elayne likes the journey of like the discovery. She's like it's the science curiosity aspect. She just wants to find the answers. The answers don't bother her that much, but she likes that search for the answers and the search for reason.
I think that's a perfect way.
That is,
It's, you know, it's the journey, not just the destination. Yeah, she wants the answer, but she's absolutely going to enjoy the process of getting there. I think that Egwene is like absolutely a shining example of gifted kid syndrome.
Oh yeah.
Gifted kid syndrome, 100%. Like, you get put in that goddamn gifted and talented program because you're good at stuff when you're in like 2nd or 3rd grade, and then all of a sudden shit stops coming easy to you all the time because
college, and you're not the only kid with a 4.0 average anymore. You know?
Or it doesn't come so easily, and your grade point average fucking tanks.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you lose your scholarship. Not that happened to me.
Who's talking?
No. College was great. It was fine. Fine.
I passed. I got my degree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Eventually.
Yeah. Shall we hop into talking about patience with people and things like that? Shall we see Elayne having to be very patient with a certain situation
Yes.
Yes.
involving both Egwene and Nynaeve? So we'll let me just change the screens around. We'll turn off the music and have some fun watching this. No, well, this is where I queued up not quite right. Oh, here we go. There we go. They're getting drunk again, which I love, by the way.
It's nice
Yep.
for you in a way to know what you're going to be someday.
You know, the only thing I ever wonder about is what it must be like to get to choose your own fate.
Want to trade?
No.
I've been looking for you everywhere. Give us a moment.
This is my room. And my glass I need to wash.
I was just coming to find you.
Heron and Loyal have been captured. I'm going to farm to free them.
She doesn't come back. I think that's the end of it now,
That's
isn't
on the
it?
other side
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
world.
Yeah. There we go. So enough of that.
She
We're going
comes
to
back
watch-
later. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the Elayne part. We're focusing on Elayne, folks. So if you're like, where's the rest of that scene?
But
Um,
that was also just like a beautiful Nynaeve moment
yes, it really, yeah.
where the princess
step.
is like, "This is my room," and Nynaeve's just like,
Yeah,
"You're
I
gonna
couldn't
fucking
tell
try me?"
if
because whose
yeah.
room is it?
I couldn't tell. She's like, well, I'm wisdom, I'm older, or I'm accepted, or I'm bossier, or take your pick. But just
Or
do
I
it,
will
you know?
drop you where you stand. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. But yeah, the initial part of that, it's funny because obviously you titled it in the Excel file that Kev put down to track everything for us, so I could get these clips up. You titled it as obviously Elayne getting kicked out of her own room. I'd forgotten that it starts with Egwene and Elayne talking about the differences in being able to choose your own fate and having it chosen for you, and then do you want to trade? And she's like, no.
Yeah.
But I didn't feel arrogant either. It felt like, no. I thought about what it'd be like to be able to do whatever I wanted. Doesn't mean I want to do it though.
Yeah.
You know, like it's there's a lot of comfort between. I mean, they're probably a little bit tipsy, but it's strong beer.
it's that
But-
that 3 a.m. booze flush honesty. It's beautiful. Yeah, I think that I feel like it's something that Elayne has thought about a lot, but not in a way, in more of like an academic way, in a sort of what would it be like, not in a I wish that I could kind of way, because in the books, Elayne absolutely was like 100% on board with her responsibility and her duty. It did not weigh heavy on her. It did not chafe. She was absolutely on board with what she was going to be when she grew up, and they seem to be going the same way with her character in the show as well. So yeah, I think that Elayne is smart enough to know that any kind of change that she wants to effect, or really most anything she wants to do, she's going to be able to do it as a queen. Like, you know, she understands the benefits of being in a position of power.
Yeah.
And I think this is that scene too is a great, you know, we talked a little bit before for the episode 3 one, is that a lot of Elayne's skill with grief counseling would be beneficial for her to pass on to Rand. Her ability to accept her fate would also be great for her to pass on to Rand, and maybe Perrin, and maybe Matt too. That might be helpful. Maybe Egwene, maybe Nynaeve. I could think of a few characters specifically from the Two Rivers that could use that advice actually to, you know, be okay with who they're going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good number that could use that lesson. But
what's also kind of funny, what I was thinking of as we were watching it, talking about being able to choose your own fate, and the idea that Egwene is that person. But the wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and Egwene's Taviran, man.
She
doesn't
actually
get a
doesn't,
choice
yeah.
and fuck
Yeah.
all, man.
She thinks she does, but she doesn't.
Not
Yeah.
choose your own adventure, babe. You have a job, and it's going to make sure that you do it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's
That's
ironic,
made me.
yeah.
Yeah, that is ironic. It made me just had a question pop into my head here. So in the TV show, all 5 of them are Taviran. Are they going to make Elayne Taviran at some point, do you think? Or are they just going to still leave her to the side?
Well, Taviran don't have to last forever, and they can be Taviran for short moments.
Yeah.
So, like, it depends on how much they want to lean into things happen specifically because there's a Taviran present versus, because, like, you know, the whole, like, walking into a room and being able to command something from a sea folk ship, as a general example, was easier with a Taviran present, for example, versus not, because they might be more resilient or they might not say the right thing at the right time. So it depends on how much they lean into that kind of like the metaphysics of Taviran in the later seasons. I think that they've wisely not done too much with it, and we really don't see it in action until the Dragon Reborn anyway, with like the village stuff as they're passing through villages, and there's all the pregnant people and the married people and whatnot. So like, well, there's points in the future for those visual things of like, oh, Rand was here. You can tell his stink is on it, but
yeah,
you know,
Rand stank.
you can smell him.
That Taviran stank.
That damn stank.
Well, and I was
Yeah.
actually just thinking about how in the first 2 seasons they haven't, like, they brought up the fact that there are 5 Taviran in the 2 rivers, but they didn't really. I don't recall that they went into any kind of detail about what that actually meant, and they didn't address it again in season 2. So that made me wonder, okay, are we dropping the Taviran aspect of it altogether, or are we just going to come back to it later because we've had other plot shit that we've needed to set up that were more important?
I think there's going to be room for it in the future, and it doesn't matter right now.
Yeah.
Like we get it. They're the main characters. That's what being Taviran is. You're a main character.
Yeah.
So like, I think that for the medium right now, it doesn't need to be explicitly stated until you have to. Like until you say this could only happen because this is that kind of person. Like I think that until it has plot relevance, or even until we have Age of Legends people to give more exposition on it, more Forsaken around, or Loyal has more screen time, which he needs as well. That's where we get those lore dumps, is from Ogier and from Age of Legends characters. So I think that it will be relevant when it needs to be, basically. But until then, it's just a fun little sprinkle for book people, you know.
Yeah.
That's
well,
true.
I do hope that they come back to it. I don't see.
I do too. Yeah.
But,
I think they will personally, but
because I mean, I think if nothing else, it's a really interesting, and I mean, we can call it for what it is to a certain extent, which is plot armor. But it's also a really interesting concept, the idea of the fabric of the world is being woven in a very specific way because of these people. And you know, it's the sort of creator that is making that happen. It's interesting lore, I think. It makes it unique from other fantasies. So
I also agree that I think they should bring the Taviran more into focus at some point in later seasons. I think if you were going to bring it back and have it stick with Egwene and Nynaeve, that you should, and it sounds silly, but you should just add Elayne into it as well in some way. If you, it wouldn't make sense to me to have the 5 of them be Taviran, but focus on the 6 of them in the story, if you get what I'm saying. Because obviously it ends with all of them on top of the tower, doesn't it?
Well, Loyal's there too, isn't he?
He's at the bottom. He's like looking
He's
up
at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's looking up. Yeah, almost as much as Massima is going. But yeah.
Freaking Hobbit. God damn it.
Yeah. Damn,
it's funny in a way. It would be like kind of like a meta nod at like how people always refer to the 5 as the Emmonsfield 5 and Elayne. Like she's kind of like just, she's tossed in there. Even at the end, the Forsaken are like, oh yeah, all 5 of them are ours now. Elayne's still flying under the radar. She's the unknown Black Aja hunter. She's the unknown, you know, wild card in the mix for, you know, the Forces of Light in that regard. They don't know she's a threat yet, which is funny. I just think it's funny that she has that. vibe.
Yeah, sorry. I was just put and Meg liked it as well. I was just put a point in there. When Moggy says all 5 of them, I kind of wanted 6 to include Elayne, but then there's Avi and Min. Now we're going to talk a bit about relationships going forward, folks. But this isn't too far ahead, so if you're probably up to probably book 6 or 7, you're fine. But if you think about the relationships, now it's going to be done differently in the book, in the show than it is in the books. Obviously, Rafe's already said that. But the relationship that Rand has with Elayne, Min, and Avienda does kind of make them separate from the Emond's Field 5.
Yeah. Well, and sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, if you have Elayne be Taviran and the other 2 not, then that makes an imbalance in the 4 of theirs relationship. However, they do it in the TV show.
Yeah, and then
potentially.
All of them Taviran. We had 8 Taviran. That's too many Taviran.
Yeah, Taviran, no one's Taviran. Yeah.
So, I guess I kind of like the idea of Elayne being Taviran, I guess, but it's just the way that in the books everybody was like, the girls kicked so much ass they didn't need to be Taviran. Elayne has a lot to offer without needing to be Taviran, and I appreciate that they made Egwene and Nynaeve Taviran, but I think with Min having her visions, and then Avienda being this kick-ass warrior, and Elayne having her skills in diplomacy and just general knowledge of political machinations and shit like that. I mean, we cover a pretty impressive spectrum of abilities there that don't necessarily need enhancing with Taviranness.
I agree.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. So I did not expect to have a Taviran discussion from that one of sharing that, but yeah, I love this. That's amazing. Yellow Free Shawl, Janya, pops back in. Also wanted to go back to your early point about Elayne considering what Egwene or Nynaeve needs. She loves how Elayne left the room because even though she was probably in that moment a little annoyed with Nynaeve, I mean, I think we all would be, she did kind of realize that those 2 need to reconnect more than the fact that she needs to be like, this is my room, you can't kick me out. Which is, I think, a good point as well.
Choose your battles, yeah,
choose your battles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a level of reading the room that I think a lot of them don't possess. So
true.
Backwoods.
Although I suppose that goes along with political acumen and diplomatic abilities. All of that requires, when you're sitting in a room with a bunch of people trying to get shit done, being able to read the room and see what's going on so that you don't say something stupid like telling Nynaeve that it wasn't real.
Yeah.
Talk about reading the room and how that didn't happen. Egwene.
She's trying her best. She's trying so hard.
She's doing a bad job.
she's like, I will fix you. She's that's what she thinks is Winter's Lady's now come in. I've just said this, sorry. Maybe the Avengers shot at the end was the acknowledgement of 6 Taviran. Maybe. But yeah, it shows her experience that she needs to fix it, and then Elayne's sort of upbringing that she's like, you don't have to fix everything to be a friend. Yes, friends help you. Friends will fix things for you at times, but sometimes friends are just there, and friends just sit with you.
Yeah, friends are just friends. They don't have and I mean, I get it because I'm a fixer. It's really hard when
I've been known to do it too.
People come to me with problems, and my instinct is to start looking for solutions. And I have learned people don't always want solutions. Sometimes they just want to bitch. And so usually what I'll do is I'll just ask, okay, are we looking for solutions, or are we venting? What do you need from me?
Or do you just need me to sit there with you and be present with you in this moment and just be?
Yep.
So, and
Would
Elayne
you like
sees
to cuddle?
Yeah.
Should we put out a movie? What do you want to do?
Yeah, it's absolutely the thing. And Elayne sees this, and it shows how she is immature in some things, naive in some things, but when it comes to relationship dynamics between people, she's definitely ahead of the curve.
For sure.
It just shows in so many small ways. So, Sharon is loving the chat, by the way, and everyone who's been on needs to rewatch season 2. Yes, Sharon, you do. Yeah,
I do as well. I actually haven't sat down and watched it with my husband yet, which is an egregious oversight on my part. Divorceable offense.
Yeah. So much toe.
So much toe. Call a tow truck.
Call a tow truck. Oh my god.
Much.
I love that. Okay, so we have one more scene in episode 4. This is, again, they're all quite quick scenes at the moment. So 1 second while I adjust that. This is Elayne getting her first concussion of the
first
event.
of many.
The first of many. You know, this
super
is
bad for you.
Yeah, concussions are not fun. This is very, very true. So
traumatic
let's
brain
bring this up.
injury. Yay!
Who doesn't enjoy a
It's
TBI?
all right, Afam. We'll have some time to come up with a plan.
Yes, I'm following you, obviously. Find out why you're sneaking out of the tower.
Go back right now and keep your mouth shut.
Or you're what? The grain wouldn't hurt me, and you can't even embrace the source.
The engines die. I brought them here. They didn't do anything wrong. You can blame me.
You are a complication. I am sorry for this.
Oopsie.
Oh, that one hurt. Oh.
Yeah. By the way, Kev puts a crown on every time we watch a scene, so he can be in the mindset of Elayne when he's.
Yeah, I'm trying to
experiencing
really
it.
immerse myself. Yeah.
I
Just so you know
appreciate
what-
that. I appreciate the
Yeah.
commitment.
But yeah, that's I think it's hilarious. She turns up, and before she even lets them say anything, she's like, "Yes, I'm following you." Obviously.
Yeah, obviously I followed you, you
Yeah.
dummies.
Yeah, like duh. You know, to be like, you're
Anyone
not subtle
could
with
see
what you're doing. You know, everyone saw what you were doing. Like, there's 100 Aes Sedai behind me right now. You know.
100% I'm spying on you, you dumbasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, also the way that she just fucking full on called out Nynaeve, you can't even embrace the source.
Yeah.
Like, sick burn, man. Like, you did not pull that punch. Jesus Christ.
Definitely not.
That's
a
not how
moment
you
attack.
win friends, dude. Damn.
Egwene's my girl, and you can't do shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you gonna do? Punch
It's
me?
pay-
And yes, Nynaeve would punch you, but you know.
It's payback for she's kicking her out of the room. Like, you kicked me out of my room earlier. Now I'm gonna call you out
Yeah, you
right in
suck
front of your
at
bestie.
you suck
Yeah.
at channeling. You're bad
Yeah.
at doing the thing. So
You might be the most powerful channeler in 1,000 years, but that's
but
when
you can't even
that's-
do it.
Yeah, that's when you can do it. Yeah, and you. Yeah. Although that might, well, she doesn't realize anger breaks Nynaeve's,
Yeah.
gets through Nynaeve's block. So, and that would make Nynaeve angry. So, but yeah, it's a funny moment, like absolute, just like you say, sick burn.
Yeah. Just fucking savage.
Very, very savage. Well, Charlie's making predictions now. Season 1, rumors of 4 Ta'veren. Season 2, all 5 of them. Season 3, 6 something. Season 4, now there's 7. Season 8, all of them. I love
They
that.
were all Ta'veren all along.
They were, yeah, it wasn't
Ta'veren
about.
was in you all along.
Yeah.
It wasn't about one Ta'veren. It was about 757 named Ta'verens or something.
Yeah.
It's about 2,400 some odd.
Some
Ta'veren.
number.
Yeah, named Ta'veren. Yeah. Oh god, no, wait, Peter can't be a Ta'veren.
Oh.
Oh,
But also, like, fucking Leandrin, though.
do you think she was genuinely sorry?
Actually,
For
yeah.
Nynaeve. Just for Nynaeve, though.
Yeah,
Not
just for
for-
Nynaeve. She didn't give a shit about the other two. Because she was absolutely apologizing to Nynaeve. I don't think she gives a shit about the other two. Like,
Yeah.
I do
She
think
was
that
meant-
she was. I think she legitimately likes and respects Nynaeve, which I think is probably unfamiliar territory for her. Because I
Right.
don't think that Leandra genuinely likes or respects almost anyone. So yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, and then the bit about Elayne being a complication. You are a complication. Like,
Yeah.
it's
I love the little side glance too. I noticed this time as well, where when Nynaeve does what she did to Shiriam, where she takes ownership of them being there, she gives her a little glance. She's like, "All right, I see you taking ownership."
Oh, did she do that? Oh, I missed that. I didn't actually
She
catch
gave
that
her a
bit.
little glance. You know, it's a little game recognized game there, where Nynaeve is again, you know, being selfless in her,
feel like
her blunt way.
I need to put this on and watch this again now, but with the sound off, so we can just like see the subtitles. But yeah, I totally missed that. If that's what she does,
It's just a little glance, you know, like, you know, no wasted shot. Why would you ever have a shot in there that doesn't, you know, mean anything or have at least a little bit of something to it? So I take everything in.
Yeah. This bit's still good. I do love that Elayne is like put on a cloak to follow them. So she's like, I'll go outside if we need to, type thing. Yeah, yeah, she does look. Yeah, yeah.
Just a little look of acknowledgement, you know.
Yeah, just a little look where you're going, oh, okay. And what you just said, what? Right there.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I also appreciate the fact that, like, whereas Egwene kind of goes behind Nynaeve, Elayne steps up next to her. She's fucking terrified. You can see it on her face. But she steps up next to her, like, ready to stand in solidarity when...
let's...
stepping forward every little bit,
If you back it up a little bit further, you'll see Egwene step back.
So she's used to being protected by Nynaeve, whereas Elaine's like, oh yeah, she does like, and then Elaine's like, no, I'm going to step forward and and then realizes she doesn't have to because Nynaeve's taking all the responsibility.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Just
very subtle stuff.
Stuff. Yeah.
It's like they know how to make a TV show or something.
What?
No, can't be saying stuff like that.
Nah,
Come on, Jess.
Nah.
No. Too many compliments. There's too many compliments. No.
Too woke.
I hate about this show. So woke. Everyone's awake all the time.
Nobody sleeps. Jesus Christ. How can you function?
So unrealistic.
But yeah, it's just another example of showing Elaine's character. She's like, shit's hitting the fan. I'll step up and try and take ownership, or at least take focus.
So take partial responsibility. I think.
So others don't get in trouble or punished or whatever it might be.
Well, and I think that, again, going back to Elaine's upbringing, she is the crown princess. She is going to be queen, and she's being raised accordingly. And she's been taught, I think, that you need to take responsibility for your actions, and you may have to take responsibility for the actions of other people who are doing things in your name. Yeah. So you need to get used to that. And so I think that this is probably just like pounded into her skull to such an extent that it's like it's an instinctive kind of thing that I take responsibility for stuff because I'm going to be the boss.
Yeah.
And Nynaeve was the boss. Nynaeve was the boss too. She was the wisdom. She was the leader of the women's circle. So she has that. She does have that shared experience too, in a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why it feels like it happens so instinctively, because she's been the leader before. She's been in charge. She gets it. So.
Yeah, and I think that, and I'm trying to remember because it's been a while since I've actually watched through them, but I think that like it's taking Egwene being away from Nynaeve to actually start coming into her own power. Like, I know we're talking about Elayne, but I think that I think that Egwene is very much used to standing behind Nynaeve, having Nynaeve be the one who's protecting her, who's taking care of her. She's not doing it for herself. Not because she doesn't want to, but because she's never needed to. And then when she's finally away from Nynaeve, does it suck what she goes through? Yes, absolutely. Is she going to come out on the other side of that being somebody who is fully self-sufficient and traumatized? Yes. Both of those things. Plus also more traumatic brain injuries. So
So many
So,
TBIs.
yeah, I think
I
that we
think
can
we're NFL football
absolutely,
players.
like, if Egwene wasn't already ADHD as a gifted kid, then she's absolutely on the neurodiverse train now because she's got complex PTSD and a fucking traumatic brain injury. So,
Yeah,
welcome aboard, kiddo.
the stunt folks must have seriously gone for a lot for some of these.
Yeah. like, how are y'all not wearing helmets? I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
worried about your brains.
We just want to make sure you're healthy, all right?
This is
You
very
don't
true.
need to have brain soup.
Yeah. Don't let your brain meat slosh around all that much. Just, it's fine. It's
No.
just a show, please.
Yes, very, very true. So this is the end of episode 4. So we've had Elayne in 3 of them, because obviously she wasn't in the first episode, so she's in 7 in season 2. And we've gone from someone in just 3 episodes, someone who turns up and is just like got servants and is like, oh, like, you know, just sees someone else that thinks they're a servant maybe, to someone who is actually, you know, showing that they stand, you know, well, I'll take responsibility for, you know, someone done fucked up, and, you know, I'll do this and handle it, and listening to everyone, and, you know, sometimes being like, okay, you don't need me to do this, or actually you need a hush truth, or you need a comforting shoulder right now, and, you know, really showing a great sort of complexity to how she deals with people. And it doesn't feel rushed.
Mm-mm.
You know, it feels like it flows very, very easily. She's got, I don't know, probably like 7 minutes of screen time at this point. How many scenes she actually had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, she probably had at that stage 2, 3, 4, 6, probably like 12 minutes total over like 8 or 9 scenes. And it doesn't feel like any of it is, you know, just sort of hit and thrown in there so quickly, which is crazy.
Not at all. And you know, the other thing that I really appreciate is that it really does feel like the friendship between her and Egwene doesn't feel rushed either. It absolutely feels like it's growing at a normal pace. Like it's I feel like it's one of those friendships where like you're besties right off the bat, but you know, even when you're besties right off the bat, you still have to get to know somebody, and it takes a little bit of time to get into your groove. And so it feels very natural the way that they've managed this. I think it's really good. So kudos on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love the way that they introduced her. Obviously a very important person, bunch of shit, bunch of servants coming in, like loading in all of her crap, and you're like, oh, it's a princess. Of course it is. And then you very quickly find out that she is a person of character and quality. You know, she's not a princess, she's a future queen, and a good one at that.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think they did a great job writing this part, and Ceara Coveney is fucking amazing.
She is doing
like,
an amazing
she's
job.
perfect. Like Rafe said, she's just Elayne, and it's just like, fuck, wow.
When you're right, you're right. Yeah.
Or when you're right, you're right. You're right. It's like she's fantastic. Like,
yeah, she really is. It's so funny to watch some of these scenes back, trying to like dig in and only watch these scenes. I've never done a read through where I'm like, I'm only reading chapters from a certain character's POV.
Yeah, I've thought about doing those, but I've never done them either. But
But I feel like
Yeah.
we're doing that for the TV show right now, and it's so interesting because you're not focusing on the story, you're focusing on the character.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I think this is actually honestly a really interesting thing to do, because not only do you get to sit down and actually study what the character is doing in the show, but then you can draw parallels between what they're doing, what's different in what they do in the books and what's similar. And this went down differently, but it still works. It's still in character. Like, I think this is a very fun thing to talk about. So thanks for having me, guys.
Of course.
No, thank you for joining us. We are going to hop on to, I need to give me a second while I do it. We're over to episode 5 now. This one starts very entertainingly because this is Ceara's technically in this scene as Elayne, but
I titled this scene "Elayne is unconscious."
Yes. So right now we are going to just for Kev, because wait, no, that sounds creepy. We're gonna watch her.
Oh,
Elayne
Baron, I love you
sleep.
so much. God, I love
I'm
her.
still muted as well.
Oh, it is still muted. My apologies.
Look at that sleeping. Wow.
Just incredible sleeping right there,
Incredible
isn't
sleeping. So well done.
it? Yes.
I love how Nynaeve's even frowning in her sleep. Girl is so stressed out.
You're shielded and bound. I'd warn you not to try anything, but...
Is that it? I don't know. Do we see Ceara again?
That's what the one power.
I think that's actually technically the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the next time they cut back to Leandrin, it's a closer up shot, and we don't see her for the rest. Yeah, she's just like,
Yeah, so it's only 22 seconds that you've put there as the timing that you see her on screen for.
Absolute brilliant.
10 out of
Absolute
10.
brilliant sleeping. So well done. Get this girl an
Yes.
Emmy.
Get her an Emmy.
So natural looking, you know. I just
Yeah.
never questioned it.
But yeah,
I just am. How are none of them snoring?
I mean, yeah, doesn't everybody snores at some point?
At some
whether
point,
you-
it's got to happen.
Yeah, why is no one
Resting
letting out like a
wisdom
little
face.
fart, like a little?
RWF resting
Yeah, a little
wisdom
sleep
face.
fart. Like, yes,
You know, that happens.
it does.
It's noisy in the waist. That's why you can't hear it. 'cause
That's why
it's
you can't
like,
do a little sleep
"Ah,"
fart?
Yeah.
Well,
that's
then
what's
they
going
are
on, yeah.
failing at sleep farts.
There we go. Yes.
Can I just say, sidebar? Every time I fart, my puppy's like, "What the fuck?" It's so funny. He's just like, "Wait, what the hell was that?" Like, don't worry about it. It's just fine.
I love
Robbie,
that.
you've got to
That's,
come back here to meet this puppy. He's so fucking
It's just
cute.
the black
You'll love him.
wind.
Just
Yeah,
the black wind.
Black wind.
The black wind.
Yeah, occasionally
love
when my
that.
husband and I fart, we'll be like, "I cast thunder wave."
That's brilliant. So far, Kira's had 3 scenes in each of the previous episodes. In episode 5, she, because of this, gets 4 scenes.
Mhm.
So
She was the star of this one, that's for damn sure.
Oh, yeah.
definitely the star of this one, yes. But I'm going to skip ahead, and we will get to what I put in the intro as one of her highs, which is taking the first shot, as Kev has written down here. So let me. We'll play a little bit with some of maybe with some of the intro to it.
Yeah, because she's in the background, you know.
Yeah.
More
Well,
important
Leandrin's
things
talking.
to do than play
Yeah.
fetch with his dog.
What you do to these women is an abomination. Perhaps the Shon-chan should learn proper respect for the One Power.
On the contrary, we respect the One Power so much we don't believe that anyone should wield it by accident of birth. Our Suldam train for years to prove themselves worthy. They earn their right, unlike the Aes Sedai. Our master's needs will change with time, you know.
And all Marath Damane will be leashed eventually. Perhaps I will be the one to place the collar around your lovely throat.
Our master's needs will change. I'll remind you of it on the day you kneel to me.
So that's more Elayne sleeping, folks.
Emmy worthy.
If you last that long.
Bring them to me.
Do something.
What is she supposed to do?
Run! Nabir Kal! Nabir Kayet!
Wait, where's Egwene?
Right, and that's it. Yeah, very very cool scene.
That scene was just as homoerotic in the books, just in case anyone was curious. Between Siroth and Leandrin, it was just the same in the books. It was
Honestly,
so ripe
like-
with tension. Oh,
The hate sex between those two would be absolutely just scorching.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely scorching.
the spit and fire.
Like, I know that we're here to talk about Elayne, but I cannot ever get over Leandrin's just like fucking absolute chaos. Just
Oh yeah.
absolute chaos all the way down. She's like, yeah, okay, so I did this thing, which I absolutely shouldn't have done because that's some bullshit. But you know what? Fuck you anyway.
Yeah.
Broop, unshielded, untied, go fuck yourselves. Good luck. Like,
Yeah, and Winner's Lady coming in. Appreciate how Egwene has taught Elayne the importance of not channeling using your hands. Yeah,
yeah,
because that's
It's
like
a
a lot.
big handicap. It's a big
Yeah.
handicap.
big handicap.
hmm Before we dive any more into this episode, more people are starting to arrive. Have some fun.
Oh.
Yeah. It's funny because that's what indicates to me the hour has come round. And obviously folks are welcome to stay. Jess, you don't have to run away, so I'm not saying that at all. But
I'll
I'm just
probably
like,
stay
oh
for a
wait,
little bit longer.
sure. We've done another hour. We have Elaine's fangirl turning up here. Please welcome Alyssa.
Hello.
Elayne fan from birth. Alyssa, we're up to episode 5.
Yes.
We watched Elayne sleep. And now we watch all the first punch.
Love it.
Yeah. You've been an Elayne fan from birth. I didn't realize this.
Well, I didn't quite read them in utero, but it feels like that sometimes. So, I mean, I guess since first read, which is birth for a lot of us, right? So,
Fair.
That's like how the Borderlanders say, it's been this many years since I got my first sword. We say
Exactly.
how old we are since we first got Eye of the World. So yeah.
Oh,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Wow.
Means
I'm
I'm
so
probably
much
a
younger than I
lot
thought I was.
younger than the rest of you because I didn't read it until I was in my 20s.
Me too.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm now 23. Nice.
I am.
Gosh.
When did I get it? 2006?
This
I
is the
do
new challenge
math.
now. This is like, yeah.
So
I'm a
I'm
9-year-old boy this year. I'm a 9-year-old boy this year.
Okay.
It's been 18 years since I received my first Eye of the World.
You guys. Well, I'm obviously more seasoned. I am now 31 years old.
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
I might have done my math wrong though, because I'm not good at math. Because what is it? It's 2024. And I think I read it
That's
first
fair.
time in 2006. Math.
Yeah, 2015 was my first one, so 2006 for you.
No, I was right.
yeah.
It's 18.
Yeah,
Look at me.
yeah,
I did a math.
yeah.
Nice.
I'm bisexual. We can't do math. I'm pretty proud of myself.
That's amazing. I love that. So, Alyssa, did you watch the scene that we just played? Did you see that?
No, I didn't get to. I was gone this morning,
Okay.
so I'm just kind of catching up. I'll have to watch
No,
the
not a
rest of
problem.
it earlier.
No, that's fine.
Later.
So we just played. I'll skip to. Let me skip to that bit, and we'll just put it back on. So this is the bit where Leandrin's just left
Bring
and
them
woke them
to
up.
me. Do something. I can't. Run! Wait, where's Egwene?
How does her hair still look so good? It's just
It's a
so
great
pretty.
question.
Yeah. So that's a pretty badass scene. just Elayne being like, no one else is doing anything. Egwene's just being like, Nynaeve, fix it. And then Elaine's just like, well, I'll sort it out then. Another example for taking responsibility.
Yeah, stepping up. Like, she thought really fast on her feet. I can appreciate that. Yeah, I was disappointed in Egwene in that moment, to be honest.
She bounced back with the shield, though.
She did bounce back, which I appreciated very
know.
much. That was a good,
Yeah.
that was a smart move that she made. But,
And she's had the Nynaeve crutch for a long time, right? She's always been,
has.
oh, well, she's so much stronger. I should rely on her for everything instead of taking it herself. So if she was by herself and Nynaeve hadn't been there, maybe she would have acted faster.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
maybe.
thinking. I think that you're absolutely right. I think it's a Nynaeve crutch that she's just so used to. We were talking about this earlier too, that she's just so used to Nynaeve taking care of everything that she's never done it herself.
Even from a non-power standpoint, just as a wisdom, it's like, oh, you turn to Nynaeve for everything. So yeah, I think it's just sort of ingrained.
That makes a lot of sense. I hadn't thought about it like that. So, but then you would think that Elayne would have some kind of crutch, being like, people always do stuff for me because I'm the daughter there, and she's not like that at all.
Not at all. I don't know. I feel like probably more gays taught her from a really early age, like, you have to get things done. This is your responsibility. I think, like, maybe the menial stuff, sure, but that's so that she could focus on the important things. I don't know.
Right.
That's a good point, yeah.
Also, DK coming in chat and being like, wow, so brutal. Elayne and Nynaeve don't need to outrun the Shan-Chen, they just need to outrun Egwene.
Oh!
Wow!
Too soon, man. Damn.
Oh, dude.
That's almost as bad as that sick burn that Elayne did on Nynaeve.
Oh,
about
yeah.
not being able to embrace the source.
Yeah. Lily didn't raise no fool either.
Right. I actually have an aunt called Linny.
Oh.
It's not spelled the same way. And I grew up with my grandma living at home, and she's from, this is off topic, sorry. She was raised in Australia, very strict. So I had a kind of like my grandma at home. Yeah. She was like, she was like,
you had your very own Linny.
I totally did.
Yeah. Is this why you're an Elayne fan from birth? You're just like,
I mean, it's like a lot of it is that, yeah.
I can relate so much.
So much. Like, okay, I get it, Grandma.
Yeah, fair. So what's your favorite moment from this scene, folks?
Elayne.
Good answer. Good answer.
Just thinking about her.
The hair.
The graph of the. Go ahead.
Go
Sorry.
ahead. No,
I was just going to say the channeling looks amazing in the scene.
Mm-hmm.
It does. I'm curious where Elayne learned fireballs from, or whatever it was.
It
That she shot
looked
out.
like a bolt of lightning almost.
A bolt of light. Yeah.
Because it was air and fire, which I think is what they use for lightning, to call down a bolt of lightning, and then it looked kind of like bolty when it came down. But
right.
Well, she's not. Obviously, we know she hasn't shied away from figuring stuff out. So, I mean, whether she learned, yeah.
Oh no, go ahead. I was going to interrupt you. You should continue.
It's really fine. Whether she learned at the tower or just figuring it out on her own at home, I don't think she would have. Yeah.
I can totally see Elayne sneaking off like down into some like lower dungeon in the palace in Camelin and just like shooting shit just to figure out how to do it.
Oh, for sure.
I've just got visions of me like, so am I in a brewing mood, or should I go like?
Do I want to make some?
Do you want to blow shit up, or
gin, or do I want to figure out how to blow shit up?
Yeah,
Do I want to drink a fireball or throw a fireball?
Yeah. Yeah, that is. Yeah, maybe she made a mistake with one of those late night brewing sessions, and accidentally like putting the pressure, because lightning comes from pressure. Atmospheric pressure is what causes, the pressure of putting all the molecules together that actually causes the static electricity, which I'm throwing science down now, folks, which causes lightning. So maybe the pressure of causing the beer, she's a little lightning in a bottle situation. That's some tester on the go. So
Yeah, I
Makes
could see
sense.
that actually. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised too if like I know like they might not get this deep, but if she has like a power affinity, air might be a good affinity for her. You know, she can do it with the fermentation. She
That is
calls
true.
the bolt down. She learns some air stuff from the sea folk at some point in the Shadow Rising as well, like with the Windfinders. So I think that air is a good kind of like a good elemental kind of association for her. Yeah.
Yeah, she does
Yeah.
seem to be very strong in those areas anyway. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
This is very, very true. Very true.
Just lift it.
Yeah, it's a great scene. Shall we move on to the next one, or because I don't think aside from her attacking first, there's a huge amount in the scene, is there?
not
I
really.
think the only thing I pulled away from it again when I was getting the scenes was that her first instinct is to attack, and Egwene's first instinct is to do that shield. And I think I've been talking about this a lot on Twitter recently, but I think Egwene spent a lot of time practicing shields in those few months in that time jump before we see them at the tower, because as like a way to process their trauma, learn how to protect people with weaves or whatever. So I think it's just interesting that they're put in a moment of crisis. They're called upon to do the first weave that comes to mind. Elayne shoots a bolt of lightning, and Egwene weaves a shield. So, daughter air.
I
hate it.
Oh my gosh,
That's
too
so good. That is so good. I love that. Well done, Eliminatrix.
It also sort of prequels her choice of Aja.
God, yeah, it does. Yeah, the battle Aja. Yeah, you're right. God, I hate that. I didn't think of that. I hate that so much.
Yeah. Before we hop into the next scene, Alyssa's co-star from her podcast has just arrived. Please welcome another Rob to the stream. Hey, Rob.
Welcome.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hi, friends. How are y'all doing?
We're good. We're talking
Fine
about
as
Elayne.
Rottweiler.
Do you like Elayne? We're talking about Elayne.
I love Elayne.
You love Elayne? That's
My
good.
longtime 20-year crush. Well, probably longer
Oh.
than 20 years.
Wow, how
Wow.
old are you? Basically, when did you first get Eye of the World? That's how old you are.
20. It's been 25 years since my first name day. Wait,
It's been 25 years.
I was
This,
no. It's been. Let's see. I was 25, and now I'm 48. So
23 years.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh,
23.
Quick maths.
I'm
Yeah.
so old.
Too early for maths. I need more
Or you're just an
calcium.
early
I think
adopter.
that you're probably not so very, very old. It's that you started way sooner than the rest of us.
It's both. It's both.
Yeah, I
Because I reckon
started.
that you and I are probably about the same age.
Yeah, I
Most-
started when I was the same age as Rand and Matt and Perrin, so I get their 20-year stupidity. I was 20 when I started the books, so
Fair. All right, we're on to the third scene in episode 5 now, Rob. So this is some exposition. So far in this episode, we watched Elayne sleep. We've watched Elayne shoot first. Now we get some exposition. So
So good.
There's a
knew you-
t-shirt idea there.
I knew you would appreciate that, Jess.
100%.
Rob,
Right.
I'm gonna need Rob.
Yes.
Weekly Wheel News. I'm gonna need that shirt.
all right. I get on that.
Yeah, we have to be careful. There's
You
two
shot
Robs,
first.
so like I might have to be like Malky or something for the next hour because there's two Robs on stream now. So this is gonna be fun.
You're the colonizer. I'm the rebel, right? Is that what it
The
was?
what?
The rebel.
I would say the Revel. Oh, like the Revel.
My accent. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, it's because because you reveled. That's why.
Oh yeah. That's,
Reveled when you threw the tea in the harbor. So traitor,
yes, that's right.
traitor Rob,
It's a good
traitor Rob
place
is
for-
what we
it's
call
a
it.
good place
Yeah.
for tea.
Good place for tea.
Half
Right,
only.
let's play
On the
this scene
market.
now.
We're drinking
Shush,
half
don't
out
make me
here in
mute you.
Sunshine, I tell you what.
I got unreasonably excited about the camels, I'm going to be honest.
The camels are pretty cool.
They leveled up their camel game for this season.
The city, this farm on Tomenhead. We're thousands of miles west of the White Tower, Nynaeve.
Home. That's where Leandrin said Perrin and Loyal were being taken.
Stand there and be more obvious.
Don't draw any attention to us. They're going to be looking for us. We need to be careful. These soldiers, they're not from Farm or Toman Head. They're foreigners. Occupy.
I don't care where they're from. All I care about is finding Egwene and getting out of here.
Elayne decided she didn't want to follow anymore.
Stop. You're going to get us both killed. First, we need to change our clothes.
Our clothes? Not fancy enough for you.
Those soldiers at the Waygate were looking for us. They would still be looking for us. Here, follow me.
I'm not taking orders from you, Princess. I don't even know you.
Concussion number
Morty,
3.
Yes.
I love that that guy was like, would you shut the fuck up? You're gonna blow this whole thing. Dumbasses.
Yeah. It's funny. I
He had another traumatic brain injury.
I picked up obviously that, you know, he turns up at the end. I didn't pick up that he's like there when they walk into the town for some reason. I was too focused on them when I first watched this, and now I'm watching. I'm like, oh wait, the water's there the entire time, watching them. Like he was waiting for them almost. Yeah. Bonk bonk. TBI watch.
Yeah.
TBI Watch 2024.
So, but yeah, this is like the first one-on-one interaction that Elayne and Nynaeve have, and obviously, it started off the first time they met was Nynaeve coming out of the Archers, which is extremely raw and crazy and vulnerable way to meet someone. It's very traumatic, and the next time they interact is getting kicked out of her room, and then it's like, but you can't even channel. So they've had like a rough up and down sort of thing, and now it's just the two of them. Which has not happened before.
They have had a pretty fraught start to their friendship. It's a little bit of a dubious start.
Yeah,
not a lot of downtime to get to know each other. Yeah.
No, yeah. Rob, since you've joined us now and you haven't had a chance to comment other than tell us how old you are, what do you think about the way that their friendship or their relationship, whatever, is forming? You know, since Nynaeve came out of the Archways in effect, and now there's just the two of them in a city under attack.
I really like it because it's echoing, you know, what you get a little bit later in the books, you know, but like I was listening to Wheel Takes pod. They just did a breakdown of this episode, you know, and they're talking about how you know, the Elayne and Nynaeve relationship is really growing throughout this episode, and it's really fun to watch. One of the things that I thought was interesting, because we had just finished reading The Shadow Rising, and there's echoes of a scene in here when Elayne and Nynaeve were talking about the clothes, and Nynaeve's like, well, are these clothes not fancy enough for you, princess? You know, like that. It's not word for word the same conversation, but it's the same gist of the conversation that they have, you know, when they're in Tenchiko. And you know, you can kind of see, you know, Nynaeve's developing begrudging respect for Elayne, realizing like, you know, she shouldn't be jealous about, you know, Egwene's friendship with her. You know, they can both be friends in their own different ways and stuff. And I think once Nynaeve, you know, to use a term from the first season, like, you know, once her spines retract, then you know, they'll have a little bit better of a you know, a friendship. But it's fun to watch it right now because it's very much kind of echoes Nynaeve's kind of resentment about people with more privilege. You know, like she had mentioned that to Moraine with the White Tower in season 1, You know, like she thinks that the old wisdom got turned away. I think it was the old wisdom got turned away from Tarvalon because they thought she was poor, you know, like, and Nynaeve perpetually has that chip on her shoulder in the show. I don't think that that's as much of an angle in the books, but it's different because, you know, she's just resentful of Aes Sedai and they're meddling and she wants to protect her people. And they kind of, you know, add in that economic, you know, rivalry kind of aspect in the show, which I think makes a little more sense to first time, you know, watchers and, you know, people who aren't as familiar with the books. So I like it. I like it.
It is very fun. Alyssa, what are your thoughts about them, these two so far?
Well, I just love in the scene how you're even more it's introduced even more how knowledgeable Elayne is, how she instantly knows where they are. She knows that they're where it is. She knows that the soldiers are not from Falm, however we're saying it. And she just is willing to take over the situation. It's so fun to see kind of the similarities in their personalities kind of rub against each other because, you know, Nynaeve's used to being in charge, Elayne's used to being in charge. And while Nynaeve is brilliant, she's, you know, she is wise, her realm of experience is much smaller in terms of, you know, she's been taking care of 2 rivers and that's a lot of responsibility, but as far as like cultural, you know, the map of the world, she just doesn't have the same scope that Elayne has had drilled into her since she was born. So it's weird for her. It's probably extremely difficult for Nynaeve to let go and not be in charge. And when she's used to it, but she needs to recognize this is not the place for her to take over because there's someone there who has more experience and knows how to better handle the situation. So it's really interesting to see that play out.
I think Elayne has a much more developed emotional IQ. You know, she can read the situation better, where Nynaeve's, you know, she's perpetually, you know, like resorting to bullying to get her way just because, you know, she always feels like she's pushed to the background and not taken seriously. And Elaine's just much more, I think, just politically savvy given her, you know, her training up until now and the fact that, you know, she's been going to White Tower summer camp for the past several years and stuff. So
White Tower summer camp. I love it.
She gets
what happens if White Tower summer camp stays at White Tower?
That's another t-shirt design.
Yeah, I was about to say, Rob, there's another t-shirt design right there. White Tower summer camp.
That one, that was a little star on my head right when I said that. Ding.
Yeah, I think another piece of the puzzle too, though, is that Nynaeve is, I mean, she obviously has poor emotional regulation. Girl, we know, okay? We see it. But I think she also is very much used to having to rely on herself, figure shit out herself. If she doesn't know, she's got to figure it out because she can't depend on anybody else because everybody is looking to her. She's the one who has to figure it out. And so she is not yet familiar with the idea of, I can actually yield something. Like, I can yield the floor to somebody who actually knows what the fuck they're looking at. You know, it's like between that and the fact that she's absolutely frantic that they can't find Egwene, not just the fact that they can't find her friend, but they can't find the person that Nynaeve has now failed to protect, which just adds like salt into the wound of the fact that she can't embrace the source with any kind of reliability. You know, it's just like things compounding for her. And then the absolute like frantic overwhelm of feeling like she can't ask for help because she's never been able to ask for help before. So not only is all this terrible shit happening, but she's got to figure it out by herself because she always has to.
Yeah, and one thing that I don't think really gets talked about for the whole rest of the season is how, and I was guilty of this, you know, we get to the end and I'm like, why isn't Nynaeve doing anything? And then I thought more about it. Like, she's extremely traumatized. Like, she has this whole experience that she's got 7 years of life that she lived through, and now those memories are starting to fade. Does she want them to fade? Does she what's going to happen in her future? Like, I don't think that was really touched on nearly. I mean, I know they knew it was there, but like, that's something that's been really, really struck me as I've watched it, you know, multiple times, to be like, every time I look at her face now, I think she's got this whole inner dialogue of like, what happened, and would you like, you don't, I don't know, I've got kids. I think I would be completely paralyzed if all of a sudden one of my children that I thought, you know, because she lived the life, she lived it, wasn't real, and then was fading from my memory. I would be so messed up. So the fact that she's just, anyway, sorry, we're talking about Elayne because I love it, but that's just one of the aspects of this season that every time you look at her, you have to remember, whoa, she's just been through some serious stuff,
like serious shit.
It doesn't stop there either. Yeah, it's gonna keep coming.
Well, no, it's not.
Well, and I think that it's important to talk about because it informs the way she interacts with Elayne in these scenes.
Right.
So, you know, there's a lot of headbutting, and that would have happened anyway just because of their personalities. But now, like, Nynaeve is absolutely spiraling out of control. Elayne is trying to rein her back in again, and then they both get so wrapped up in that shit that, you know, Basan can come and give them another traumatic brain injury so that he can get them off the street and into safety because they're being freaking idiots. So... You know, like Elayne is obviously very well aware that they need to be cautious, but like her caution is slowly starting to slip as she's trying to get Nynaeve back under control. And so eventually to the point where even she isn't seeing what's happening around them. So, you know, and honestly, that's Nynaeve's fault. Not that I blame her, not that she could have done anything different, but you know, that's what it was. Yeah.
It's tough. You know, it's very common, like Elayne has just agreed with you, you know, that in society in general, people, you know, trauma tends to get minimized, and it makes sense that we accidentally minimized it in the show and kind of was like, oh, well, you know, it's been dealt with, you know, or that episode's moved on with different episodes and we forget, you know. And Elayne, as we pointed out during the mopping scene, to Egwene, who feels like she needs to fix Nynaeve, you know, because, well, she's my friend, I need to fix her. You know, she needs fixing. Something's broken. That's what she did for me. That's how it works. Like, you know, Elayne made her realize that you don't always have to fix your friends to be a friend. Sometimes you just sit with your friend, or you be with a friend, or you listen to them vent. You know, there's different ways you can be a friend. Different moments require different things. And she's clearly trying to remember that now, because Daddy's getting upset and be like, we need to do something. What, are my clothes not good enough for you? And she's just there like, you know, we need to...
We need a freaking disguise, idiot. They know what we look like.
Yeah, we need to figure this out rather than just like rush in type thing. But she's not doing it like a, you know, why aren't you realizing this? It's more of a case of like, okay, I get that you've got a lot going on, but we need to, you know, have a chat almost.
We're being hunted, girl.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally hunted. If they catch us, it's going to be bad.
It's funny that was like kind of the big takeaway I had from the scene was that Nynaeve, in a way, I feel like she reacts to Elayne in the way that I think that a lot of book readers' first impression of Elayne is they think she's just this snobby, snot-nosed princess, and Nynaeve is treating her with a lot of assumption in mind. Like, oh, you only want to do this because of all these things I assume are about true about you. And, you know, we saw, you know, in the first few episodes, the viewer got to experience that's not what Elaine's about. And a lot of readers don't get to, you know, they might miss that. They might not pick up on it. They might, you know, pass them by. But we've seen it now. So now we see that Nynaeve's kind of being an ass because you're already closed off. You're not taking the chance to know this person. And you're also making wide assumptions about their character and what they deem important in their skill set. So it's a good window, I think, to another perspective of why some people don't like Elayne is because they see her the way Nynaeve does right now, which is tough. You know, it's a tough situation.
If I had a dime for every, well, maybe not a dime, but for every time someone said, "Oh, Elaine's just spoiled," like being privileged.
She's so not spoiled.
Not at all.
Being privileged does not equal being spoiled. You can be both.
Privileged. She is privileged, but she is not spoiled. Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah, you can tell she's very down to earth, and she cares about people regardless of their station. You know, like she's just, that's what's gonna make her a great queen. Oh, spoiler alert! Sorry.
I mean, we all know she's the daughter heir.
Yeah, that's not like a crazy. I mean, no matter what happens in the story, eventually she would be queen, regardless of when. So that's not a spoiler.
I wonder, are you guys keeping a tally of how many times she tells people she's the daughter heir? I'm sure it's not as many as Nynaeve or Nynaeve.
I think it's only been once. She's actually
It's
mentioned
it's
The whole
it's
Dr.
two
Bear
times.
thing.
It's as many times as she's been concussed so far, actually. So
Oh.
two.
It correlates.
Because she says it slowly to Egwene when she first meets her, and then she says, "I'm the daughter heir of the most powerful kingdom." So that's two,
Right, that's
technically.
two.
Oh, if it's the same person, does it count when it's the same
I don't
person?
know if it's the same. I don't know. To
I'd say
consider.
yeah.
To consider.
She just wants everybody to know she's got credentials.
Yeah, you know. Just don't forget it. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, don't forget it. This is true. So, I like the I like that they skipped because obviously in the books they have like everybody coming into farm is being checked and collared by Soldam sat at the gates like checking people as they come and stuff like that, and they've had to like sneak in somehow. I can't remember how they actually get into farm actually in the because don't they have Soldam at the gates?
Oh yeah, they do have to do a little sneaking around there too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that they've just sort of skipped that in the show, and they're just like they've snuck in.
Yeah,
and
like I
they're
feel
not
like
doing
that's
that.
not something that would have been like absolutely relevant to.
It's not great TV. Yeah.
No,
No, it's not great TV at all.
Well, and the thing is that it isn't like absolutely important to the plot. Like if there was a reason that we would be coming back to that at some point, then yeah, fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not critical.
But I do love that they've kind of adapted it a little bit. That Basan was not sat there waiting for them, but was sat there spying and caught them and then just followed them around. So in a way, they still got caught by someone, even though it wasn't like
They're still not good at sneaking. Yeah.
They're still not good at sneaking in. So it kind of like for me, it was like an altered version of like being caught sneaking in, even though they weren't in the books. It was fun for me. I liked it, especially now that I've watched back, and actually looked and noticed him as opposed to just watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that I actually noticed him at the first time I watched it either. I was like, oh shit, there's Basan. Oh,
yeah, because he shows up right
immediately.
Yeah, he's literally there as they walk in. 1 second, let me.
Does Nynaeve still have her accepted bands on her wrists when they walk in? Because I wonder if that's how he notices them. Because obviously they have the white dresses, but Nynaeve rips the rainbow bands off at some point, and I'm not sure if it's here yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
It might be after they get caught.
That's possible. Maybe because they're under her arms are under blankets. Yeah, so the
guy's number one.
This guy's number one, so you can't see them, and they've obviously put down the baskets now. And then
she's draped.
Yeah,
at the very least, their white their dresses are probably noticeable for a warder who would know what to look for.
For sure.
That's very possible.
Also, they did just say the White Tower, so maybe he heard that.
Maybe. And let's see, there he is. I never picked up that was him until even on rewatches that he was there, but somehow he's just paid attention and noticed them.
Well, and to be perfectly honest, like they're not exactly being subtle because first of all, they're wearing white dresses, which is just weird. Second of all, like they look sus as fuck. Like they're looking around, they're super nervous. They're like
following
darting
that
around.
wagon,
We're sneaky. Like you don't look like you fucking go here, man. Like what's your fucking deal? But I do think I want to go back and touch again on like Elayne's immediate
recognition of farm.
Yeah, like her immediate recognition of where they were, how far away it is from where they were. Like, she's like, holy shit, we were just in the way. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
So, like, just the knowledge that she has at her disposal is so amazingly useful. I mean, not just from like a plot driving standpoint, like she told us where they were and how far away it was and all this other shit. But, from the standpoint of just like demonstrating what she's bringing to the table in terms of her knowledge and capabilities and shit, which are considerable.
Mm-hmm. From an acting point of view, that was a bunch of exposition, but didn't feel like it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was kind of a boatload of exposition.
She's a great loyal for the season. Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually a really good point because we don't get that from Loyal this season. So we get it from Elayne in different moments instead.
That's funny.
Also love Miss Sarah James and comment now like roll d20 and do a stealth check. Roll, fail.
Yeah, that's a total failure on that one.
And a question for something. I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to see this, but Leia's asking is Nynaeve wearing her ring? So maybe we should go back see if we can find that.
That's
she's smart,
true,
she's
actually.
not.
Yeah, let's Matt hatch this shit.
I mean,
Yeah, how deep can we zoom?
Zoom
I don't know
enhance.
if I
have to
actually
lighten it
can
up,
zoom
too.
at all.
Zoom on blur, zoom on blur.
I
Increase
don't know if I can
brightness.
actually. Yeah, I don't know if I can actually like zoom that effectively. I don't think I can zoom at all on a video stream like that. I think I'd have to record it and then zoom in that way.
Oh yeah.
So, but you know, we'll,
I mean,
we'll see.
I don't think we'd be able to see it if she was, but I also can't imagine that she'd be stupid enough to leave it on.
Yeah, I would agree.
Hey, these
Or
are-
Elaine told her to take it off.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, at which point she would have been like, "Fuck you, I do what I want," and then she would have left it on and fucked everybody because that's what I need to English business.
Okay, no, I don't think I can see.
I
it.
don't see one.
No.
I wonder if they're carrying Terraboner dyes in those baskets. Hey, where'd their baskets go?
Her sleeves
put
are
them on
just hidden enough. It's so frustrating. I just
Yeah, they put it down the back of the cart, so I can't see it on the hand that was just visible there, but I can only see her left hand, which is on the right as we're looking, obviously. So I don't know which
That's
which
what
hand
she'd
do they
be.
wear.
That's what she'd be wearing it on, right? The
Yeah. Oh, it's
ring
definitely not
finger
on
of
a
her left hand.
Yeah, so it's not on a right hand. I just saw a right hand there. I'm sure it's not on the left.
Okay, I haven't watched the previous episodes most recently, but in one of them, didn't she took it off after her test, or was that?
Oh, in the
Oh yeah, you know what? You
In
might be
the-
right.
yeah.
I think she
in
did
the
take it
thing.
off.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Because she was like, I don't want to be a part of this. If this is what they do.
Or no, they tried to give it to her. Oh no, that was when that was
That was
she
in
was in
the
the
within
arches.
the archers. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was gonna say. Was it like still in her test, but not? It wasn't.
Yeah, we just don't get to see her hands now.
I'm gonna work on
wait.
getting a brightened version of the while you guys are chatting about this. So I'll be working on that quietly. for a
Okay,
second.
yeah. We'll see if there are any hands. I don't think hands are going to appear. So, oh wait, no, I couldn't see anything there. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. We don't really get to see. Never mind. Or the TBIs instead. But I don't know. I'd be inclined to say that Nynaeve would probably take it off. You know, that seems like something she would do. She would understand that, you know, needs to be incognito, even if she doesn't realize changing clothes comes as part of that.
Well, they
I mean, she
obviously
might have
tried
taken it
to.
off before they left the tower too, like when they were sneaking out.
She
very
also doesn't
possible.
seem like somebody who would wear it with pride at this point. You know, given
Yeah.
all her experiences. And then being betrayed by Leandrin. Like so.
Freaking
Yeah.
Leandrin, God,
That's fair.
I love her. I love to hate
Stupid,
her.
sexy Leandrin.
Yeah, that's a good point. We do. I would agree there. Right. While Kev is trying to find that shot for us, why don't we check out the last scene in episode 5, where we get to meet Reimer and Basan. And let me just move along the timestamp. Missing out lots of like flirting stuff between certain evil people. Oh no, too far. Here we go. And we'll watch this and I mean, she's definitely not wearing her ring right now. I just saw both hands.
I imagine their head injuries were healed by Raima.
Oh, and her sleeves are already torn. Yep, they're already torn. So
Yeah.
they did that on the walk. Okay, perfect.
Who are you? Raima, of the Yellow Aja. And my warder found you just in time. The High Lady Suroth has put out your descriptions, and everyone in this city is looking for you. Do you have any idea what these Shonchan do to women who can channel?
Apparently they don't.
Nope.
Not yet. Not really.
So yeah, just a very, very quick scene there. Not much from Elayne, but we do confirm that the cuffs are torn and the ring has been removed. So
I love the Yellow Aja in the show. So good.
It's very, very.
Everything we've
good.
seen so far has been a lot more open.
Yeah.
Than the Yellow Aja, or
That
at
is
least
true.
they seem more accepting of alternate healing methods, maybe so far.
Yeah, so that is all the scenes in episode 5. So it's a total of, let's say, just over. It's about 7 minutes in total, but 2 of the about a minute and a half of that is Elayne basically sleeping or just stood there.
That's not enough.
Did a lot of
Not
great
enough.
sleeping in this one.
Because there was 22 seconds in the first scene where she's just sleeping against the rock.
There's a
She did a
notable
lot
lack
of good
of
sleeping and being unconscious in this episode.
Yeah, yeah. And
Top
then,
notable
notch.
lack of bath scenes so far in this show. We just say.
She's working up to them. She's got to earn them.
That's right.
She's
You
dirty
Gotta
enough.
earn that bath.
yeah, she's gonna
You
earn
know
that
who
bath.
has earned that bath is Matt.
Yeah.
Matt has earned a bath.
Please put him in a bath for season 3.
I mean,
Please
if he
clean
could,
that boy up.
Just let him change his clothes and not be a dream.
Please wash his face. Just wash your face, bud.
Maybe she'll, if Elayne gets some scenes with Matt, she'll just wash his face.
He's like, come here.
I was kind of waiting for. I don't know if there's another alternate take of Ferris being snarky that we haven't seen, but Matt's line of like, is this a sex thing or a murder thing? I could just see him saying like, it ain't a sex thing. You stink.
Trust me, it's not a sex thing.
Not a sex thing unless you take a fucking bath.
You foul boy. You foul.
yeah, that's fair. But yeah, this is. I would say this is like a low-key episode for Elayne. Compared to previous ones where we get a lot of dynamics between her and Egwene. Like, this is a lot less in this one. I would say it's more just her kind of like being in scenes, shooting first, things like that.
And that's the challenge. Like I said before, she's not always going to be the focus. So focus on her. See if you notice anything different. If you do, we'll talk about it. That's what we're doing today. If anyone in chat's just showing up, that's what we're doing.
We're talking.
We're just hanging out. We're just talking about Elayne.
She does a great job of acting when she's not the person in the foreground, like just her reactions and stuff like that, observing the scene and things like that, without saying anything. Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
She sleeps so well.
She does, so peacefully.
Such a good sleeper.
The best.
Concussions will do that to you.
Oh God! Wait, aren't you not supposed to sleep after a concussion? I thought
You are not supposed to sleep.
Well,
after-
I
you are
imagine
not,
she
no.
was.
She's had 2 in the span of like 24 hours
Well,
or
in
less.
fairness, she was not sleeping so much as she was knocked unconscious, which is also bad.
And I
I'm sure
imagine
they were
that
healed.
Rima healed them, and
Yeah.
that made them sleepy, and so.
Oh, fair. Okay.
I just it makes me think of that scene in, if any of you have ever watched Archer, where Archer's talking about concussions. He's like, you get at least 6 freebies. And Lana's like, no, you don't.
No, you do not.
That's when my son stopped playing football in high school because he was just kept getting concussions. Not even always in the game, but just rough housing and stuff and wrestling.
It
with
just
people.
happens,
And,
yeah.
and he was just
fragile.
like, you know what, I'm done. It's not worth it anymore. And I was like, that's a smart guy, for having as many concussions as he had.
Yeah. Miss Sarah Jane's making a point here. Hello, Yellow Aja. So yeah, I'm pretty sure she's fixed that. Yeah.
The only thing we missed was. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I do suppose that Yellow Aja probably can fix traumatic brain injuries. So
when they're early, you can't wait too long.
yeah. Well, and it does make me think because they are obviously able to fix physical issues, but they did talk in the books about how they haven't gotten a handle on mental illness kind of stuff. And really part of the problem with the traumatic brain injury is the cognitive issues that you start to have with that. So if you've already had the traumatic brain injury with the cognitive issues that you get, the depression, the other mood crap that happens, if you have already started having those symptoms and then they heal it, did those symptoms stay and just not get worse? Or are those fixed in the process of fixing the brain meat?
Yeah.
Or can they even not do it because really the issue with the traumatic brain injury is in fact the symptoms that are caused by it?
Yeah.
And with that, I think I'm going to let you all go. But, think about that for a little bit. Let me know what you decide.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. Appreciate that. No, thanks for hanging out, Jess. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts on Elayne so far that we've been going through.
Nice to see you.
Bye.
I love. Jess brought up a point earlier because we were talking about I've never done a read through where I've gone through just certain character chapters. And then Jess was just like, this is kind of like doing that for the TV show, but also then you can kind of compare the difference between the book moments as well. And it was really that was a really, really good point. Definitely made me think differently about. I don't think I'll actually do a chapter specific or a character specific read through of the books, but it gave me a new appreciation for what Kev and I have roped ourselves into doing.
If someone could do the work of pulling out all the audiobook files for just the chapters of a single character, then I would do it. I'm not flipping through different books chapter to chapter. What are you doing?
That's
One
madness.
thing I was gonna say about the healing we were talking about. One thing that we're missing is they're not all starving after they got their brains healed. They should be like, I'm hungry.
They should be pretty
Feed me."
hungry.
Rima should know
yeah.
that she needs to feed them.
Maybe they're skipping that for the TV show.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
There's only so many tortillas that they can show on screen.
They
Apparently
are keeping
flatbread
the
is all they
weaker
eat.
weaves, though. The healing weaves you've seen so far are only water and air, which is how they're like battlefield healing that they have in the books too. So they've kept that the weaker healing part for sure. So
Interesting.
we'll see. You'll see how what little details come out. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, we didn't have colors in the first season, so I wonder if Moraine would be like, "Hey, that healing that Nynaeve did in the crazy Logain explosion."
Oh yeah,
cave
because they healed
scene,
everything. Yeah.
that was different. We should explore that. I wonder if that'll ever come up again.
That's
Yeah.
That's
Were
a
there
good
any
point.
yellows there? I don't think so.
No. Surely someone would have talked about what she did.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was just red, green, and Moraine.
And just reds and greens, yeah. I guess that's all you need for a fight, really. You wouldn't want. No, you should have yellows for a fight. What am I talking about?
Yeah, well, as of this season, we learned how good they are in a fight.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Which that was cool and also scary to see.
Yeah, that's fair. Is there anything else from this episode that we want to mention or talk about? Or shall we mosey on over to episode 6?
Well, since I didn't get to talk about the other stuff and just till now,
Yeah, we can absolutely flip back to previous
No,
episodes.
it's fine. I just want to say this, and I'm trying to how is there like a non-creepy way for someone like me to say she's just so pretty?
Exactly what you just said.
Just like that. We're all about, non-creepy, genuine, and well-intended.
Yeah, I mean, I feel basically the same way about everybody in the show, so I don't feel like at least I'm equal opportunity creepy.
That's true.
That's fair.
Everyone, they are all very beautiful people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether we do it tastefully or non-creepily, but we do the Daniel Henney butt rock thing on Truthful Talk. So,
Well, I did a bunch of research on her before the show because I helped do the deep dive at Dusty Wheel, and I was like, at what point am I a stalker? When I was just trying to find footage, and so I'd be able to have I watched this short film she was in, so I'd have opinions. But I was like, if anyone looks at my browser history, they're gonna be like, whoa, she needs a restraining order.
Because I actually haven't seen anything else she's been in beforehand. How would you say her performance so far compares to other things she's been in?
Yeah, so I was thinking about this exact thing because most of the things that I saw were serious roles. I mean, not that this isn't serious, but I think she brings a lot of there's some humor and levity, and at least the first few scenes that she's in, and I loved seeing that. I loved seeing her happy because we might not see a lot of that in the future. Well, maybe we'll get to go to Tyr eventually. Anyway, but no, she has a lot of training, and I think it's apparent. It shows that she's dedicated to her craft. She puts the work in, does the research, and in all of the films, I actually saw 2 short films. I found a this where I'm like, was this too much? I found like a performance that she'd done in college of a Shakespearean play. I can't remember which one it was now because it's been a while.
Cool.
And
Did you
she
see the
played-
music video she was in? The kind of like witchcrafty.
Yes, I
music
saw
video?
that. I think I pretty much found everything there was to find. But in the Shakespearean play, she played a queen and was wearing a red dress. It was like, what?
Yeah, perfect.
But yeah, but there was some modern work that she did too. A lot of them were modern. So and she's a really nuanced performer, and I think it's translated really well into my expectations were exceeded, even though I had high expectations to begin with.
Yeah, there was a really interesting short film that she was in where she's basically like being stalked,
Mhm.
you know, like through social media and stuff. Can't remember what the name of it was, but that one just
Yeah, I've got my notes somewhere. I don't remember.
I'm just replying. Oh, Kev's already done it. Thank you. I was just replying to Miss Sarah James in chat. Yeah. So, folks, if you not keep an eye on chat, we're sticking around up to like the Dragon Reborn, generally speaking. And if we're going like much further ahead, then we're just visually letting you know, telling you, sorry, and then visually by Kev putting on the crown. So when he's wearing the crown, there's no TV scenes playing. That's because there's spoilers on the go. So, yeah.
One of the films that was The Amazing World of Emma. So if you want to look for that, you can probably find it. And then if I can find the other links, I can share them with you guys later. So the play and
Amazing.
such. I wonder if
Was
that's
there
been taken down since.
Was there anything you were watching and you were like, "Oh my god, that's Elayne," or was it just her acting?
No, I don't think that really came across to me yet. I was kind of reserving judgment, and I don't think that any of the moments that I watched really did scream Elayne, and I think that that's almost a good thing because it just shows that she was dedicated to the performance of the character she was portraying at that time. I mean, I was, like I said, I had faith because you could tell that she played different characters in these performances, but nothing screamed Elayne, and nothing screamed Elayne to me until she became Elayne, and we saw her.
If you follow her Instagram.
Well, I guess yeah.
She's very much Elayne, even when she's not being Elayne. You know,
this is true. Yeah,
like Rafe said, you know, she's naturally like she is Elayne. You know, I mean, like when I did a few Weekly Wheel News covers with her back when I think John had first mentioned that she was going to be playing Elayne. And, I found, pictures of her with like one glass of wine, and I found another picture of her in the bath, and and it was just like Elayne. It was perfect. It was perfect.
Yeah.
It's made it a lot easier for you.
It's like when I was creating the thumbnail, obviously I just went, image searching pictures of Ceara, and, various Instagram photos popped up from her account, publicity photos, events, stuff like that. And it was so much, I was just like, it's very little of this that doesn't look like Elayne just hanging out in real life. So it does make sense. But it like you say, it just shows her acting that in the other roles she didn't scream Elayne because she was playing those characters, which is nice because often actors will get, they play the same character in everything they do. Yeah. Ooh. You'll see, I mean, for years, still very much like that. People like Jim Carrey will play the same character in every movie they're in.
Mm-hmm.
You could just transport the different name, it's the same person. So, yeah.
It was Richard II, just those of you who were wondering. It was Richard II, and she played Queen Isabel. Queen Isabel.
Oh. Nice.
I hope we get to see her.
She's left-handed, in case you were wondering. Sorry. See,
oh, that's cool.
Oh,
did your research?
I did.
Wow.
I'm not a crazy. Well, I am a crazy person, but I would have put this much level of detail into any project I had to research. So it's not just. Anyway.
That is. I did not know that. Very cool.
You've even portrayed her in parody videos.
Well, that's okay.
Don't worry.
It's fine.
I'll change the subject for it's okay. So, just to circle back briefly on the point that you made about her kind of bringing levity and kind of being a source of comic relief. I've always seen her as a comic relief character in the books, and some people think that's a negative thing. Comic relief characters are some of my favorite characters, and they're crucially important because when they're not there, you need them, you miss them. Like you won't
Right.
notice them if they're there because they're providing the levity. They're giving these moments of, you know, you can sit down and not take it so seriously, or it becomes more, you know, grounded or back to earth. And you know, it's hard to undersell the importance of having a friend that is generally positive, generally doesn't mind, you know, if they're made the butt of the joke, or generally doesn't mind just bringing levity back into a situation. And I think that, you know, that when I realized that that was a core component of her character, that was when I first really started to appreciate her. And I think that the fact that Ceara hasn't done any comedic roles in the past surprises me, because she gets that tone so well for Elayne. She nails that fine line between this person's a serious source of knowledge, but they also provide these moments of, you can kind of laugh a little bit and smile, and it's not so serious.
I didn't get to watch any comedy, and again, she's really young, so she has a good resume for her age. But she was in a production of Midsummer Night's Dream that I couldn't find. So that's very much a comedy.
That's a
if you don't
comedy.
know.
Yeah,
and if
yeah.
you haven't watched the National Theatre Company with Hamed in it, you must watch it. But that's So she was in that, and I'm sure that would have been a place where she might have exhibited a little bit more of that same character.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway.
I think you know, my favorite comedic scene with her in the books is her and Nynaeve. So hopefully we'll get that as it develops. But it was after they were leaving, meeting the kin, and I think it was book 5 or 6.
Hat on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, she's, you know, her and Nynaeve are walking down the Malhara Square, and Elaine's like, you know, I so love the fact that you got us stuck into this, and when we had to do this, and I'd hate to have to kick you the length of the Malhara Square. And then Nynaeve's thinking, like, she's getting so violent, I really have to talk to her about that. It's like, of all people, that scene is just
so
perfect.
violent.
And so hope we get some of that kind of, you know, comedy between the two of them. So
yeah, that's fair. Just while we're talking about comedy, it's almost halfway through Kev and I's projected timescale for the stream, and to allow Kev and I to do the entire event, we are going to take a 5-minute break, so we can, you know, eat,
freshen up,
powder your noses,
powder noses, all those sorts of things. But have no fear, that's not happening right this second. We're going to give it, you know, a little bit longer before we do that. But have no fear, you will be entertained during that time, because Kev has put together a 5-minute montage of all of his comedy stuff, so you'll be able to enjoy that.
You guys will be entertained.
You'll be entertained, have no fear, while we do that. But yeah, so sort of like the next sort of 5-6 minutes, we'll move over to that. But anything from episodes 2, 3, 4, or 5, Rob, Alyssa, that you really want to mention, like moments that obviously you've not been able to talk about yet, but we have already talked about, you want to bring up before we get onto that stage?
Well, I'm sure you talked about this kind of exhaustively, but I just love where she refuses to take the blame for the servant who was moving the stuff or whatever. That scene is perfect, pitch perfect, and I just love it so much. That's all.
Yeah, that was a great moment. We actually reflected on that, because when Kev, wasn't it when they're underground and they're trying to like sneak away and they get caught by Leandrin, she gives Nynaeve sort of like a side look, because Nynaeve steps up and be like, don't blame them, I dragged them into this, like I made them do this. And she sort of gives Nynaeve a look to be like, oh, you know, like, you do this as well as I do this, you know, take responsibility for other people.
I never noticed that.
Yeah, there's just a little glance that she
it's like,
she gives
her, okay, yeah, it's very cute. So
I love that. To go back.
Yeah, definitely go back and check that out. Rob, was there anything you wanted to
well, I was just going to ask, who was, did you guys talk about who it was that let the servants in?
We did not discuss who would have done the favor for her.
Oh, no, we did not discuss who it might have been. Who do you think it was, Rob?
I think that it was Elida, but we haven't seen her yet, so maybe they didn't go into that. But I mean, there's a connection there, so pulling strings. But it seems like she's kind of like not necessarily to defend another Aes Sedai, but maybe it was. I don't know. But I've always wondered, like, who is it that Shiriam was talking about, because Elayne knew it, And it wasn't just one of the servants, because she said, like, who was it that let your servants in to do all this stuff?
Because I feel like even Elida would have been like, you're not allowed to have all your cushions here, so...
Yeah.
Well, maybe she's setting her up to get humbled or something, like
Well,
Elida's kind of mean like that. So we'll see.
I'm not sure that I see Elayne needing to be like defend or protect Elida. Like if
Yeah.
Elida gave permission, I don't see her feeling the need to hide that. She would be like, Elida said I let them in.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of like, well, maybe it's not Elida, but I haven't been able to figure
Well,
out who it
and do
could
we
have
think that Elida's even there? I mean, I'm suspect more that we're gonna get Camelin next season. I think she's may still be there, which doesn't really make sense because she would have gone to the tower with Elayne. But I don't know. She could still be in Camelin for sure.
I mean, for
Yeah.
all we know, it could have been like, a guardsman who used to be part of the Queen's Guard, and then he
Yeah.
went to Tarvalin.
That's
Who
true.
knows?
Yeah, it could have been like a low person. Yeah.
Yeah, someone who was worked in Camelin when they were younger, and now they work at the White Tower.
Yeah, it could have been not even important, and it just, for some reason, to me, sounded like it was important.
No, it's always fun to get pulled. You never know.
Here's potential. Maybe Laris.
Oh,
I could see that.
Yeah. Over her,
Laris
over her
does
white-
have a thing for feisty, pretty young girls, because she
You know?
used to be one of them, and she lets us know constantly throughout book 4.
Yeah, she does.
I used to be a real looker.
But she does, like Elaine's been there for like 6 years, summer camp. So it makes sense that not only has she made friends with some of the maids and things like that, but, she would have made friends with people of various levels of import, including the woman who runs the kitchens, Laris. So, yeah, I think there's good potential there. I can see them being buddies, where she's not a novice in training, but she's young and needs like someone watching her. So she doesn't get in trouble. And yeah, I could absolutely see that being a thing.
Wasn't there an unconfirmed casting about Laris at one point?
I don't know if I've heard
I
that
don't
one.
remember that one.
No, I don't remember
I
that
hope
one.
so.
See what you brought up about this
There was.
is that it's interesting to me. Like, I just love this scene so much, and so I just thought it was a great opportunity to show Elaine's character. But they are so on top of things with their foreshadowing that could very well come into play later, and I hadn't even considered that. So
yeah,
good job, guys.
Yeah, good discussion. All right, I think we're gonna wrap it up there. Rob, Alyssa, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, it's been fun.
Can I just say one other thing? Sorry.
Of course.
You guys, you just have to see the invitation that I got to participate today was the coolest thing. Like, Kevin, did you make that? Of course you did.
Yeah, I
It
did.
was
Yeah.
like this scroll parchmenty like invitation, and it was just delightful. And thank you guys for being so wonderful.
Cool.
You should let everybody see it. It was fun.
Kevin and I definitely split up responsibilities. And before we take the break, I know Kev will join me in this, want to thank Pavara for helping us to do some of the organizing and to actually keep Kev and I on point, to be like, hey guys, where are we at with this? Do we have this confirmed? Is that done yet? Things like that. Because Kev and I get busy. Kev's not been well recently. I've had to do a lot of work. So it's I invited Pavara to help us keep on point, and she did that wonderfully. So thank you very much, Pavara, for that. And she's going to continue to help us manage these streams. So I'm very grateful for that. But
Pavara, you're a rock star.
But we did split things up, and Kev has been in charge of the invites. I don't know what we'll do next month. It's maybe we'll take turns at that. But now I feel pressured to do like fancy
No.
It was easy. I'll show you. I'll send you the template.
Perfect. Thank you, Kev. All right, folks. Enjoy your 5 minutes of comedy from Kev. Rob, Alyssa, thank you again for joining us. And we will see you on the other side where we dive into episode 6, and Melindra will be joining us. So see you then, folks. Bye.
Bye.
Just bloody filthy. How is anyone supposed to get this clean? Perfect. You there. Dishwasher girl.
Pardon?
Take this pan for me, would you?
Dishwasher girl?
You're a doll, thank you. I swear, they must have made a mistake assigning the daughter heir of Andor to a common task like this.
Well, daughter heir, I'm a novice here.
a grain of the two rivers, and all novices scrub. Did you just say the two rivers? Oh my creator, you are my subject. Oh, this is so cool. I've never met anyone from the boonies of Andor before. The boonies? You're missing the point. I'm not washing this. Ew, take it back, take it back. Ow, 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 my toe.
What the fuck is going on in here?
It doesn't matter who comes, which is better go hide. With fork or teeth or eyes a die. Nothing they can do, stay minty and cool. With Forker walking in the line. Fetch those witches for Groot freshness. Fetch those witches with Forker walking in the line.
For Groot, the witch catcher.
Welcome to the small talk segment.
Do you know why the sky is blue?
Nope.
Thank you for listening to the small talk segment.
Oh, Matchroom, I hope you're dressed this time.
What do you want, bloody Aes Sedai?
Now, that's no way to speak to your betters. Now, let's discuss the dagger once more. Where did you get it from, and where has it gone?
I've told you before, I'm a bad boy who found it outside the city, and I don't know where it's bloody gone off to.
Temper. I guess we've already forgotten that bad boys don't get lunch.
Yes, Aes Sedai.
It's Liandrin Sedai.
Yes, Liandrin Sedai.
Much better. I'll let them know to bring their lunch by. Lucky for you, the persimmons are in season.
Yeah, lucky me.
Whatever block is holding you back, it's time to break through it. No one leaves today without drinking their glass of water. Now close your eyes. Everyone has a choice.
You didn't say it had to be clean.
And every choice has a consequence.
I'm bigger than my body.
That's no move.
Butt rock.
And there was classic Kev because I was muted during that. You know, you were so still then. I was like, "Are you frozen?" So I didn't think I was hungry, And then I went to let the dog out and did some movement and like, loosen myself up a bit so I could, carry on. Let's do another 3-4 hours. And then about a minute and a half ago, I was like, God damn it, I'm actually starving. So Kayla is being very generous and bringing me food, or finishing heating up the food that I started heating up. And I will like slightly off camera just be like this, eating food. But I believe Mel will be on the way soon. Kev, we're halfway through, man. This has been a lot of fun. We have not yet reached our goal of 100 people watching. So we can't reveal this behind the scenes picture that Amazon very kindly gave us.
We'd love to.
So we would love to, yeah. But we cannot. However, we can reveal Melindra Mantier is into. Oh, we're not currently taking a 5-minute break. Let's get rid of that for a start. Please welcome Melindra Mantier to the chat.
Hello, greetings. Hello.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow.
So lovely to see you both. I'm so pleased to be here.
I felt underdressed for a second.
Wildly underdressed myself now. Dude, what have we done?
I'm speechless. I thought you said we weren't going to get Ceara Coveney for the interview.
I mean,
Oh, she couldn't make it. I'm just a poor substitute. She's such a lovely person, don't you think?
Love this. Patrick's like Mel coming on to talk about her second favorite redheaded book character. So, yeah, gorgeous, perfect. People love it.
Isn't she just?
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
You're too kind, all of you.
No, we're accurate to how you are, how much effort you've just put into right now. So,
what do you mean effort? What does that mean?
I just mean the effort that you've gone through to get elocution. What's the word? Elocution lessons from your sister, Shail. Yeah, it's really nice of her to, bring you in.
I'm sorry. Elocution. Are you implying I don't always speak like this?
I mean,
I don't feel brave enough to answer that question. So,
well,
do you like jazz?
Jazz.
Shall I play it? Shall we watch you in the TV show, Melindra?
Me?
Well, you as Elayne.
That would be lovely. Let's go.
Be lovely.
Oh my gosh, this is wow. Okay, this is the first scene from episode 6 that we see Elayne. So
Please stop pacing. They'll hear us.
I'm not pacing. I'm investigating. Since we've been locked in an attic by someone we don't know.
By Rima Sedai, who is protecting us.
You really think we should be trusting Aes Sedai right now?
I am not the one who got us into this situation. I barely shared a word with Leandra Sedai. You are the
I
one.
know perfectly well what I did, Princess. Which is why I'm going to make bloody well sure that Aes Sedai and her warder aren't trying to...
I can hear you two bickering from the fruit market.
It's all right, Basan. They've gone for now. He tends to lecture.
Elderberry and the strugglers.
It's abundant in Tyr and was a favorite tonic of mine as a child. That belt, you're a wisdom.
I am.
So you know the drink is a calming one. I'm hoping we can have a reasonable conversation, wisdom, about why 2 young women have run away from the White Tower. You can trust me. The shelter of the Aes Sedai Sisterhood promises it.
How about to Leandrin?
Leandrin Sedai? How is she a part of this?
She's a dark friend. She's the one who brought us here and turned us over to those Shonchen.
She broke the 3 oaths.
Every single one.
yeah.
Black Aja. It cannot be. If what you say is true, then all of our sisters are in grave danger.
So, Melindra,
Yes.
what did you think of that scene?
Well, first of all, I don't understand why she wasn't able to wash. She's clearly in a place that's safe, and she's all dressed in a white dress that's completely filthy, and her face is filthy. It's like they just left her sleeping on a bed with nothing to clean herself with. It's utterly atrocious and utterly a problem. Also, I would like to say that there's something about that particular room that gives a kind of artistic quality that I don't think we've seen, as far as like levels of different places that we've seen in the room, in the world before. So there's new elements being introduced here to educate the populace about all of the interesting places that you're seeing in the Wheel of Time, don't you think?
I do think that. I think that in a way that they weren't able to keep Nynaeve's special wisdom hut, this kind of felt like a wisdom hut in a way, like with all the herbs kind of hanging from the ceiling and all the different culture-specific stuff. I think that was kind of maybe in a way a little bit of an homage to that scene that they had to cut in the way. But yeah, I like that.
Do you
I
think
like it a lot.
that the Aes Sedai, Brian Aes Sedai, do you think that that was her culture showing through, or was it the culture of the new city they're in?
Were there any fish on the walls? Because that's what I know about Tyrants. They like fish.
Some of them, yeah.
I can't get over this. This is just amazing.
It's all right to be nervous, Robert. It's totally fine.
Robert.
You know, I'm just a normal person.
Wow.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
I'm not afraid. Hello. Hello, Kevin. Yeah, Mel's alter ego here. This is incredible.
This is the Flicker world if Mel got sent to Andor instead of Tigraine being sent to the Waste.
Yes, this is absolutely true. Yeah, this is the cultural exchange program. All right, no, this scene is very cool. Like you say, the whole like stop pacing thing, that is it kills me every time. It's very, very, very funny. Just shows them how much they are irritating each other in that moment, which, you know, considering how they end up, especially in the, you know, with Reimer's ending in the story, it really, it's like the reflection of things, like how, you know, they started off as bickering and fighting, and then by the end of it later on they get to a very different place. But yeah, the interaction of two.
It definitely illustrates how much stress they both must be under, right? Because Elayne obviously wouldn't act like that normally, but she's clearly in a very stressful situation to take such direct emotional outbursts out on you know, a subject.
Yeah, Janya was here earlier, and she had pointed out this pattern that Elayne has, where she usually will not. She always goes diplomacy first until that person is a danger to themselves and or others. And Nynaeve's entire vibe is, I'm a danger to myself at every moment. So there's no diplomacy between the two of them. Like it's purely like no one can push your buttons like a sibling, and they have sibling push your buttons kind of level of
oh my god, yeah,
against each other. Yeah, like no one can get to you like those people, and yeah, they just.
You definitely need a person like that in your life, especially if you're wearing such a big, important role. You have vast hordes of subjects that you have to put on, you know, the right face for and educate them, and, you know, always come across as level-headed and pristine and never show anything. But then there are people in your life who you can be, what's the word, real with, you know, and then when she and Miss Almira talk to each other, it's clear that there is a level of trust there that's blooming, because she feels comfortable enough to express what she's really feeling.
That's fair. Yeah, she doesn't
Yeah.
get that with Egwene and like immediately, but with Nynaeve, there's no barriers to break down there. There's like,
Yeah.
we're just going to be real. That's all you're going to answer to.
Absolutely. It is. I do want to talk a little bit about Nynaeve with Reimer. Like, there's a lot of acceptance. I think we mentioned this just before when I listened to Rowan, acceptance of the yellow Aja of other healers throughout the world. Like, she recognized the belts, and that makes her a wisdom. That feels like a change that I like, but like feels like a big change for the Aja, because they were very sort of like, I suppose, gatekeepy in the books.
It could be a tier thing too, because like Swan's obviously, a tyrant as well in that sense, and she seems a bit more receptive to other cultures. Well, she's also the Amerlin, but so maybe it's something to do with maybe the way Reimer was raised in Tyr. Obviously, Tyr has a general disdain for channelers to begin with, so maybe they come away with this like humility to begin with that makes them appreciate alternate methods, maybe in a way that someone raised in Kyrian, where there's no stigma about channeling, might kind of come away from it. So I could see the reasons. Even like, they obviously have their own versions of wisdoms in Tyr that we see in the Dragon Reborn as well. So there's that role does exist within that. So I think it was good of her to recognize that, and even if they generally look down on that kind of methodology in practice.
So this is the first yellow Aes Sedai we've seen, right, in the show?
Mm-hmm.
Named, yep.
So in this documentary versus the historical tomes, one of the things I've noticed they're doing is they're definitely, anytime they introduce a new Aes Sedai, they're an individual first before being connected to their Aja second. Their Aja is secondary to the character themselves. We've got Olanna, who's got a large family that she loves. She's got warders that she loves, and she's not afraid to be a good friend to people behind the scenes, but doesn't necessarily stand up for them in public, which is interesting. And so this is our first yellow sister, besides Nynaeve seeing the accepted healing this in the hospital type place they have in Tovernon. And I guess we should be careful not to assume that the yellow Aja in the documentary will be the exact same as the yellow Aja in the historical documents.
Very true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair. I want to round off talking about this scene with Elayne exaggerating ever so slightly, just a little bit, the Leandrin broke all of the oaths.
I guess if you've broken one, you break them all, because they're supposed to be they're like a unit. So I guess if I can see the argument to say, like, if you break one oath, you're breaking all three, because you can't break one without it invalidating the others, because they're all part of the same magical bond in a way. So I get that, but she also didn't make a weapon with which other men can kill each other with, so she didn't actually break that oath. But
no, I would agree. But yeah,
I think from potentially you could say from the Aes Sedai are very good at twisting their words, right? And so Elayne is learning that technique as well as a student in the White Tower. You could say that by being turned into a weapon that was flung at another person, she could have believed that Leandrin's, use of her as a ballistic weapon could be interpreted as
against the wall.
Third. Yes, I mean, yes, but also, I mean, she was aimed in the direction of the other two, but we don't know what all we saw. It's true too.
Fair. Okay.
So.
So
maybe just a different interpretation of that particular oath.
I suppose that is very possible. Yeah. We'll let that one slide. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that will assuage some grumbles in chat. I get it. It's a little thing. You think to yourself, why couldn't this one little thing just be this slightly different thing? And if you can't hand wave it, you have to just say, "Wheel leaves, bitch." I don't know.
Do you think that potentially there was a scene that we did not see?
There's also that possibility. Maybe she's
That
like,
is-
"Oh yes, here's this sword I've crafted for you with the power."
I mean, I always enjoy the line of, is it like make no weapon for one man to harm another, kill another?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can make a weapon for a woman then, couldn't you?
Lord of the Rings style, yeah.
Yeah.
Or is it Hamlet style, where no man born of a woman or something like that?
It's
Or
also
is that
Lord of the
Macbeth?
Rings.
That's Macbeth.
Yes, yes. My kinswoman Eowyn, I believe, was the one who challenged that
Yes.
adage. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so to kill that guy, either you have to be a woman or you have to be born of a C-section, something like that. I don't remember which.
One or the other.
One or the other. I've heard it both ways.
True. Okay,
Yeah, so-
shall we look at the next scene?
I'm ready whenever you are, Robert.
Yes, Robert.
Why, thank
play
you, Kevin.
some more.
We should
Yes,
play some more of the documentary.
Yes.
Just amazing. All right, 1 second. Here it goes.
Girls, I've just spoken to a ship's captain here I trust. He will take you to the tower. News like this cannot be trusted to a letter. You must go and tell the Amelin seat about Leanne Ritzel.
Tell her yourself. Not leaving without Egwene.
Basan and I will stay here and do what we can to rescue your friend.
I'm not leaving.
Rima Sadai, I apologize, but I think you've underestimated both this situation and the two of us. Neither Nynaeve or I are leaving this city until Egwene is with us.
Give it here. If you want to rescue your friend, we have to work out how to open this.
Saucy.
Yeah, so the opposite, very much the opposite there, I think, in that scene where they were bickering initially, and then as soon as Ryman's just like, I got you a get out of jail 3 card, they're like, one team here.
United front, yes.
United front, yeah.
Yeah, that goes back to my comment earlier about how there's a trust there that's building that maybe they're not quite comfortable saying to each other, but you could tell in the way that they interact with others that it's coming out. Mm.
Yeah, it's good to see.
It started with that sideways glance at her towards her in the hallway with Leandrin, and it's kind of been ever since, and a little bit at a time. And yeah, I can definitely see, she's like, yeah, you can't even get rid of one of us, let alone both of us.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Definitely. It's I know it works so well because you don't see them bickering in the previous scene, then United Front in this one and think, well, hold up, 10 minutes ago they were fighting. It definitely the groundwork they've laid in previous episodes really is paying off, because it's very believable that they would be like, no, not going anywhere. You've underestimated us. For Elayne to say that to an Aes Sedai, considering she goes to the White Tower summer camp, as we dabbled it earlier, it just kind of.
Well, you always summon the country.
There, you do summer in the country. Yes. Yeah, they've turned round. She's turned around and said, "No, actually, I'm going to stick with my friend here, who's accepted, and say no to an Aes Sedai. We're not going anywhere." Like, there's a lot of trust between the two there.
But it also illustrates that the common bond at this point that they think the common bond at this point is Egwene, and they are potentially just realizing that there could be more to both of them as a force together, but you know, they're a vehement defense of their friend, and I think they both earn a begrudging respect for each other in that moment, because they're both saying, no, I'm sticking to what I believe in. I'm sticking to why I'm here, and I'm not going to let anyone tell me different.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I would think that Nynaeve would, I mean, she should obviously defer to her liege lady at this point, but there's something about her that really gives the air of is it someone who's deserving of being a queen in her own right? You know, I mean, as funny as that is to say, maybe we're getting hints that she should be a royal.
You know,
too.
you saying that, I wanted to say that earlier in that way, that they both have the things that make them similar are the things that make them good leaders. And they're both very good, effective leaders in their own ways. But the things that they do share are things that make them effective leaders, like for leaders of nation, if that's the, you know, representation that they're doing for. And I think that you do see that recognition where Nynaeve is surprised. She didn't expect Elayne to stand up for her or with her, because she's so used to standing alone. She was expecting to fight that fight and say, I'm staying, and that be the end of it. But
yeah,
she's not used to having backup, and she had backup, and it's probably nice. She's like, oh, I guess you're here. We're both here for the same reason.
Yeah.
Who knew?
And both are not going to be quelled by anyone telling them differently.
Yep.
I agree.
I think do you think if Egwene were in the same position, Egwene at that moment, do you think that she would have stood up to the Aes Sedai in the same way?
Well, who's being swapped out, Elayne or Nynaeve?
Yeah.
Swapping out Egwene and Elayne. Like, would Egwene have said the same thing?
I don't think so.
I think if she had, she would have said something that was delivered in a way that it wasn't. It might have been a statement in solidarity, but it was a statement of her own support, not saying me and Nynaeve are here to help. She would have like, no, I'm here to help. Like they would have both used I statements and not we statements, I think. And then they would not have maybe made the connection of we're here on the same mission. They would have said like, I'm on my mission and you're on your mission, even though they're the same one. They might not have been listening enough to each other to realize we're here together for the same reason. We may as well be working together, kind of thing.
So do you believe that Elayne there was not was both listening to Nynaeve and fighting her fight? Like she was trying to back her up, but also stating her claim in a way that, you know, approached it from a different direction, right?
Yeah,
You know,
Elaine's the listener. She's a great listener.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
She's a wonderful listener. She's been like you see all the time, like even at the end of that mopping scene when Egwene's going off, she's just silent for the rest of the scene. She's just sitting there watching and taking it in as Egwene's explaining why she feels the way she does. And I think she shows that it's not just for show. She's taking the information. She hears you, and then she's supporting you in those moments where she needs to use that knowledge. So yeah, I think that, again, great consistent writing and characterization of her from start to finish so far. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely has worked quite well.
It's lovely.
Nils says the Mantir dialect is a little different to the Queen's English.
It's like I'm seeing those comments. Thank you all.
Yeah, she's from Andor, not from Britain.
Britain.
She's not for royal. She's not for London, mate.
Sorry, I can't understand garbage speak.
That's what I thought.
That's fair.
Or foreigners, yeah.
Yeah, this is very true. So never mind.
I barely understand Roberts, but when you do that, there's something strange happens with your tongue.
Oh God, Mel, you are
a treasure.
You are so wonderful.
Thank you. That's so lovely. Thank you.
If only there were 100 people watching right now, we could share the behind-the-scenes photo with you all and
yes, the
wonderful
one that I'm
performance.
in.
Yes, if only
Yes. Well,
if only more people got
yeah.
fans.
it does seem like your listeners might need to go communicate with the rest of the populace.
Yes.
And instruct them if they would like some new information. They should gather their fellows to find out what this interesting documentary evidence you have is.
It's quite compelling.
Yeah.
Yes. You know,
was,
if I were Elayne, I might, get out on a balcony and give a speech to everyone so they would feel inspired. Maybe even wrap some ribbons around their arms, ribbons of a specific color. You guys could share what color makes the most sense for this particular piece of information. And then they could walk forth and wear those ribbons proudly and show their allegiance to this amazing review of the documentary that we've all loved and seen. So I don't know if I were Elayne, that's what I would do. But I'm not. So I'm just here to speak to you and drink. This was invented by Elayne, by the way. No one asked me what I was drinking, which is very surprising. I'm very surprised. But, yes, she made this in a bathtub. Did you know?
Oh, Miss Mantier, why don't you tell us about the drink that you're enjoying?
Excuse me, it's Lady Mantier. Lady.
Sorry, my apologies. Lady Mantier. Sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. It's a common problem with people who are not quite as living in the society circles that I circle in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I got distracted when you didn't say my name correctly. What was your question?
About your drink, darling.
Yeah, tell us what you're drinking, love.
That's inappropriate. Yes, this is a drink that Elayne invented. I understand she's a bit of a tinkerer, and she has quite a way with the beverages. So I understand this involves a special kind of fruit called a passion fruit, and then there is added to the mixed some bubblified liquids of some sort, some bubbles, and then also on top of that there was some limoncello. It's an Italian word. I can't even. It's a tawdry language. An Italian word. I can't quite pronounce it right. But that was put in here also, and then oh God, I can't even remember. Elayne would be able to tell you. She's the scientist, not really me. I'm just here to enjoy it.
Most understandable. Okay, well, enjoy that while we play more of the beautiful documentary that we've all been enjoying so far. So, I just can't get over the outfit.
Some of their demonic can sense when a woman is channeling, so we have to be careful and never channel if they are near. Go ahead, but only a trickle.
There's no latch, no seam. Never seen anything like this. It's a terangrial.
Like the arches. Give it here a moment. You never told us how you got these. At first, there were only rumors. Far-off whispers of strange beasts and channelers kept as slaves. The Amelin seat sent us to investigate these claims for the White Tower. Only after arriving in Falm did we realize how grossly we had underestimated the threat. These people intend to bring the whole world under their Empress's control. Two were killed, along with their warders. And one was taken.
They call it an Aes Sedai.
Not just an Aes Sedai. A sitter of the Blue Argent. You were close. My sisters and I did not always agree, but there was no question of our loyalty to one another and to our purpose. I only have this because my sisters paid for it with their lives.
Just in time.
That was uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's now someone pointed out in chat, apparently, where did I see it? Illuminatrix says that Elayne's weaves have glitter in them.
Oh.
So I need to go back and look for that now.
Ooh, let's look at that again.
So 1 second. I'll put it back on screen. We're also focused on trying to find the glitter now.
Oh, it's those sparkles.
Oh, is it sparkles? Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's the threads of spirit, or
yeah. But this is
Yes, yeah, I agreed. To me that looks like two different colors. Maybe spirit is white, so it kind of looks like glitter, but it is kind of pulsating, so it can come off. It can give a kind of
yeah,
shimmery
I like it though. Yeah,
effect.
Yeah.
It's almost like the delving weave that like Nynaeve uses a lot later on to like check like the checkup weave or whatever, like the diagnostic
Delving.
one.
Yes.
Yeah. It seems like she's like kind of a small light form of that, and in a slightly minorly spoilery way, I titled this scene Elayne discovers her talent, because it's the first time she has her hands on a ter'angreal, and she acknowledges what it is, and she recognizes that without being told, which I thought was a good moment for them to put in there, to set up, we've talked about her scientist, her tinkering, her curiosity. So I think that this is just another sign that they're still keeping that kind of stuff in there, and they're building towards that, which is a really fun and interesting part of her character that develops.
That's, I have to admit, my favorite part of her. She's got so many things on her plate, and yet she still makes time to. It's almost like if she has the coolest hobby anyone could have, and she just like goes down to her little basement, and she just like looks at her ter'angreal and figures out things. So I was rereading one of the historical documents recently. It was Knife of Dreams, and it was the moment that right before Aviendha has to leave Elayne, and Elayne helps Aviendha discover that Aviendha can just like read and just instantly know what a ter'angreal does.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like in my mind, I had gotten them like slightly confused. Like Elayne's ability was also that, but it's not, right?
They're complementary. Yeah, she later on gains the ability to create new one like innately,
Right.
whereas Aviendha has the one that identifies them.
Okay,
Right,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, because I had a moment I was like, wait, why does Elayne feel like that's such a big deal? I thought she could also do it, but I guess, yeah, I was mistaken.
Yeah, Elayne can like copy them and probably
Right.
make adjustments to them. But yeah, Aviendha could like hold them and just be like, oh, this gives me feelings of this or makes me think of that. And
Yep.
Yeah, so
you sort
given
of-
that, do you think they're kind of giving Elayne a little bit of Aviendha's ability in this scene?
To an extent, I think
Yeah.
the ability to acknowledge that it is something like that is something that I think we see Nynaeve do in The Shadow Rising as well. With a certain thing they find in the museum, she's able to identify that it is a object of power. So I wonder if maybe that's like identifying that it is an object of power in some way is something that can be learned, but like Elayne couldn't diagnose like, oh, this needs to be perfectly used for that in this kind of way. without like just by touching it. I think maybe that's maybe the difference is that Avienda's was she picks it up and just kind of holds it and gets an impression, where the scene even with Nynaeve later where she says it needs to be healed, there's channeling and active investigation work involved in that.
She's
so
a researcher.
yeah, she's with a bit of a heavy hand, a researcher. Yeah. But, so I think it's a difference between being able to do things without needing all of that scientific groundwork to build up towards the discovery or the conclusion, and just being able to do it. Because even Elayne, like, she tries to make certain copies and she has to do it a lot. She has to trial and error, and she fails and doesn't do things perfectly either. So I think that that's a interesting part, that it's a progressive thing that you learn. It's just not, it's a talent to be able to do it, but it takes hard work and perseverance to actually make something of it. So I think it's not like a freebie. It's not a freebie.
Yeah, I think Avienda's
it's not
is
a Tavarin power or something equivalent. It's something. It's a skill that she's honed.
Yeah, I
And
think,
she actively
like say,
works on it. Yes.
Elayne will learn hers and get better at it over time. Avienda is just like, no, I can just do this, but it'll probably never change. It'll always just be a case of like, I hold it and I get a vague feeling of this, whereas Elayne's will just get better and better and better over the centuries, most likely.
Do you think they're going to introduce that skill for Avienda earlier?
They have a chance to next season. I'm sure there'll be opportunities to explore that side of her as well.
I think it would make sense to explore that after they formed the relationship between Elayne and Avienda. Because that could be part of the way they bond and form their relationship. Maybe Abby sees her doing it.
Do you think they need that to bond and form their relationship?
No, but it could be like it could be a component of it, a component that doesn't involve anybody else. Because often in the historical documents, there is emphasis on the connection because of the gentleman involved. So it would be nice if they had a connection that was not involving said gentleman.
Yeah,
it could be friends outside of that.
That's a very good point. Yes, a way to connect beyond that. Though I think they do in the historical documents. They do.
There are points for this is a good. That would be a good visual one. Like imagine like they're like two little scientists in a lab figuring things out together.
Exactly. That's something that I think I would love to see, like the Andoran version of a science lab.
Yes.
In the basement of the palace in Camelin, just some sort of setup where she's got all of these, like you said, all of her trial and error, and she's categorized them, and she's taking notes, and she has all of her journals to like track everything down. I think that would be so lovely. It would be lovely to see it.
Yeah. So, Leia's saying this is also the way after they meet back up post Igloo. They discover such a thing about each other, plus they don't have Tarangriel, so it would be something that Avi wouldn't pick up without being around Elayne, so to speak.
True. Yeah.
So it could be a case of like Elayne is working on stuff, and Avi's like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "Oh, well, this is this, and see if it works for you." And then she realizes that way. I don't know. Could be an interesting.
Could be fun.
It would be really interesting if Avienda touched the glass columns before she actually went in them and knew what would happen.
Ooh.
You're getting saucy, Mel. You're getting saucy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just putting things out there. Because, they're adapting the entire story for this documentary, right? From the historical documents. So they could use they could play with all of these abilities that maybe develop late. Or potentially they could explain them as latent abilities that show up because the pattern needs it for the last battle.
Of course.
So either way would work, but I just think it would be cool to see all of that sciencing, researching stuff done earlier.
Of course.
I like it. I think that would be fun. So, but yeah, this is I think a perfect moment to introduce it in the show.
Subtle, doesn't have to be a big
Agreed.
fanfare.
Exactly.
It's a little homage, but otherwise really nice, knowing glances shared between Elayne and Nynaeve when they're being taught the lesson that they need to learn.
Yeah.
I mentioned this quite slightly a little bit earlier. in this month when I was talking to Robert by himself about how they just are planting little seeds, much like Robert Jordan did, but they're planting little seeds about the storylines that might play through later on in different seasons. And this
That
is
is
one
very
of those,
true.
for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Very much agree. Was there anything else from this scene that you wanted to talk about?
I thought it was interesting the different empathetic ways that they approached their reaction to the information they were given by Rima, you know? Because Elayne said they colored an Aes Sedai, like she was, you know, disbelieving that they would do something like that to someone of such high status as she is, right? But then Nynaeve immediately went to like the emotional core of that, which I thought was a really interesting illustration of the difference between those two characters.
Yeah,
that was like an Elayne move for her to be like, "Oh, you were close," like a probing question to kind of get a little bit more information out. Yeah. Very investigative. Little detective work.
Yes, indeed.
The buddy cop movie that we all want.
The one I want, at least.
Yeah. True.
It's like
okay.
It's like the one we want with Min and Matt too.
Yes.
You know, on the road
You
together.
do, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is true. Okay.
It's not as fun when there's not a classic car involved.
Yeah, that's true. Let's check out the next scene in the documentary and get chatting about that. Oh, I need to put the sound on. That would help. There we go.
If we don't find Egwene before the ship captain leaves, you should go. I was right. The Amelin needs to know about Leandrin.
And the three of us will tell her.
You have responsibilities. For light's sake, you're the daughter heir of Andor.
Oh no, you have the chance to get rid of me. Now I'm the daughter heir.
Why are you risking everything for someone you barely know?
She's my friend. And I've never had one of those before.
So, another vulnerable moment there, but from Elayne this time, as opposed to when Elayne met Nynaeve at probably the most vulnerable she's ever been in her entire existence, admitting that she's never had a friend before.
Again, you're seeing that breakdown of any sort of walls or facades, just straight honesty, no. And yeah, it's an incredible brave moment and a vulnerable moment to put that kind of trust in someone who you clearly are at odds with, and yet are willing to impart a piece of information that could be used against you.
Yeah.
It's yeah. I wonder if they know, you know, in the minds of them as the characters, I wonder if they know the kind of relationship they're forming, or if it's all instinctive at this point.
I'm not sure. I think that I don't think Nynaeve realized that, because I think what really hit her for her was that I think she has the same answer. Nynaeve was probably Egwene was probably Nynaeve's only friend for a while, or her first friend, or things like that. Like they probably have similar stories where Egwene kind of befriends these people who didn't have friends before for the first time, and I think that she realizes that that's a special thing. Like even if, you know, Egwene was her first friend, or her closest friend for a very long time, and now Egwene's giving that gift of being someone's friend again to somebody else, and it's a weird moment for her, I think, to realize that someone else is having the same experience I had.
Yeah, she's probably just seeing.
Go ahead. Sorry.
She's probably just seeing the titles, like we mentioned earlier, like, you know, Elayne is daughter heir of Andor and all that sort of stuff, and she's like, "Oh, you're rich," like, you know, you want to think about is changing clothes or whatever, and stuff like that, and not thinking about the fact that even though she's got all that privilege and all that, you know, everything that life comes with, it's left her very much alone in terms of being able to make a friend, and that she values Egwene just as much as Nynaeve values Egwene.
Yes, if there's anything this documentary has showed is that royals are real people too, right? And they have the same struggles that everyone else does. And I don't know if that's a particularly useful piece of information to the whole of the populace to understand that info. But in the sense of understanding these particular characters, I think it's very useful. It's dangerous though, because it shows that there's a vulnerability there, and potentially something that could be taken advantage of.
I suppose so, yeah. But I mean, she's only there's a lot of trust she's giving Nynaeve there, isn't she?
Indeed, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I think I at least my read on that scene is that Elayne realizes what's happening, but maybe Nynaeve doesn't yet. And it's not until a bit later, maybe in episode 8, that it really makes sense to Nynaeve that she needs the thematic arc of the entire season also applies to Nynaeve as well, right? She doesn't have to go it alone. It was the message they were trying to share about every character, and
Right.
But I think that realization for Nynaeve is not happening here, but it maybe is for Elayne.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely agree with you that Nynaeve is not. She's so focused on saving Egwene that she's not realizing any sort of bonding moments or intimate details about the situation. She's just being as practical as possible to save Egwene, and that's all she can think about. And she's like, I know best. This woman argues with me. You know, let's get her out the way. And doesn't
She's
realize that they're
barreling
sharing so much.
through, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's not really thinking. She's just thinking with her heart, which is not a terrible quality, but sometimes you need someone who's willing to like take a step back and slow down and look at the big picture, which Elayne is doing.
I agree. So, and this we mentioned was Jana said earlier about how desperate Elayne is for friends, and when you sit there earlier episodes and actually like look into it in detail and sort of talk about it, you can see that, but it's not something that's immediately obvious. So when you get here and she's like, I've never had a friend before, then, you know, it's like, wow, that was subtle about how they played it earlier and how Ceara played the part. And now suddenly it's like, well, yeah, it actually is the case. It wasn't just us overanalyzing anything, because she really has never had a friend, is now like, well, now I've got one, so I've got to do anything for her.
Yes, I do want to comment on that because I feel that there's an extreme failing of her mother and her nursemates, right? To not put Elayne in a position to have kin of, you know, a similar station who are going through similar things that she can understand and actually connect to, because she's clearly able to do so, and there are clearly nobles in Andor who she's capable of connecting with, and yet it's not until she's an adult that those kind of connections are able to happen, which I feel like is irresponsible leadership and irresponsible leading of the country, because they've created in Elayne a person who's so desperate for friendship that she clings on to the first person who like isn't treating her like they have to like kneel before her and grovel at her feet, who might not necessarily be the right friend for her. Thankfully it was, I mean they are, but you know it creates that an almost dangerous situation for Elayne to be in, and I think a good Lady Queen would have recognized that and would have seen that in Elayne and should have acted on that sooner. Because she's an adult at this point, and she doesn't have any friends, and she doesn't know how to make friends. It's a big particular point where sets her up for dangerous situations and to be taken advantage of.
True. Very, very true. Would you say this is the first step in Nynaeve and Elayne becoming actual friends? Do you think this would be like the first?
I think for
actual
Elayne
steps?
it is. I think for Elayne it is, but I don't necessarily think Nynaeve is there yet.
Right. Kev?
Yeah, I don't think it quite. I think I agree. I don't think it quite hits her. And I think I know the moment it does, and I can picture it. Actually, it is in the last episode, and I think I know the exact moment.
Yes, correct.
There's a look, and I think So I think there's a moment right at the end where she's like, "This isn't just some random girl that's tagged along. This is someone who I'm kind of becoming a friend with, who is just kind of there by happenstance." Yeah, I think she kind of finally accepts her as one of them. Like she takes her into the pack almost.
Right. I mean, I don't mean like a conscious, like, okay, now we're friends.
No, yeah. I mean, like she recognizes it, yeah.
Yeah, when she has the realization later on, does she look back and think, oh, okay, that was the first moment where that was the first step to us now getting to where we are.
Yeah.
Becoming friends. That was the first olive branch, arm extended, whatever you want to describe it as.
Mm. Potentially, yes.
Okay.
I'm trying not to give away what the moment is because I want to see if anyone else mentions it or brings it up later on when we get there. Maybe I'm actually torn between two now. I'm actually torn between two. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll see. We'll see when we get there. That's fair. But it is a very vulnerable moment from Elayne, which I think is great to see because although she's been very level-headed and listened a lot, she's not been that level of vulnerable just yet. So it's been it's good to see. I think it's an important part for her character.
She was a little bit with the Egwene, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Once she felt safe enough to, yeah.
Yes. But it's almost like instantly with Nynaeve. She didn't need that breaking in period. Or maybe the breaking in period was the arguing and the bickering and all of that.
It's very possible, yeah. Because she's still not told Egwene.
Like cats in the courtyard.
Yeah, this is true. This is very true. All right, shall we watch the next scene now?
Yes, they start to get a little bit shorter after this. After this next one, we get like a couple of very short ones. So this is the last like longer one.
This is the last long one. Before we do that, Melindra Mantea, would you be averse to an extra participant in the discussion?
Oh no, of course.
Yeah, wonderful.
Bring them all in.
Let's welcome Elayne.
Hello.
Why, hello.
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 Lovely to see you.
I feel like
to see you, darling.
Pleasure's mine.
Oh, bloody lovely to see you, darling. How you
You're
doing?
speaking in a way I cannot understand you. Again, I cannot. Like I said, garbage speak is incomprehensible to me.
You sound like Dick Van Dyke, Rob.
Why, thank you. I'll try. I'll try.
Robert.
All right. Shall we watch this next
evening,
scene?
everybody.
Good evening, Elayne.
Elayne, welcome to the party.
Thank you for having me.
yeah,
I'm very excited.
Good. We're nearing the end of episode 6 discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So we've just had the scene where Elayne has admitted that she's never had a friend before Egwene to Nynaeve. So yeah.
So you joined at the perfect time to cry. So hopefully your makeup's good.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. We'll find out.
Mine's not. That's why I say it.
Are you wearing makeup, Elayne? I don't wear any makeup. I just look like this naturally all the time.
This doesn't happen overnight.
I put lipstick on because I was told you dressed up. That is the extent of it.
Well, it's lovely.
Nynaeve, can you help us? We need a little more power. But if one of us channels more, they might feel it.
I can't control it like that.
Don't think about it. It's the same as when a patient comes to you. You don't have to decide to help. You just help them.
I didn't mean to use so much. I'm sorry.
It's all right. What did you feel?
It needs To be healed. The only way it can be healed is to be put on a woman. It's the only way it'll be complete. It can't be broken.
Basan, that means the Damane have found us.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
You'll do as I say. Do not expose yourselves. They have come to find a channeler, and I will give them one.
Ramisadai, no.
Free our sisters. Can I trust you, Wisdom, to take my ring to the flame?
You can't do this.
Can I trust you, Nynaeve? Sister.
Yes.
First
Getting
of all,
rough,
if you're
guys.
going to melt a ring in a fire, why would you willingly give it up?
I don't know.
It's a great question.
That is a
If
great
it's
question.
just going to be turned back into a big brick of melting gold, it's unacceptable.
Because it's the circle of life.
It's
Because
true.
they need it to birth new baby Aes Sedai.
Yes, but it's so wasteful. And
No,
there's
it's
so
not.
many,
It's
there's so
ecologically
many things
sound.
that royal coffers have to go put the money towards. Do you think that like reforging jewelry is a
They-
useful
It's job creation. It's job security. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Mel? We
I'm
need
sorry,
this. We
job
need the metal
creation.
forgers.
Is that a thing we need to care about?
Yeah, of course. The economy's in tanks in Tarvalin ever since those girls ran away.
What do they have to do with the economy of Tarvalin?
I don't know. Some kind of blockade, I guess, from the Queen of Andor. Stop sending them tax money, I guess, or something like that. I don't know.
Yes, well,
Recycling,
that's
there you go.
justified.
It's recycling. It's recycling. But yeah, so a heavy scene. Now we did talk earlier about possibly like Elayne had Avi's power of being able to, analyze Terangriel and stuff. Now Nynaeve's done it as well. So it's like maybe it's just being passed around to everybody.
Yeah, and that's why like I think we came away with that, like, what Avienda does is special. She can hold the book one that has like 1,000 books in it and say this has 1,000 books in it, whereas they have to channel it to say it looks like it contains several tomes of unknown number or so. I guess maybe it's a amount of information. It's a search result versus a discovery phase. But this, I feel like
It's like
Was
they've
there
already read the Wikipedia notes on it, though. Like they know what an IDAM does at this point, right? So they're analyzing it. They're not like looking at it as this is a discovery, is something new. So like you could still have Avienda keep that relatively separate power from Elayne's let me tinker with things power. I mean, I'm not sure whether the show will find it worth actually making that distinction. Just it's a little bit nuanced for show only watchers, whereas we've got millions of words to play with. However, you could see the look. There was this like blank stare that Elayne gave Nynaeve when she said about it, that it was almost like, girl, you stole my line.
Well, you could argue that even though Nynaeve has trouble channeling, that when Elayne did that weave the first time in the previous scene, that she was watching and paying attention. So she was emulating Elaine's work there, trying to figure out how to do exactly what Elayne did, because Elayne made a kind of similar comment, right? So, and the weave looked also similar. So it could be that Nynaeve begrudgingly is learning from Elayne.
She does only need to see a weave one time to learn it. So
this is very true.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
Very
saying.
true.
very true. Does she have a line of dialogue in the books about it needing to be healed?
No,
'Cause it
I don't
feels-
think so. I
don't
think that's a
so.
creation of the documentary, which is interesting considering it's a documentary. I mean, there are different changes from the historical documents that they are putting in to this documentary. And, you know, I know that artists have creative license and that sort of stuff, even in documentaries. You know, you heard of the documentary / dramatic film, like The Sound of Freedom. And, you know, it's supposed to be like a realistic reenaction of things. But then there's other historical documents that counteract what happens in the documentary. So, you know, it's I guess it's up to the person who's leading all of the development of this documentary.
I wonder if does she say in Tanchico then maybe about the domination? Because there's a mention she says about something. I feel like it's right on the edge of my memory. So maybe if someone else thinks of it, or maybe I'll find it later. But there is a scene where she has is interacting with it, and I feel like there's something there. I'll look into it. Don't worry about it, everybody. It's fine.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
I'm not worried either. I'm not worried at all for a second.
Ashikova is saying Elayne examines the object, but Nynaeve looks into its soul. That's the way she's
I
looking
could see
at
that,
it.
yeah.
She is the most powerful Challenger in 1,000 years.
Oh, man, I love to hear that. It's my favorite fun fact.
It is a glorious fact. Yeah, this is another scene where Elayne does a lot of just sort of spectating, but like her facial expressions, where she's watching Reimer basically beg Nynaeve to, you know, take the rings and take them back to Tarvalon and that. I mean, she looks like she's going to cry in the scene, let alone the rest of us.
I think that it's a sign too of Reimer kind of maintaining the hierarchy of accepted and novice. She doesn't give that responsibility to the novice. She gives it to the accepted, who is her sister by nature of having the ring. So I think that it was a subtle way to she didn't give any special speech to Elayne. Maybe she felt like Elayne didn't need one, but Nynaeve did. But I think that it was deliberate to say, I still see you as you're technically a higher rung than the person over there. So you're the one I'm trusting with the rings a little bit. Yeah.
Well, it's clear this scene is clearly a scene for Nynaeve and less so for Elayne. But I think even so, it illustrates that Elayne still doesn't back down from the more dangerous, more scary, more terrifying parts of the situation they're in. You know, she's there, she's present. She's not a novice who's going to, you know, instantly burst into tears because of whatever she's being exposed to, right? She's got a level. It still displays that she's got a level head on her shoulders and is facing this down, with courage.
Very, very possible. Yeah.
And also,
Elayne-
she knows when she doesn't need to speak. Like,
Yes.
she knows that she doesn't need to contribute to that moment. And, you know, one of the things that I would guess royalty would pride themselves on is not just doing that, I need to jump into a conversation. I'm going to remain dignified and not waste my breath.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
There's an art to silence, yeah.
I've not mastered that personally. It's on the list.
I would be happy
Yeah.
to give you lessons.
Thank you, dear.
I'm sorry, that's inappropriate.
It's fine. We all flub sometimes.
We do. This is very true.
Yes, but it's not very respectful, is it?
Sorry, Lady Mantir.
Thank you, Robert.
I have never once in all of my live streaming been called Robert.
I know it's so jarring every time. I'm like, who's Robert?
Yeah. I feel like I need to change my my screen name for a second now.
Is that not your name?
It is. It is. You're quite okay, Lady Mantir. Do not worry.
I was my helper, oh my goodness, this backdrop proves very strong. My assistant was reading to me the messages that were delivered via, I don't know, the electronic communication about this event, and for certain I could have. If I'm insisting that you call me by the correct name, if I am potentially misnaming you, then I.
Oh, that's a flaw.
Definitely in the wrong, and you feel free to correct me. But I just assumed it was because all of the garbage words after the word Rob, like, took up too much space on your screen, that you weren't actually writing out your entire name.
How observant of you!
Is that
epically
correct?
Just give it a shot. Just give it a try.
Let's watch the last two very, very short scenes from episode 6. These are like 10 seconds long a piece, so I'm just gonna like flick between the two, so that we can watch them both. And yeah, I hope
avoid too much trauma.
Yeah, avoid too much trauma. Hopefully crossed. Fingers crossed. So,
Trauma, not trauma. Trauma, Robert. Come on.
This, you mean?
When Elayne isn't in. Oh. Goodness.
We have to help her. If we do, we can't help Gwen.
Nothing exists outside the sun.
We're back.
We're back.
What
So, yeah,
was your intention with this live stream? Can I ask?
Just to appreciate Elayne in every scene, even if she's not the focus, just for today, just for this one day. And it's hard to do in those ones, especially.
Yes.
But,
Yes, you need an editor.
Editor, yeah.
Maybe potentially cut out the more uncomfortable scenes so that we could focus on Elayne's pretty face.
Noted for next time, my lady.
Notes for the next show.
Yes. But yeah, so we have those two moments. There is Elayne, on what she says to Nynaeve, and obviously the hand holding in the second scene, and helping her keep quiet so that they can stay hidden. Very, very strong bonding moments for the two of them there. Sulaine?
It's just, I mean, Illuminatrix is right. The handhold, like, I remember watching that for the first time, and it just broke me. Like, I mean, all right, the rest of it is brutal, and if you're not crying at that part of the episode, then you're dead to me. But but the handhold, like, it just cements it. It's because you're not just watching this horrible thing happen to Reimer, and oh my gosh, I feel Basan. You are watching Nynaeve watch it and struggling to do anything about it, and then you watch Elayne watching it, and she is obviously having a horrible time, and then she's having to help Nynaeve and keep her quiet because she doesn't want Reimer's sacrifice to be in vain. So there's like these 3 levels of, like, it gets more meta, and then of course the 4th level is you watching Elayne, watching Nynaeve, watching it happen, right? So it's like taking you straight into the action to, like, brutalize your emotions, then taking you out further, and then throwing you back in. It's such a sledgehammer, and it, like, every little bit is so well crafted and well edited to, like, hit you. Like, it's just when you think, okay, I might be just getting to a point where I can manage these emotions, it's like, nope, here's another one. It's such a powerful ending to that episode, and you think that's not even the final scene of the episode, which is just after, is with Egwene, right? And if that's not even the emotional powerhouse that moment, the next bit is, right? Then you just think, what a way to like hype it all up in like the most devastating way possible.
You mentioned how she kind of doesn't want Ryma's sacrifice to be a waste, and that calls back to a great thing that we were talking about earlier, where Elayne had to teach Egwene a bit of grieving and grief counseling about not letting the people who die for you to let their sacrifice be in vain. And now she's having to reaffirm that lesson with Nynaeve too, about a different situation where we can't let Egwene not be saved. You know, we can't not keep living for this one moment who this person is making their own choice to sacrifice themselves in this situation, and you have to honor that, and you have to keep living. And it's tough. It's a hard one.
Yeah.
There's this concept among I mean, it's specifically related to households, but it applies to a lot of things. It's called emotional labor, and it's this idea that there's a person who's keeping an eye on the big picture and always thinking about how everyone's actions will apply to the consequences of what happens in the scene. And you can see that what Elayne is doing is almost taking her own emotional connection to Ryma and Basan and pushing it down in order to maintain her sights on the bigger picture, which is saving Egwene. How do we make it through this so that we can ultimately save her? So Elayne puts herself in the position to squash her own reaction, to keep Nynaeve in check, to keep them quiet, to keep them safe, and she does that in a way that she interprets Nynaeve needs them the most in order to keep Nynaeve safe and comfortable. And it's just like an incredible demonstration of leadership in that moment and self-sacrifice.
Yeah. I think this is like the third step in making their friendship. So they've both gone through. So when Nynaeve came out the Archers, and that was the first time they met each other. Obviously, Elayne got to witness Nynaeve in a wildly vulnerable moment. Then, just earlier in this episode, we've had Elayne reveal that she's never had a friend before Egwene, and be extremely vulnerable with Nynaeve in exchange. And now they're going through, a shared trauma moment, which is, pretty horrific for us to watch, let alone for them to experience. And I think those three things just is the three steps that make their friendship. So. There's also quite, I don't know if anyone is aware of Ali from Will Takes her theory about Elayne and why she reacts so much to the way she reacts the way she does to this. Is everyone aware of this? Not aware of this?
I am not up to date on the show episodes.
No. So
very busy.
Yeah, thank you, Megan, for throwing this in. She reckons that Elayne experienced trauma as a child with Tarangale being abusive, and that's why she reacts the way she does to this sort of scene. And then Ashko adding into this, with placing a hand over Nynaeve's mouth, she acts as the child who observed home abuse and learned how to be silent. That's quite a theory, isn't it?
That's preposterous.
Yeah. And she reckons that Elayne learned how to keep quiet from Gawain, who was the one keeping her quiet, which is going to make Gawain so much more sympathetic too.
Maybe it's a more positive thing in that she learned to keep quiet because Tom was always performing, and she knew she had to be quiet while he was doing stuff in high jump.
I like that. I like that positive.
Don't interrupt the Gleeman. Yeah, don't interrupt.
Yeah. Quiet time now, kids.
Quiet time now, yeah.
It's good to learn to be respectful when people are performing, just in general. If you can't, then you're never going to be able to attract the most skilled and prestigious artists to your court.
Of course not.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll never be able to attend a play and watch anyone perform.
I I thoroughly reject any idea about this Gawain situation that's going to make Gawain a sympathetic character. That's utterly ridiculous. But I can see that. I guess. I know an alternate perspective is that Elayne is just really good at observing the people around her, and she may not have seen abuses directed at her because the royal court in Onir is. I mean, it's beyond compare.
No slander, yeah.
You cannot slander something like that. But potentially she saw abuses within the body. She lived with a lot of people and was expected to just sit and be quiet. So she saw nobles abusing their own family. She saw guardsmen being abused by the lieutenants, and she clearly observed this and clearly is a thoughtful person, and this is all being portrayed very well in this scene. And she's been trained from birth to care for people. And she's trying to do that in the best way that she can, even though she doesn't have any of the tools backing her up that she previously had access to. So she's learning to care for people by standing on her own 2 feet and trusting her own instincts. And she's doing really well in a really terrible situation. And all of the terrible situations that led up to this moment. It's very hard.
She's doing her best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Very true.
All
right,
My
so
lady
that-
Mentir, I just wanted to check. When you said lieutenant, you did mean lieutenant, right?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not from your part of the world. Let's be
That's
clear.
not. No, but you are from a higher place in the world.
Yes, but that I've heard that usage of that word before in strange, backward, small island nations that don't have quite as much world domination as the place that I am from. The threefold land encompasses a very large percentage of the world, and so we have the advantage. With no offense meant, we have the advantage of having access to multiple cultures and knowing the proper way to pronounce words. And there has been some slander in the chat. I've seen it. And you will all hold your tongues lest they be loosened from your mouths.
There we go. We're good. That's how tree killers say it, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Charlie, that's slander.
It is.
Love this. Okay, so that's the end of episode 6.
It is.
Episode 7 time? Yeah? All right.
I'm ready.
Although I am going to run and get something because I'm feeling very underdressed.
Okay. So we'll give Sulaine a moment to do that.
Can't believe she even came on this contraption without being fully dressed. It's impossible. Utterly impossible. But do you know? Look at this glass. It's completely empty. I mean,
That
there's
is-
a little bit of liquid, but
Do you not have a strapping servant?
strapping? Do
a
I
strapping,
not have a strapping?
a strapping servant to come
What
and
would a
top up?
strapping actually do with my glass?
No, a
It's
strapping
very-
servant. A
A
well-defined.
strapping servant. No,
yes,
they.
a well-defined servant to top it up for you.
Oh, you meant well-defined. I thought you were meaning the kind of servant that would strap others
No.
if you wanted. No? That's not
No.
what you meant?
Not on this occasion.
Well, it's just the difference between you and me.
So no one to dunk your glass in the tub and fill it up with
Yes,
more.
exactly. It's a very special tub.
Ah, there it is. The flower crown.
There we go.
That's lovely.
Beautiful. Okay.
I also fixed my lighting, so we're all good now.
Here we go. Time for the first scene, episode 7.
The way these farming behave, You think they've been shown all their lives, not that their city was taken just a few months back. Why don't they fight back? How?
Go to that. Come on. Those soldiers will be heading to the palace. We'll go straight there, find Egwene.
No.
You tried your way.
You said there was an Ogier traveling with your friend Perrin, correct? This time you listen to me and do exactly as I say.
The look on her face was just priceless. It was so good. Yeah. Sulaine, with the rose crown. What do you think of that?
Something I noticed on that watch, which I hadn't really thought about before, is she's looking at, like, she's wandering around the city, which she, at least Book Elayne, hasn't really had much cause to do before, right? She actually vividly mentions in the books that she hasn't really had a chance to sort of go out and mingle, right? So she's walking around a city for the first time, and it's a city that's been overthrown. And you think the first thing she must be thinking is, what if this happened to my city? What if this happened where I live? And so she's thinking, why haven't the people thought back? And like, she must be then thinking, well, if these people came to Camelin, would it be the same? Would the Andorans living in Camelin not fight back? Would they be at risk of that?
Certainly
and
not.
that's just
Certainly
from her
not.
observation of the people. And then obviously when she's talking to Nynaeve, she's done with her in a we've tried your way, thank you very much, we're gonna try it my way, and we're gonna be clever about these things. And she's really firm, and she almost like snaps into like a commanding presence. Like, it's like she turned the voice on when she needed to do it, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you have two personalities that are accustomed to leading, you have to wait for the right opportunity if you want to start exerting your leadership. And I think she's like, yeah, I just have to take control now. If I don't do it now, it's never going to happen, basically, at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, she clearly did that previously in the very dramatic, very sad, very upsetting scene that we just saw. And then you're seeing her build on that. You know, she saw those moments when Nynaeve was willing to trust her in her most vulnerable state, and now she's willing to, to put her foot down in situations where she hadn't previously, and do it with confidence. Because, if we take, 2 episodes back, they're bickering on the same level. They're both bickering, but no one's getting through to the other. But now that dynamic has shifted a little bit, and you see, and there's a mutual respect there, and so a more openness to listening to what the other has to say and maybe giving way. Whereas before there was no giving way, and it ultimately ended up in them getting captured by, thankfully, Basan, and not anything worse. But I think you're seeing that development of that relationship, and Elayne clearly taking her proper place as the leader of the pair.
Oh,
you're mute, Robert.
Sorry, I agree. I think that's a very astute observation.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to change my name. I keep hearing this.
I like those donuts too. Those donuts look good.
Yeah, they did.
When they're like frying them on the street.
Oh yeah,
that looked really nice.
Yeah,
a little
very
street
yummy
food there. But I think that too, and I think that was the big takeaway for me when I rewatched this too, was she's in her mind being like, why wouldn't the people fight back for their homeland? Don't they have pride in their homeland? Why are people not going to, like, it? I can totally see that same like train of thought kind of like going out of her mind for her. Yeah, so she's just kind of like word vomiting these ideas out of her, like saying like, why aren't they doing anything? Like what?
I don't know, but I think if she had studied better, she should know, right? She should know the political situation, the place that she has come to.
Well, I think that's why she's confused, is because, these Fallmen come in, and you'd assume that a place would have pride. They're the watchers of the waves. They have this whole lore built into their place. Why aren't they more prideful of their place being ransacked, and why aren't they fighting
seal
back?
Fiona, yes.
Yeah. Of Fiona, yeah. So like, why, are these people that powerful, or are they that good at ruling? Like, she's trying to weigh those options. Like, are they that good at ruling that the working class doesn't care? Which is the answer. They're so efficient at making life be normal for the low person that they're not pushed enough to care about the atrocities being committed behind their backs or in front of their faces. Like, that's not me, so I don't care, kind of thing. Like, they capitalize on that mentality very, very effectively.
In the historical documents, they talk a lot about how the nobles have this like inflated viewpoint of their abilities to control the populace, and yet when the populace doesn't necessarily care who's in power, as long as they get food, as long as they get warm beds to sleep in, as long as they're not harassed in the street, because and I think maybe potentially Elayne is seeing a little bit of the results of poor leadership, not taking care of the populace, not taking care of the subjects of the city, and then the subjects of the city not particularly being bothered by an entire invading army taking care of them, as long as they don't destroy their homes, which they didn't. And then I'm very curious what would happen afterwards, after this. We move forward, there's an entire battle and things are destroyed, if that populace still feels the same way.
Yeah, it's kind of like a book knowledge. She's like, the people respect the ruler. They love the people who are their rulers. But now in real life, in real practice, she's seeing it's not how real life works. It's not textbook stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's more complex than that. People are individuals. They care or they don't care on their own individual levels. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It is a privileged moment. Yeah.
What we haven't seen is obviously the Sean Chan take farmer, right? So if we use when they take Atuan's mill, yeah, as an example, right? We know that they they take the children, the young girls, and they test them and they take those away, and they are violent when they take it. They don't necessarily kill people, but if they resist, they kill people. And you think that the families of those who have been taken will be resisting, right? So
absolutely,
chances are it's who's left are those who aren't bothered, but because we've missed the slaughter in that city, and everyone else might want to speak up, but functionally they're probably also a combination of too afraid. Like, it's one of those like siege states.
Or potentially Turak's methods of taking the city are very different than Surah's methods, and Turak managed to convince the populace to hand over the city without any violence, and so therefore the populace is on his side because they can continue life as they know it.
But we know that's not true.
Any sort of capture of women being rounded up, all of that is done behind closed doors and not necessarily out in public for everyone to see. And so it's easier to ignore, and it's easier to set aside or not believe as, like, that sounds atrocious. No one would actually do that to an actual woman. And then, and that's why they're held outside of the city, out of sight, out of mind. Nobody sees it, so nobody has to pay attention to it. And then the rest of the people who are still there are, disbelieving of all of these, like, extreme rumors as some sort of sociopathic, I forgive the term, racist way of viewing a new people coming in to visit your land. So there's different ways of looking at the relationship of the common people to the new leadership.
We do know that Reimer saw the Sean Chan take Falmer, because she describes obviously seeing her sisters get taken and the violence, and that she only has her sisters' rings because they died. Like, my sisters gave up their lives, or something along that ilk, right? So we know at least in front of her and the Aes Sedai, there was definitely violence.
Absolutely, but there's no guarantee that that violence was not contained to a specific area and siloed away from everything else that was happening, which was a new order coming into, granted, a city-state that had not had very good ruling at that particular point in time, and had I mean, clearly, like, the leadership of Palmer didn't even have control of the countryside outside of the city. So there's a clear failing in being able to supply the common populace with the amount of information, food, and nourishment they need from the surrounding lands. And then suddenly this entire army is able to take over not just the city, but everything around it. And so if that happens, I could imagine that a subject whose only concerns were food and shelter and lodging and safety, they could see see that this new leadership taking over is not necessarily such a bad thing.
You see that in the in the historical documents as well too. The people
absolutely
of other places conquered by the Shan-Chen are happy. The general 99% are happy with the structure and the support. But again, it's placating the masses to have them turn their nose up at the atrocities. Yes, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Forgive me for speaking well of a people that would, subjugate an entire segment of their society. But I do see that if I were to put myself in the place of a commoner, that there could be some appeal there. And
absolutely,
I see illustrations of that, and outside of this documentary and outside of the historical documents, I see illustrations of that in my own life and probably your own lives, where people are drawn to that kind of decisive authority.
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I can understand that. Yeah.
Anyway, as I could say,
Lady Mantier.
My glass is empty, and I do need to refill it, and I'm pretty sure I need to take a bath. I can't imagine what else is on my plate for today, but it sounds like it's going to be a very busy evening. I probably need to curl my hair. I think I will leave you now to enjoy the rest of your conversation. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you for being here, Lady Mantier.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Robert. Nice
thank
to
you
meet
so much, Lady
Elayne. I really enjoy your headdress. It's lovely. Might have to figure out your tailor, your craftsman who makes things like that.
I'll let you borrow it if we ever see each other.
I don't know what you just said, but that's really nice. Whatever you just said. I'm sure it was lovely. Good night, everyone. Ciao. Take care.
Ta-ta.
Ta-ta.
Bye.
A bientôt.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Oh, Mel.
Shan-Chen apologist Mellinger Mantier.
I can't believe that's the note she ended it on as well.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh my god. Right, can I go back to being Rob now?
No.
Yes.
No, it's a thing.
It's a thing? I almost changed it. I almost meant like Robert of the Wetlander House of Tokern or something like that. But yeah. Wow. That was hilarious.
They don't make him like Mel anymore.
That is true. That is true. So aside from apologizing for the shock, Jen, was there anything else for this opening?
There were donuts.
The donuts did look good. That's true.
Nynaeve got smacked down.
Yeah.
Verbally. And the
this
ghost loyal.
Yes, this reminds me earlier when they were like sneaking off the tunnels, and she's like, "What you gonna do? You can't channel anyway." So, Mel, thank you all so much for your patronage. Oh wow, epic. But it does remind me of that moment where she's just like, had that burn of like, what are you gonna do? You can't even channel anyway. So, now it's just like, fucking smack down. No, we've done it your way. You suck. We're doing this. There wasn't even a question. She just sort of like said it and then turned around and as if the total assumption that Nynaeve is going to just fall into line. And it was brilliant.
My God. It's so funny. I'm re-listening to the Mistborn trilogy, and spoilers for quite early on in book 2, but there's a scene where 2 characters are talking, and one of them is talking about how to act royal and how to act, and that you have to speak commandingly and to speak not like you're asking questions and not say things like and you have to, take charge of the situation. And it's just so funny that I must have listened to it literally an hour ago. And that is exactly what Elayne has just done in that situation. She didn't leave room for Nynaeve to question her. Because if you think with other characters, you think Rand in the books, he differs sometimes with what he needs to do. And so does Egwene and some of the others. But she straight away knows how to take charge. She's watched her mother for years take charge of situations. Yeah. And understand how to get things going, and she just does it straight away. Like, it's just so ingrained into her.
It's
10
very
out of 10.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I agree. So, shall we check out the next scene where we get to meet a loyal Queen Zogia? Yeah.
This one's in the running for #1 scene of this. I think this might be my favorite scene of the season.
Might be your favorite scene of the season? Wow,
yeah,
okay.
Be,
Fair. All right, here we go.
Wisdom Almira. Nynaeve, it is you. How did you...
Where's Perrin? Is he all right?
Escaped. Thank the light. Elayne Trakand, daughter, heir of Andor.
Get up. Don't encourage her.
I am loyal, son of Arendt, son of Halan.
Your name sings in his ears. Now get up. We don't have much time.
Have you seen Egwene, Builder?
It is monstrous. They are holding her like an animal in a place called the Kennels.
Where is it?
The old prison, outside the palace.
We need to get there, now.
There is no way in. Only the Sul'dam are allowed within 100 feet of it. The Death Watch stop anyone who is not a Sul'dam.
Thank you, Builder. Go now before anyone sees us talking.
We'll get you out too. I swear it.
So, we have everything we need.
The smiles, man. The grit, the smirk. Kevin smirk. That's what it is, isn't it?
I think that kneel down was the fastest I've seen Loyal move when he knelt. That's the fastest I've seen him do anything. He was just like...
Yeah, Favara's completely right. Like, she just knows she just knows it's easier just to let Loyal do it. Like, it makes him happy.
And she doesn't even question when, Nynaeve's just like, your name sings in his ears. She's like, I know.
Oh, that's so funny. It's just like it's the way Loyal's face just changes demeanor too. He's just like, oh my god, I can't just be. I'm acting so casually around this person who is.
Megan has raised a very important question. How is Elayne a celebrity on site without social media?
He must have, visited Andor. On his visiting the Ogier Groves, he's checking them all out. He probably tried to see if there was one in Camelin. Maybe got a special audience.
I'm sure he has a line somewhere in the books about the
you mean the historical documents?
Yes.
The historical documents, yeah.
The Andoran noble lines, genetic looks. Let's
That's
say
true.
that. So I don't actually know what kind of spoiler level we're on. That should probably be a good question.
Up to casually through the Dragon Reborn. Anything beyond just mention that you're going to go that far.
Yeah.
But...
Okay. Cool. So yeah, she looks like Andoran nobility. He knows that you know, if Perrin's been exchanging letters with Egwene or Nynaeve, then he probably at least knows that Nynaeve is in the tower with Elayne, right? So it doesn't take a particularly big jump of the imagination for him to put 2 and 2 together.
Let's see that jump. Yeah, and I think you're mentioning about the features too. Like, really, there aren't redheads outside of the Andoran royal family and the Aiel. It's just it probably pops up maybe once in a blue moon, but it's just not very common. It's extremely not. So, you know, he sees a young woman who's probably about the right age, who
not
you know, he probably not Aiel. He has knowledge that you know, it's probably well known that the daughter Era is training to be an Aes Sedai as well. So I can see like the little bits and pieces that would have been pulled together where he could make that logical assumption. It also could be paintings. Maybe he's seen paintings before.
That is, that's very possible. Someone suggested Olomatrix. Maybe Elayne is on some Andoran money.
Oh, maybe she's on a little gold crown.
And Bavara says Camelin is between his setting and Tarvalon, so if he's made some journeys around, very possible that he's
because they met him in Tarvalon. Yeah, that makes sense.
They met him in Tarvalon. So very possible he stopped by and saw that. So very good point. Very, very good point. But yeah, it's such a fun scene, isn't it? Just the way she smirks, and
I have never noticed before, but the kids are making fun of Loyal's hair at the start of that.
And his face, like big nose, you know, blah blah stuff like that. Yeah, it's really mean.
Yeah, poor guy. He's just trying to. He's like, it's probably, you know, I think that also it could be that he's an ogre, but he's also in like the clothing of the Daco Vale, which are like the slaves, the slave normal people. So like, it's again another way to punch down. It's, you know, you're a person who's like, you're at your wit's end, you're at the edge of your, you know, string because your city's been conquered, and there's one person to punch down at. They're gonna punch. Human nature, generally speaking, they're gonna punch down if they can, because it's a way to regain control and power over a situation where you have no control. So, you know, and they're also kids, but
kids
are kind of dumb. Yeah,
this is very true.
Former kid here, I was dumb. But,
pretty sure I was a dumb kid too.
Former child, but yeah, it's funny too, because Nynaeve is totally fine with her own title being given to her of wisdom, because he calls her wisdom, and then as soon as Elayne gets her title, she's like, no, that's too much.
Yeah,
too many titles.
Is there jealousy there?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe that she didn't get so much deference. Maybe she's like, oh wait, there's actually something to this.
But then I guess he's met Nynaeve before, right? So it's not like he would necessarily bow again. Like, if he shows Nynaeve, like, if as soon as she becomes friends with people, if they're, I don't know, it might be different for the actual royal family, but I would like to think that the second time I met someone, I wouldn't then bow and curtsy and do all of those things. Or if I'm your friend, we would establish a relationship. And so, like, even if he had perceived Nynaeve with a really big deference at the start of their relationship, by that point, he's not going to be bowing and scraping.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Loyal, and he's the first time meeting nobility. Yeah, right. So, and also for him, that's a big deal. He's such a big reader, right? He's read about all of these different kings and queens and the royal lines and all of these things. Like, she's such a figure. She's a current political figure for him. Like, you know, it'd be a bit like meeting Obama. Like, a little bit, wouldn't you? You'd be like, oh.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I get it. But just she's clearly heard him say how often names sing in his ears, because it's like, your name sings in his ears. Are we done now? You know, like.
What's funny is I don't think we've ever actually seen him do that in front of her on screen.
No.
Yeah, they must have done it. Yeah, it's like when they met off screen.
So,
kind of
like,
stuff.
you think like maybe when they're up in like Faldara or something, every time
every
he
person
met Uno or like met Ingtar, it was just like, Lord Ingtar, your name sings in my ears. Oh no, not again, Loyal.
Yeah. Oh, and then but just like Elayne's just like, I'm gonna just let it roll, you know, like, and I'm gonna let you roll trying to speed him up, because I know you can't hasty up an Ogier. Just, you know, it's not a thing. Which again shows the experience of her training. That she would know that you just got to let an Ogier say what they're going to say and take the time they're going to take, whereas Nani's just like, no, we're going to hurry up, you know. And she does take the opportunity as soon as possible, not as soon as possible, but you know, that first moment where she's like, you should go now before we're seen talking, because if I don't cut you now, you're going to start talking and we'll be here another 25 minutes, because, you know, Ogier tell you something brief and it takes you an hour. So shows the experience of a training.
His safety.
Yes. Yeah.
Like she's you know, the function of their meeting has been met, right? They have got the relevant information that they need, and she doesn't want to put him more in danger than he already is. And also, to, you know, for them being out in the open is dangerous. Look how close they were to guards just then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's like I'm really trying not to be rude, but gotta run.
Yeah.
It's like that classic at the end of like a, you know, you've been to your friend's house and you're trying to go home, and you do the sort of the leg slap. Right. Wow. I guess it's time to go now then. She's just trying to be a bit snappier about that.
That's fair. And Charlie makes a good point in chat. Loyal does draw attention, and so Nynaeve is right to try and speed him up.
Yeah. That makes sense. I totally understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. Elayne's just a smidge more tactful at it, shockingly, than Nynaeve is. So, but yeah, there's definitely I feel like there's a comfort in their friendship by this stage, or their relationship at this stage. Like, even though the previous scene she was like, no, we tried yours, now we're doing mine. There's like it's gone from them both trying to say what they should do, to the acceptance that they are going Elayne's way. You know, so the royal temperament that was used in the prerogative that was used in the previous scene has taken effect and rooted, and Nynaeve is towing the line until it gets to long introductions from Ogier. So,
yeah,
I like it. All right, next up after this is catching themselves a Suldam. So, yeah.
Oh, fun.
Watch them
Another
do that.
short one.
Yeah. There we go.
What do you think it'll do when we try to put it on? I don't know, but I hope it hurts. Just come in. Fits well, don't you think?
Very ballsy. My first thing is, how did they know the route, the schedule, the timing, whatever it was of that Suldam that they were?
I wonder if she went to a bar and they were like, just like tailing her for like hours or something like that. Because it's like nighttime. They must have just been like waiting for someone, a single Suldam, to show an inch of humanity and be like, I gotta go take a piss, or like I gotta go out for a drink.
Yeah, I was literally like, she's like, oh, I need the loo. BRB.
BRB. No BRB. Yeah, it's I don't know. Is anyone else, when they first watched this scene, thought they were going to put the collar on one of them? Like,
I was worried. Yeah, I was nervous because like they
no,
hadn't.
because we saw the trauma that it like cost them both to have that conversation in the book. I never thought they would replicate that. Sorry, I thought that they would do the same thing that they did in the book, not put it on.
Yeah.
Briefly, very briefly, for a moment, I thought they were just attacking for the outfit. When they put it on, I put it on, and I was like, okay, good. We're not gonna have to deal with one of them dressing up. But yeah, I agree, Max Silva. Elayne hitting someone there, it almost seemed like she had a thought, like, I don't know if I'm cut out for this. Adventuring thing.
Yeah, yellow pretty sure.
Do you think it was almost like their roles got swapped in that scene? Like, Nynaeve, literally, we know she carries a thumping stick, right, in the book. And so, like, to see such a role reversal of Nynaeve being the one with sort of the glib mouth and Elayne to use physical violence is such a flip. I think that gave it like a real humor for me as a book watcher. As a first time only watcher, I imagine it's like, yeah, Elaine's actually badass, and it's showing that aspect of her personality. We already know Nynaeve's a badass. We don't need to see that again. But they need to show Elayne is like capable of doing more than just leading, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so for sure.
But I loved it. More of that. More of like them punching people. That's what I want from my Wheel of Time.
Yeah, she really does whack, and it's like Yellow Free Shaw put, you know, it's clearly her first time hitting someone. She's researched the shit out of it, but for technique, but you know, and it's probably satisfied that it worked out, but it's definitely the first time she's actually done it. And I want to see her replicate this with curse words, you know, which is just like, you know, it's just like, oh, I heard someone say that, or I heard, you know, this, I've read this word somewhere. Like, I want to try it out in situation, and like, just hear her use a phrase, and just then go like, was that the right phrase? Did I say it the right
it's just
way?
like a really
Was it the
tense
right
scene. All
moment?
in the background, you hear her go, "Fish guts."
And everyone looks at her, and she's like, "Are they looking at me because I said it, or looking at me because I said it in the wrong tone or something?" You know, like, yeah. So it definitely feels like I don't know, how did they come up with the idea that you'll be glib and I'll do the hitting?
Oh yeah, I think because maybe they had established that Nynaeve would wear the bracer, so maybe they weren't sure if you have to be wearing the bracer for it to work, or something like that. Because I wonder if just putting the collar on without a bracer that's attuned to it makes a difference. I don't know. Not sure.
Maybe because
Maybe
you can
they
hold
just
it.
did rock, paper, scissors.
True. Yeah. draw straws. Yeah.
Draw straw. Yeah, that's also very possible. Yeah. So
that'd be fun.
Nice little action sequence. That's it for episode 7 as well, by the way.
Yeah. We're in the home stretch.
Just those 3 scenes for episode 7.
What I really like was there was obviously a transition between day and night in the last two scenes that we watched, right? And I like the idea that in those, say, like 3-4 hours between those two events happening, it was just Nynaeve teaching Elayne how to hit someone with a stick. Like, they've gone around, they found a really good stick, and then she's like, right, you've got both hands, you need to swing it like this. And it's just, you know, Nynaeve's had all those sword lessons from the WoTs now, right? So she's passing on her knowledge, right?
That is a very good point. Yeah, hadn't considered that. It's like a Mr. Miyagi Karate Kid sort of like, you know, wax on, wax off, but with like the thumping stick, you know.
Yeah.
There's this, you know, she's got like a little statue thing, and she's just like drawn Senbui's face on it, and you know.
I like that. That's one for the. Come on, you got to give us the cutscene. Come on, give us the scenes.
That definitely needs to be like an outtake or something that we get at some point. I love it. Okay.
Yellow Fringe Shawless just said, by the way.
Yeah.
That Elayne sounds too posh.
Very possible. Very, very possible. All right, ladies and gents, we have more royalty entering the chat. So please welcome Roof Mistress Leia to the party.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
You are decked out. Oh my gosh. Oh, I gotta close my robe now.
Woo.
I feel a little.
How are you doing, Leia?
I am so excited to finally be here.
Well, thank you for hanging out with us all day long too, and modding the chat, and just being a great voice in the chat too. It's been awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely, it's
not
been
a
amazing.
lot of modding needed. We've got such a great community, so that was an easy job.
Yeah, that is very, very true. And just a reminder, folks, as Mel's just tweeted out, Kev and I do have a behind-the-scenes photo to share. Amazon were kind enough to give us. Filming schedules got in the way of anything else happening. We didn't want to build anyone's expectations up, but they were able to give us a fun behind-the-scenes photo. But Kev and I decided that you need to earn it, so we weren't going to reveal it until we had 100 people watching. And we've yet to have got above 40 all day. So
it's been very consistent, but
it's a huge consistency, which we appreciate. But we can't reveal that photo just yet.
Sports ball stuff going on in the U.S. I think it's probably
football. Yeah,
that's fair. Some people are just wrong and they like sports ball. So that happens. But if we don't, that's fine. If we don't get to that stage, Kev, maybe we'll just end the stream by revealing it and have a bit of fun talking about it. So,
we'll see how generous we're feeling.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have to save it for next month.
We'll see. Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Maybe. So, yeah. By the way, they are loving the outfit. By the way, like very sparkly.
Oh yeah, they're loving it.
Posh. The crown is gorgeous, fabulous. So
I think all three of you actually got a chance to wear this tiara at JordanCon, and the hilarious comments that happened were it was me and Elayne sitting down with multiple gentlemen, and all the guys were like, "Can we just try?" The guys were the one that asked to put on the tiara, which I freaking loved. And I bring like tons of tiaras, so I'm always like handing them out, sharing, letting people wear them. All the guys are like, "Ow, it hurts so bad."
It does hurt. Yeah, it squeezes the head.
And then put it on. Yeah. Yeah, and then Elayne puts it on, and she's like, "No, this doesn't hurt. This is fine." I was like, "Okay, thank you," because I've been wearing this for like 3 hours, and I'm fine.
I imagine, we would say that with many of the things that women have to put up with. So, yeah,
it's true.
That's true. I would like to see lots of my male acquaintances walk around that foyer at JordanCon in the 3-inch heels I wore as Elayne last year.
There we go.
It was oh my gosh, yeah.
Apparently, yeah. Patrick's now like, "Rob would have killed you to get a crown." Okay, one second. Aha, I'll be back.
All right.
So just
yeah, I'm jealous, Elayne, that you got to do the loyal scene, because that's the one I was really looking forward to. I was nervous about the whole Rima scene, because obviously that short little bit is very stressful and traumatizing. But then the loyal one, Kev, like you said, it's probably the best of the whole group. Even though she's
just such a nice,
but I have seen more of her comedy today, like especially doing them back to back. I do think a lot of the Elayne scenes, she's there frequently in a supporting role, but it's her side eye or just like her physical presence that like brings a different tone to a lot of her scenes, or the scenes that they've been juxtaposed against. So like they'll cut to a funny Elayne scene after something serious happens. So yeah.
Elayne would be a great improviser, because the talent that comes with being an improviser is knowing that you don't always have to be the star funny person. Sometimes you just have to be the accent, like you're an accent to the scene, and you just enhance it in little ways. And she does it in great ways. Like, she'll take the lead when she has to, but she's fine being a background character when you have to be. And I think that it's just those are just like great life skills to have in and outside of when you're trying to do comedy stuff, but in comedy especially, just knowing when it's not your turn to talk or your turn to do funny stuff. It's very important. It's very important.
Well, and it really is it's a group effort, because the line might be funny, but then people's reactions to the people surrounding you's reactions or what happens in the scene afterwards are just as important, if not more important, to set up that type of to make it truly comical.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's very important.
is driving me crazy. I tried a new way to put my pearl necklaces together and it's just not working. So whatever. No pearl necklaces for me today.
All right, making a note. No pearl necklaces.
Today.
Today. Future?
Today.
No. There will be other character shows where I'm sure that there will be a call for pearl necklaces. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Kevin, you're 7 hours in so far. How do you feel? Like you've got what, an hour left?
We probably got an hour.
Stunning.
That's a nice crown right there.
This is an elven diadem. So.
I was gonna say it looks a little cultured.
I'm trying to elevate my current status, so yeah.
Elevate.
Hey, there we go. Someone got it. Right. Shall we look at the first scene from episode 8 to feature Elayne?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No.
How do I look?
She looks badass.
It's good. What now?
Now she's going to tell us everything about the place they call the Kennels.
The city is under attack from White.
Yeah,
a short
quick
one, but a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
So I know in the scene that you guys just did, y'all discussed why you think they chose who wore the bracelet versus who was going to whack the soul dim. And I just had an epiphany that Elayne can actually channel without the soul dim. So she's a useful tool to not have the bracelet on, whereas Nynaeve can't really channel on her own. So, but she might be able to, you know, do a really fast learning and make the soul dim channel.
Yes.
So,
I wonder. I think they used that logic in the Great Hunt. Actually, they used that logic for what? Yeah, they do. They use that exact logic. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, because and also Great Hunt, the dresses fit Nynaeve a little bit more. Also,
that's right. Yeah.
Even though she's a little bit more busty than
Is it in the bosom? Is it in the bosom that they fit Nynaeve a bit better?
Yeah, it's like
a little tight.
Yeah, a little snug. This is true.
Which is so Robert Jordan. Not making some sort of comment about the bosoms. Yeah.
Hey, women don't all wear the same size dress. That's all he's trying to say. That's all he's trying to say.
Yep. It is a good point because, you know, if somebody else tried to wear some mine dresses, you know, these itty bitty titty clubs are not going to fit in somebody who has a little bit more bosom. So.
What about you, Sulaine? Anything that you picked out of this scene for the first time?
Just that it was like in my head, it was the song from Mulan. The opening bit, which is obviously let's get down to business, right? But it's the opening like instrumental bit at the start of the song is just playing through that scene. It's like they're suiting up, like getting ready to like grab their spear and defeat the Hun. Because that is essentially what the Seanchan are, right?
Right. Yeah.
Amongst others.
Yeah. That's what like it inspired that sort of are you ready? Kind of like vibe.
Okay.
And also like it's I mean it's very much an establishing shot, right? If you're thinking about in terms of a TV narrative, they need that shot to establish and remind the audience what has happened at the end of the last episode, what the goal of these two characters is going into the rest of the episode. It's like, right, yes, we're rescuing Egwene. We've got this. We're about to go. This is where we're starting from.
Right. Yeah. It's
Well,
very,
and you
very true.
also see Nynaeve start being a little bit more vulnerable with Elayne. She's asking, like, do I look okay? Elaine's like fixing her makeup a little bit. So there's obviously through all this shared trauma that they've gone through, they've formed this like, oh shit, we need each other. We really, and they're getting along. They're not arguing anymore. They're getting ready to get down to business.
Yeah. To
And
defeat the
they trust each other now. They know they have to trust each other.
They do. Yeah, that's a very good point. Okay. Next scene.
Oh yeah, let's do this.
Penny's like, oh my god, how long is this live stream scheduled before we play an entire board game with 3 expansions? We're probably in the last. We're working on the last episode, Penny. So like an hour or so, I would imagine. Like we potentially have someone else joining after this, but it's a maybe, isn't it, Kev?
Yeah, it was a maybe. Life was a little bit tough for Gus this weekend, so
yeah. You know, which is fine actually, because there's actually 7 episodes to go through, so it's kind of worked out pretty well. Yeah, let's check out the next scene, not the last scene. Sorry, the next scene.
Don't lie to me! Where would they have taken Egwene?
Take this off me. I swear, I will give you anything.
We don't have time for this.
What are you doing to her?
I can feel her in my mind. It's like a bundle of sensations. All I have to do is push. Don't lie to me!
She'll be on the tower. But we can't go. I don't want anyone to see me like this.
We are going to the tower, and you will take us there. And if you don't, if you even try to get help, I promise you, I'll make you curse the first kiss your mother ever gave your father.
Quite a serious moment there for the two of them.
The power dynamic has shifted back into Nynaeve's court. She's now in charge again.
Yes.
I don't
Patrick
know
is
that-
claiming. Sorry, Patrick's claiming there's 68 people in his living room watching. Well, they all need to hop on their devices, Patrick. That's what they need to do. Sorry, Leia.
I don't think Elayne would have been able to do that torture. So I think Nynaeve is pissed and mad, and she is taking out everything that she's been through in the past, like this season, essentially. Even since Valdara, she's taking it all out on this. I don't want to say poor Soldam, but because the Soldam's obviously not an innocent player in any of this, but also just kind of a random person who was walking down the street after she went to the bathroom and now is getting tortured, not even knowing that she could be possibly captured. Like, she's this elevated person. I don't think Elayne could have done that. Although I think one of the reasons Elayne just doesn't understand what's going on, and that's why she asks, like, what are you doing? It's been very clear that they have no idea how this thing works. And so you're getting that information. We as the audience know that because we've been watching Egwene. But they need to have that communication to each other. But I think with some of the training that she's probably had as the daughter heir, she knows that she might eventually one day have to torture somebody and possibly watch it. So, and it's possible she's even seen it before. So like she looks away a little bit because this is a different type of torture. But then she looks back, like squares her shoulders and keeps moving.
Yeah.
It's a kind of brutality that Elayne hasn't necessarily been faced with yet in life, whereas Nynaeve has. like Nynaeve had trauma as a kid. Nynaeve has already had those kids wrenched from her in the Two Rivers. Nynaeve's seen death by virtue of being a wisdom, right? She's chased those kids to the ends of the earth, and she's a mum looking for her children at the end of the day. If you think of what this story is for Nynaeve, right? And she will do anything to get back to her kids. And just for Nynaeve in this moment, it really reminded me of Moraine in episode 8 of season 1, where she's a woman on a mission. She's not going to let anything stop her from that, and she's going to be brutal to do it. Like, she literally, she holds the dagger to Ran's throat, and she's against the Shamayar, and I will do anything to make sure that the dark does not take him, right? And that's exactly what Nynaeve is doing in this. She's crossing that line of what is acceptable because she has got such a clear goal in mind that Elayne perhaps hasn't had to do before, hasn't had a goal, hasn't had a friend that she's needed to do that for before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. Makes sense.
That's solid. Yeah, I think it's tough because, looking away, I feel like the even for myself, the assumption is, she can't handle it. But like you said, Leia, as well, she looks back, she squares her shoulder, she has that probably internal pep talk for a second, and does the rest with her chin high as she has to, and learns the lesson that she has to learn in the moment. And that's what it is. She sees a lesson. It's not a great lesson. It's a hard lesson, but she's not going to not learn it. It's really, it's very interesting.
Yeah. I agree. I think the first time I watched it, I was also in the camp of she can't handle this. And almost like she was judging Nynaeve for doing it. But at the same time, understanding that there was no other way in that moment with that time restraint to get the information required. So it's like, this is wrong, but if we don't do it, everything falls to pieces.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, we're committed to us. You've taken so many steps forward on a path that you're committed that you have to see it through. There's no undoing how far you've gone. So that's kind of like how it felt initially, but now watching it back, I think I would agree more with, she didn't like it, but then she's like, no, actually this needs to be done, and I'm gonna sort of square myself up to it.
And it's such an interesting contrast to what was in the books. So in the books, both Nynaeve and Elayne stop Egwene from torturing her soldam Rhaena after they put the collar on her. And so now, and then Egwene's story, like, we're not going to get an Egwene because this isn't the Egwene episode. Like, Egwene does something completely different with her soldam in the show, but then this is like, Nynaeve is the one doing the torturing, and Elayne is not stopping her. So they completely changed all the nuances of this. I'm going to say this particular scene. Because it is still kind of taken from the books. It's just completely reordered, and the purpose is very different.
Yeah, it's really the White Cloak's fault for getting there so soon, because the Seanchan didn't have to mobilize by the time they're trying to break Egwene out in the books, but at this point they have to mobilize because the White Cloaks are already beginning their assault. So it's really their fault.
after they do the jailbreak with Egwene is when the White Cloak's showing up.
Yeah, so totally. that slight shift is caused the ripple effect in terms of them not being there when Egwene is freed to maybe stop her from making decisions she wouldn't normally have made otherwise, when not pushed to that extreme. But I think it's played out in different ways, but I can appreciate obviously the two different ones, but they have similar echoes and similar lessons that are still learned, because there will be times in the future where they have to use IDOM. Potentially in the show too. Like it's a terrible thing that they can't just forget exists, so they have to learn about it too and understand how it works. So it's tough.
And I'm going to be very interested to see, because all three of them in the books, like that particular scene was very foundational in their character building as they move forward, and as it's been completely rewickered, that is going to be very impactful in a different way with their characters. And I'm very interested to see how the showrunners and the writers put that into the character development as they move forward. Because again, the let's not torture people to let's torture and or kill people using these ADAMs.
Yeah, I agree. Before we move on to the next scene, Elayne, I want to give you a chance to give us any final thoughts. I know you need to head off soon. Any final thoughts on Elayne in this season? Like,
I mean, she's been such a fab introduction. I mean, Ceara Coveney's done such an incredible job, and she needs to come and do something on the West End soon so we can go and see her perform.
His face right now, he's just like, he's
I
so
know,
happy.
but that, like, Elayne is such a interesting character. She's got a lot of, you know, she's got so much heart and so much nuance, and I had such joy watching her come to life this season. I watched the episode where she is introduced with Kevin live, and it was just, which was one of my like highlights of the season. We're on a little Zoom call, and I'd like, you know, on MacBook we can do like Command Shift and whatever it is to like prepare to take a screenshot. I was like getting ready to snap the exact second where Kevin saw Elayne react to where she said the line, I'm the daughter of Andor, and it was such a sight. So like, even just on a personal level, her coming in this season's brought me such joy, and I really like how they've established her relationships with Egwene and with Nynaeve. I mean, the Nynaeve stuff is just stunning. It sets up so well what's coming later. You know, she only got half a second with Rand, but it was the half a second we needed and the half a second we deserved, and it was still more than he got with some other women. So I think we can be happy with that. And she had great costume as well. I love her little sort of peasant's milkmaid outfit thing. It's very like German beer hall. Like next October,
It is, yeah.
Everyone just dresses as Elayne, right?
Yeah, I see that now with the outfit. Yeah, and follow me.
Yeah.
The little vest.
I think so.
Yeah, Leia. I think it probably will change how I do the Elayne cosplay. I'm gonna have to think about it though, because that other dress was very expensive.
We also haven't seen her in her royal regalia yet.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and I just don't think I could ever cosplay a white dress. I just don't trust myself to not get it dirty.
Hers is pretty. Hers got pretty.
But
dirty.
then you would have just have to have a buff, you know. So
yeah, bet.
In the dress.
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, you're like early fall Elayne before she changes. Before concussion number 2.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
Oh, well,
Awesome.
thank you very much for having me,
No, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure to have you.
and have fun, and try not to be too traumatized by Nynaeve screwing up pushing an arrow through someone.
I had to watch Spoilers.
Spoilers.
Make sure Michael Livingston isn't watching. Make sure Michael Livingston is not watching. He's gonna.
Yeah,
have it.
but no, I'm gonna record it and send it to Michael. You know, so I'm joking.
Me
All right, Elayne.
and my history degree was dying at that moment, so I know how Mike feels. Right.
That's totally fair.
I will
Take
see
care.
you all very, very soon.
Bye.
I'm so jealous that you guys hang out.
Right, I know.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, you say that. I will be seeing Elayne in 1, 2, 3, a fraction over 4 weeks as we go see Hadestown.
Oh, that's right. You're gonna see Hadestown. I'm so jealous.
Yeah,
I know, right? Ugh. Yeah, whatever. Let's talk about Elayne more. We're not talking about Matt. We're talking about Elayne. So,
I didn't mention who it was. Yeah, more Elayne.
we all know who
okay.
it is.
Mr. Charming Scarf.
Mr. Charming Scar. Yeah, there's a very
I
charming
do
scarf.
feel like
Okay.
Elayne would wear something like that, though.
A little
just a
ascot, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I could see that. Yeah, definitely. The next scene, Elayne hears something.
We made it.
Wait, do you hear that?
Oops.
This is your last.
She heard something.
She heard something. I'm not sure we can take too much away from that scene. It wasn't.
So you could tell Elaine's never been in a situation like that because her posture, like her shoulders are very tense, and like she's not even like looking around. Her head's not on a swivel. She's like full upper body turning. You're just like, what is going on? I don't know what I'm doing. Why
People
am
are
I
killing
here?
each other just all around us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is
It's,
very different than the like dainty twirling, Kevin, that you were talking about earlier. That
Oh,
she
yeah.
was looking around Egwene's apartment or room.
Yeah.
Like just physically very different.
Yeah, she definitely feels in this scene like you can tell she feels awkward or like unsure exactly of how to, But I mean, they are sneaking around, and she's, if anyone recognizes the Sul'dam that's dressed up as a Damane, like you'd be like, oh dear. So
Yeah, they're just doing so many levels of sketchy things, but also like she's probably never ever seen any. She's never been close to a battle. She's never seen a battle, and all of a sudden she's in this like, I might fucking die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I've literally not been trained. I've been trained to do so many things, but not this.
Books
Yeah.
can only teach you so much. Yeah, there's just some stuff that you have to see to even understand how you're going to react in those moments. She's just kind of like,
yeah.
It is her most successful stealth mission so far, though. For now.
Up till
until the White Cloaks take control, and then they get spotted like almost instantly.
Yeah.
But
They do.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the next scene where they get spotted, and she gets spotted by something in particular through the leg.
Yeah.
Although, whilst I've queued out that scene, I have managed to capture the most incredible freeze frame. That's a face.
Oh my
And
god!
they got
She's like-
Valder in the background as well.
Oh yeah, he looks so sinister. He's like, I never noticed Valda back there. That's so funny.
No, me neither. Yeah, quite a freeze frame, isn't it? But yeah, should I press play and we watch this next scene?
Oh yeah. Poor Nynaeve.
I never noticed Nynaeve's reaction to the Sul'dam getting shot in the neck before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
she just experienced the death of another person in her brain.
I do think on the Sul'dam side, it's the wrist side, it's muted. So, but they do have an understanding. So it's a lesser form of the warder bond, or a different variation, or whatever you want to call it.
I thought that she felt it go past her head or something, or she got clipped in the ear or something.
Oh, you think so? Interesting.
Yeah, I know. Maybe, let me clip back and see if we can watch it in slow or something.
Sul'dam gets head in the neck, and I don't know it. You might be right.
I had the same impression that you. That was kind of like because even with the high pitched ringing, that's usually like used in shows for like a traumatic or like a you're having like an episode like a PTSD moment where like you're just like the world kind of stands still and everything kind of becomes slow motion. They do the kind of thing for like when like those kind of trauma things happen. So I thought I took it in the same way. I
just got shot for the first time. Yeah.
Yeah, she was physically feeling the pain of the death of the Soldam, but
I can't slow it down, but I did watch it back, and it does look like she just kind of maybe feels the arrow go past, because there's no visible. Yeah, there's no like, visible wound or anything.
It's up after she clutches the same spot, that same angle and the same spot that it's hit in. So
yeah,
maybe
so she kind of just gets the feeling of it. Yeah,
the impression.
And then Elayne's lucky that the same archer that just hit the Soldam in the neck is reloading, because the second archer, crossbowman, whatever you want to call them, is not as good as a shot and gets her in the leg right and not the throat. Totally.
Oh, that's a Taviran twisting right there if I ever saw one.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. That is definitely a Taviran. Thanks, Ashko, for pointing out that it was the same spot that Ceara gets shot at. So yeah.
So is it Nynaeve being Taviran and the arrow gets diverted?
Hold up, Matt Hatch, what are you doing?
You better be an us.
This better be an us or Brian. Like, if this is Matt Hatch, you're in trouble, dude. Like, you're gonna get booted.
Yeah, how can we steal your show idea if you're here? Come on, man.
We're filling the log. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Wait till you're on hiatus, no. Hey, our March show that we have planned, which is going to require a lot of work, is definitely not stealing anyone's idea. Yeah, everyone's like, it's just so nuts. We're just waiting for the comments to appear now. It's definitely not.
Nope. Definitely not. Definitely not. Nope. Mm-hmm. All right, sure. Definitely not that. We believe that. We totally believe that.
Wow. Okay. I don't know. Never mind.
The best way to convince someone that you're not the face behind an account is to admit it, but then also deny it, but then admit it later, and then deny it again later on.
Yeah,
and it's kind of like a tango. You kind of have to,
Look, Sheesh could even make it to a month.
I think, maybe he heard behind the scenes and thought that maybe there'd be another Natasha Lanfear one. I don't know, but
I mean, yeah, I can understand that.
It's possible.
You never know these days. You never know. Something Lanfear. Penny's like, I'm calling your wife. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh god, that's hilarious. I forgot, what did we just watch? Oh, people getting shot, right?
Yeah, see it die. Yeah.
So yeah, it's got to have been Taviran, hasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my question was, I asked, do you think it's, because I know you guys discussed earlier about whether Elayne is Taviran. We know from season 1 that Nynaeve is considered Taviran, right? Not right.
Or at least Pod and Fane thinks she is.
Okay. And so I was wondering, is it Nynaeve's Taviran that kind of somehow swoops the arrow away from her crossbow, whatever we're calling it? Or is it Elayne being Taviran that she doesn't get shot in the face and the neck like Ceara does? Or is it both?
Oh.
Or
I'll
neither.
Go with Nynaeve for now. I'm gonna go Nynaeve for now because I'm still in the camp of I don't think Elayne is, just because she's parts of different groups outside of just the core 5. So I think I'm gonna personally say Nynaeve's, but
yeah, I would also say that.
I also have another question. Is it also maybe Rand meeting her later that is also pulling on her life string a little?
I can believe that for sure.
Yeah, I can see that coming. What do you think?
Yeah, he doesn't survive the top of that tower if she's not there. So I could see that being like the pattern. Like, all right, pull that arrow down, pull it down towards the leg, towards the leg. Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just missed that that crucial artery that would have killed her instantly or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. Yep. Stupid stinky Rand. Just saving people.
Got that stank.
All right, Robert.
He got that. He's got that Taviran stink. He walks through a town, you can smell he was there.
Yeah, totally.
Robert's distracted. What's he looking at? Trying to see what he's looking at.
I'm just setting up the next scene.
Oh, okay. I was trying to, from your eyes, I was trying to get some eye reflection analysis going on. Innkeeper in the house, trying to live up.
Yeah, I don't think there's like the HDs enough for that. Sorry. Yeah, but yeah. Next scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. Oh, just have some volume, and that would help, wouldn't it?
And oh, this just makes my knee hurt.
Close your eyes. Picture a bud, soft. Like, I can't do it like that. It's either there or it's not. You can do it, Nynaeve.
She's trying. She's trying so hard to encourage her. She's trying to find the right words, trying to find her love language.
In the middle of having like your kneecap blown off, essentially.
In a war zone.
In a war zone.
Yeah.
It's going to be painful. So it's not
tough
something you want to be going through.
Nynaeve has had such. We've talked about it a little bit. Nynaeve has had such a rough go, and it obviously informs how Elayne treats her. But man, she's had all the Arch's trauma. She's got the new muted trauma of feeling the Soldam die, and the last two times she's channeled to leave the Terangrial for the Arches and to test the Idam, both ended terribly. The last two times she channeled, everything went wrong, and from her mind. So like. Goat kissing. So like her block makes more and more and more sense, even though she just found a way to bypass it by going into that Zen healer mentality. You can't just learning a lesson one moment does not mean you have perfect recall on that lesson 2 days later when you're in the middle of a war zone and you're feeling the death of another person in your head, kind of thing. So man, it is so tough.
The only reason she was able to do that crazy mass healing after the whole Loghain incident was because it was Lan.
Yeah.
And she's not even sure she really likes Elayne. So I'm going to be able, like, Elaine's not part of her tribe. Elaine's not somebody that she's protecting. Like, they do have this mutual agreement right now. But, and I feel like Elayne is just annoying her more, like, and not making her angry, but just exasperating. Like, yeah, I know I can't freaking channel. Thanks for pointing it out. Like, this isn't making it better. So, like, Elayne almost like attempting to be like, oh my God, please just heal me. Is
picture a rosebud.
Making it so much worse. And meanwhile, Nynaeve is looking around like, oh my God, who's going to shoot me now?
Yeah, I've just got visions of her being like, just do it, hurry up. Like, like the completely bratty child, like,
life's not worth
are we
it
there
anymore.
yet? Have you healed me?
But I'm sure, do you think Elayne knows about Nynaeve's like chaotic healing ability? Do you think because that's an Aes Sedai thing? Like, I don't know that anybody outside of that group would have necessarily talked about it. Do you think Elayne would know that Nynaeve could like crazy heal everybody in the immediate vicinity?
Probably not. No, probably not.
No, I don't.
So
I don't
she's
think so either.
hoping that Nynaeve can do something.
Yeah, like yeah, because she probably knows, like, oh, she probably has an affinity for healing from the wisdom stuff, but she might not know the full scope of what she's actually capable of yet. Yeah. Just go Super Saiyan, Nynaeve, please. I need you.
Yeah, need the what was it? Braid bubble? I heard it called once.
The braid bubble.
Yeah, because the braids go everywhere.
Oh yeah.
So.
Oh, I thought you said brain bubble, and I was like, I guess it looks like a brain as it ripples out.
Yeah, no,
braid bubble makes a lot more sense.
Yes,
braid bubble.
So, but yeah, I don't think she would know about that. So it would just be trying to get to regular healing. And how much regular healing is Nynaeve actually going to know? Short of, unless they've had the conversation of like, have you done healing training? Even though you've only just become accepted.
She wouldn't have known any because she hasn't done any of that. And also, even from the books, and I feel like even here, like I don't think the show mechanics breaks it, but she would actually need to remove the arrow first, regardless. So like,
oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's step number one, because otherwise she's just going to heal it up to the point of where the arrow is, then rip it out, then heal it some more.
Yeah, that is actually a good point. That the arrow would have had to come out, and I think that I had a thought and it just escaped me. There's not too much to even think about. It's just a scene with Elayne with an arrow in her leg, and what else could I be thinking about? It'll come back to me.
Speaking of like Elayne Ceara is doing an amazing job of like freaking out in pain.
Oh, thank you, Elayne. Nynaeve saw the weave in the healing room with the sick kid, so she knows the basic healing weave that they would use on that sick child. So she only needs to see weave once. So
they really use the same weave just to do everything. So it's not.
Yeah, they use the water and air one. Yep.
So it's not
that's there's no
versus it does everything in the body.
Yeah, that's not her healing weaves. That she specifies different things for different ailments. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. I was going to make a comment.
We've got a slow-mo scene if you want now.
Oh yeah.
Would you like the slow-mo scene?
Oh god.
Oh god. Here we go. Well, it's not the. I mean, there is a slow-mo scene initially, but 1 second.
I even have this one clipped out if it's too hard to find. Oh, but you got it.
No, here we go.
There it is. There you go. That's the whole scene.
It's like 3 seconds long or something silly. So, but yeah, not much to learn from that one. But it's a. Let me see if I can get that. It's just a still. 1 second, play. Here we go. So we can just. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nynaeve looks like she's crying more than actually like in pain or trying to channel or something. So, if I'm honest,
she's squinting. She's trying real hard to embrace that source.
She's exasperated. So like, she is so frustrated in this moment. It's those where you're just so upset about something and mad and angry that all you can do is cry. That's what she's doing right now.
Just a group cry. Nothing more you can do. While Matt plays the horn.
This is true. That is exactly what happened just before this. Yeah. And Elayne's there just like, it's the sun in my eyes. Like, no, it's not, but I'm going to squint like it is. So, but yeah.
Well, this is something that I've learned through all of my years of watching TV. Sometimes when actors look like they're crying or whatever, sometimes it looks like they're laughing, or just like the expressions of their face are like, that's hard to do. And like getting those emotions, and then if you're not mentally in the mindset of where that person is, you're just like, whatever. But that could be that's a but also it looks like she's laughing.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Just having a little laugh.
Yep, having a chuckle.
This tickles.
I'm pretty sure it didn't tickle, but yeah.
Tickles from the inside. Oh,
tickles. Oh god, that's disturbing.
The funny bone, right?
That's on your arm.
Yeah, it's not quite the same place, is it? Well, we can follow that up with actually removing said arrow.
Oh, boy.
Enjoy this moment.
It's all right. Use what you know. You're a wisdom. I'm going to push it through this world.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, that's not what you do. That's not what you do. Why? Ah! Oh,
Yeah, it is pretty grim, isn't it?
We have to get to a Gwen. Can you? Come on.
Yeah, we're not going to wrap it or anything. We're just going to...
Nope.
Slow you down.
No time.
I don't know if I'll be able to channel when I get there. Whatever she's facing, she knows you, not me.
So that's that scene at the very end, that little line is one of the contending points I have for when she realized that her and Elayne are going to be friends, is when she finally admits she's going to need you, not me. I feel like that was one of the two moments that it could have been. There's another one later that I think is a contender as well, but that's a big moment for her to admit my power isn't enough here. What I can do isn't needed here. You are what we need right now, and that's a big thing for Nynaeve to admit.
well, it makes sense with the choice of Nynaeve being the soul dam, like wearing the bracelet. Even though they're saying it now. Maybe they were assuming that Nynaeve again would have the Soul Domine with her, but yeah,
that makes sense. It's funny that you think this is one of the moments, whereas I'm further back when they're like holding hands with Reimer, and I'm like, I think this is the moment. Like these are so far apart in terms of what they're going through.
I think it's the wiping the makeup and like the cleaning up and having that quick bonding moment before they torture.
Definitely not a t-shirt you want to get, like that is yeah.
Elayne used to go on adventures, guys, until she got an arrow in the knee, that she stopped. But now she's got a long adventuring career ahead of her.
Definitely. Right. We're down to our final few scenes.
So I will say, because I don't want to reiterate the distinguished professor's criticisms too much, but also she is not really leaning on Nynaeve at all. Like her knee just got blown out. Like she needs to be hopping.
This might be a case of suspension of disbelief in terms of television show kind of thing, but or maybe Nynaeve did actually channel a little bit in the moments of her acting wisdom, like maybe a little trickle got out and just patched it over.
Okay, not explosion worthy, but
just a little bit,
maybe a smidge.
Because that's when she did her healing, was when she was doing like wisdom stuff. She'd crush the herb, she'd give it to them in their bellies, and then she would heal them, kind of thing.
And Elayne did say, "You're a wisdom. You know how to do this."
Yeah,
she did. Yes, yeah, that's very true.
Okay. I'll press the I believe button for the show
for now.
For now,
I'll press the I believe button.
So we have watched 30 scenes now. Just 3 left. Approximately 5 minutes of footage out of the total 41 minutes that she gets. So 41 minutes, 11 seconds. I can't believe We've actually got all this way. Nearly 7 hours of streaming, Kev. Longest stream you've ever done, to my knowledge.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, the break was much needed. I'll tell you that. Yeah. Let's. We need to do maybe a couple of breaks next time.
We'll
but
figure
yeah,
it out. Yeah, we're working out the details.
We will get to the last few scenes. Let's play the first one here. This is the meet cute. This is the scene. I think
she finally meets him.
Yeah, I think this was the scene a lot of us were very much waiting for. This is the scene that's probably been most memed about Elayne, I think. Aside from the smirk. So which I do love. So we'll hit play and enjoy the meet cute of Rand and Elayne.
I'm here. No need to.
Go, hurry.
Magic in a fool.
I'm sorry. It was a mistake. I'm sorry.
What?
How are you?
Elayne.
Randy, you have to do something. Back home. I'm a shield.
So how was that moment for you, Kev?
It was perfect. It was so good. And that, it's a great vibe to like we've talked about the Eye of the World meeting where he falls off the wall into their garden and she has to patch him up a little bit. So it's a great homage to that. It's a once in a lifetime kind of shot. Like I think they talked in interviews, like the sun just happened to work out when they were filming there that day and they got that shot. It's like you can't plan for that aerial, Prince Andrew shot that you have. My bad. What's his name? What's the prince in that in The Little Mermaid?
Eric. Is it Philip?
Prince Eric.
Eric, that's what I meant, not Andrew. Eric.
Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah. Prince Eric. So you don't, you can be really glad you got those shots, but you're not writing for that shot.
Right.
And it's a special moment too because obviously she's healing him, and that look of recognition from Nynaeve looking at her while she's healing is the other moment I have where she's like, "You're officially part of my family now. You're one of us. Like you're not just you're not just a tag along. You're not just some random girl. Like you are saving one of my kids because she's the mama bird. Now you're one of us because you have saved my kid in a way," kind of thing. So
yeah,
so it's a special moment. I think I really liked it.
So this is was this your other moment of contention for when they become friends?
Yeah.
Sorry? Right. Okay.
Yeah. So it was when she witnesses Elayne successfully heal Rand. She's like,
right.
That's like a huge gift to her in a way. Like Nynaeve, that's like, if she could have asked for anything right now, it's like, can someone please heal him? And she's there and she does it. So
yeah. Lair, how did you like this this moment? So I didn't make the connection about the first moment in the meet, she heals him, being like relatable to the books until you said that. And I'm just like, so. Lair,
Yeah, well, and I'm just doing my my JordanCon reread, so I've completed Eye of the World, and unfortunately, I didn't get all the way through Falm and Great Hunt yet. Did not make my to-do list before today's stream. That would have been wonderful. But as Kevin and Pavara pointed out, the way that he comes to consciousness and sees her, especially with the son. Kevin, I love that you brought up those interviews, because I think she said like the son was a paid actor or something.
Yeah.
Like she totally is giving credit to the son for this, creating this halo effect, and it does work out perfect, because that's exactly how it's written in The Eye of the World, when he falls off the wall and he just comes to, and he's like, cuckoo, 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 oh, pretty girl, who are you?
Yeah.
And I do wish there had been a little talk of her healing abilities, because I think that's been one of the biggest criticisms, is like, this is a catastrophic wound. So, and it's in the books, it's troubling for a long time. And just, you need somebody who had like, and we were talking earlier about, does Nynaeve potentially have any training with the Yellows? Well, novices probably don't. So
No.
if they had talked about her healing birds, in addition to her using the channeling to brew beer, like that probably would have, at least, maybe it's in scenes that got cut or whatever, but it would have laid a little bit of foundation to make this more like, okay, like they've said that she's done this, we know she's done this because we've read it in the books, but but also maybe we're reading more into how much she's healed him.
Yeah, it does not look
versus-
healed at all. Like it squelches.
Well,
Yeah, it's like
in the books it never heals fully. Like it doesn't. And so, but still, like maybe hers is just like enough to bring him back from that point of death. And that's it.
It's also a different wound, because in the Great Hunt he gets the wound from Ishamael's staff, and it's pure Dark One power, and this is Shadar Logoth evil stab
Which also,
wound.
not to
It's a
do
different
spoiler, but yeah.
Yeah,
So like,
yeah. So that wound would have come later as well, but in a way, like in the book, Selene is the one who Lanfear heals him like when he's unconscious with Min. So like that's how he gets that's how he doesn't die, because he would have died otherwise. But can't
I
just
think
have
that's when
Lanfear
we
pop up
actually
there.
learn that she's Lanfear in the books.
Yeah,
because she
it
tells
is, yeah.
Min that she's Lanfear.
Yeah.
So Nynaeve doesn't even heal him in the books. That's Lanfear. So Nynaeve's the big loss that came for Nynaeve and Elayne in the finale came from Egwene's agency, because Egwene freed herself, and because she was already on the tower, their plot wasn't able to be resolved in a clean way, because they didn't have their goal was taken from them. They were there to free Egwene. She freed herself, which that's how it happens sometimes. So that's why I feel like, for people looking for more in their conclusion for the season, it's not there because of the way that the pieces shook out. Egwene freed herself instead of them finding her. The White Cloaks attacked first before they got there, or before they were able to do their plan. So it's a domino effect. It's all those little things kind of add up. But as far as her healing ability, even she's not a good healer in the books as far as weaves are concerned. Obviously she uses the basic weave that they know.
I think she's as suspicious as some of the Yellows. Like
I
everybody
thought
gets
they said
compared.
she was like a bruise healer. Was she a bruise healer? Like they say, like she could heal like a bruise.
I'm sure there's something like that mentioned.
That's Sulin. That's Sulin. Or not Sulin. Not obviously not Sulin. Suon.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to double check. I'll double check, because I know she's not a notable healer with the power itself, but she has that like affinity for like birds and wilderness creatures.
I think she would be a mediocre Yellow.
She's she's nurturing. She has the right heart.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And the fact that she is super powerful, though, I think gives her that little extra edge regardless. So like she can probably
helps,
especially with the older way of the original way of healing weaving. Let me drink some more wine. And so I think she's just able to pump more power, because it really is just like brute force. It takes a lot out of the channeler. It takes a lot out of the person being healed. Nynaeve's is much more technical and nuanced, and is healthier for both the channeler and the person being healed.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And I think because they haven't really talked about, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the show, they haven't really talked about the nuance of how healing works currently. So I don't know that they have discussed if there's a nuanced versus non-nuanced way, and why Nynaeve's is different versus what everybody else does.
Not yet, no, yeah.
And then maybe Elayne as being a pseudo wilder, and having potentially practiced in these cutscenes that we're just assuming exist, has invented her own way of healing, which also helps with just focusing on Rand's one particular wound.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I see that indeed. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I can add much more to that. So second to last scene now. Let's bring it up. That's basically all you see. She just sort of stands there.
Yeah, she rests her leg. You know, she's had a long day, guys.
Yeah,
She's
sorry, I
just
meant
taking a
sits
seat.
there, not stand there. Sorry, sits there. Not really much to it. So
yeah, she watches
She's watching
Rand
her
stand
man.
up.
She's watching her man penetrate another man. You know, like any other.
yeah, as you do. I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. You know, and then we have the final scene, which is the Avengers shot. So
yeah, Elayne has 5 friends now.
Yeah, she has 5 friends.
So notice they're all hugging behind them. While
They all hugging without him, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're probably all collapsing upon each other.
Ceara.
Oh,
And she's
walked by
walking
herself
around
now, though, as well.
That's why I point out the hug. I was like, oh, you know, maybe Egwene healed her during the hug. Maybe. But maybe, you
There
know,
we go.
meeting Rand can do that to your leg. It just heals all wounds.
Maybe, yeah. You know,
Oh,
like
they,
a rising
like-
tide heals all ships. You know, a group
Right,
hug heals all knees.
The flow went both ways. Don't
Yeah,
cross
she
the
healed
streams.
herself. Yeah.
Yeah, they cross the stream. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, not a lot in the last couple of scenes there, but you know, a pretty epic finish to the season.
I think it was the fact that she wasn't really focused on, like they were still on the Eamon's 5. And they kind of put her in the background of this. So like it's that was an interesting choice. Because she's right there between Matt and Rand, I think. She's like behind them.
Yes.
So they could have panned over and had her like out of focus, but they chose Matt, then Rand, and then the cluster of Nynaeve and Parent and Egwene.
There's a discussion of Egwene crying on Elayne, and then that heals her like Ash's tears heals Pikachu.
Wait, no, it was Pikachu healed Ash with the tears. What are you talking about, Suan? Get your Pokemon in
Yeah.
the first movie facts right.
Yes, come on. It's terrible.
But
terrible.
Great idea.
Yeah, your trainer card has been revoked.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
never mind. I don't.
That, folks, is all 33 scenes, all 41 minutes and 11 seconds that Kev has kindly gone and grafted through to find for us. So,
what did y'all think about her looking up at the dragon? And with like everybody did seem confused, but I think she was especially like, "What the fuck?"
Well, what was it Sulan said earlier? Like, I love how she just rocks up and heals this complete stranger, no questions asked. Then 3 seconds later, Matt reveals Rand's the Chandler, and she's like, "Okay, chill," doesn't freak out,
That's more or less how she handles it too. And she's like,
Yeah.
"So what if he's a trainer? I'll still take him anyway. If you don't want him, Egwene, I'll take him." And he's your scraps. I'll have him.
Well, she wouldn't have seen any of the Heroes of the Horn, right?
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think she's just in complete shock at this moment. Like, she's gone through an attack. She's been shot in the knee. She goes up, she heals this dude, then he starts channeling, then this dragon appears, and she can walk all of a sudden, and she's just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to feel right now. I was not there. None of my daughter air training included any of this.
What to do with a giant fire dragon over to?
Yeah, like I don't. Yeah, that combination fire dragon, Warzone.
Where's any of Lenny's like fire dragon? I can't remember fire dragon saying.
Oh my god! Yeah, very very true. All right, Kev, have they earned the behind the scenes picture? Some folks have hung out with us the entire time that we've been live.
I mean, this tiara's heavy, so I've worn this the entire time.
Heavy as the head is the tiara.
Yeah. Maybe I deserve this because of the tiara.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. It does get heavy.
Elayne would do it. Yeah. Elayne would do it. I just checked. Yeah.
Elayne would do it. Oh, that's
there
so
we
true.
go. All right, folks. So when Kev and I put this together, we did reach out to Amazon and be like, "Hey, we want to fill the logging. We're going to do some, some deep dive streams, and talk about the characters and keep people just having fun talking about this season, whilst we're waiting for season 3. We'd love for you to maybe help out." And they loved it, but obviously they're still filming, so they're very limited on what they could or couldn't do. That's not to suggest that we could have had Ceara turn up had there been no filming. Let's be very clear about that. Let's manage expectations, folks.
Yeah, we're not gonna say we tried, guys. We tried.
Yeah,
we tried.
and I'm definitely not gonna. I definitely was like, hey, if Ceara wants to come on, like, we're not gonna say no. I definitely said that, but the managing expectations, it's that's probably not going to be the case. But they did say they would share a behind the scenes photo of us from filming. So we sent this through. Kev is in this, obviously, and Pavara. And Kev you were especially happy about this, weren't you, Kev? Because this was like a double treat for you. And I'm going to put it on screen.
Two of my greatest loves in the Wheel of Time.
Yeah. So, Leia, when I put this on screen, see if you can figure out the two loves in this picture that Kev has.
Nipples and Elayne.
I mean,
it's gonna be my first guess.
Let's find out.
Elayne. Okay. Waygates.
Yes. Yes. So this is a behind the scenes picture from filming. Clearly the scene from where the girls have all been handed over to the Shang-Chan.
How cold is it where they are? Because it looks super tropical, but those are some puffy jackets.
They are puffy jackets, but then Rafe's not wearing a puffy jacket. The cast aren't wearing. The crew aren't wearing puffy jackets.
Well, but the crew, they're wearing gloves and jeans and sweatshirt. They're all in hoodies and sweatshirts.
That's true. Shirts. Let me.
It must be pretty
switch.
chilly, yeah.
Also, like, probably those costumes are thin, so they need to, like, get warm really fast and stay warm, and then, like, take the jacket off, film your scene, and then let the heat slowly dissipate. Like,
This is true. I need to re-open. I thought I had a picture open on the different. Oh, I do. So why is that not coming up? 1 second while I try to, because I had it open in a different format, and then I can zoom in and out. But it's not. Oh wait, maybe I need to. That's why. There we go. That's why. And now we can do like zooming in and out and have some fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because they gave us the high definition.
Yeah, we got the high def. Boom.
You could look at
Close up.
every single hair on Rafe's chin. You can see every single hair on his chin. Look at that. Oh my god, look at that. That's a great beard.
Why?
No,
I mean,
but we'll do this.
He does have a beautiful beard. He does have a beautiful beard.
So this is the face that my partner is like, that looks like a face that you make sometimes.
It's absolutely a face that Kev makes, which I love. I think that's hilarious. So Kev's like, Maddie looks so funny in that jacket.
Yeah.
It could be a wind sound thing. Yeah, that's fair.
That's true.
Yeah. So
they wouldn't want to get their dirty white dresses dirty. So, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's but I don't think you need the puffiness for the protection.
Nah, probably not.
No,
You
that's
have a
true.
good long windbreaker type jacket.
Yeah, but I mean,
a nice trench.
like, I don't really think anyone else is like wearing gloves, so to speak.
No, not really.
So yeah, it's got to be
I
something
wonder
that
if
will like.
Maybe it's
protect
the
the
costumes are just really thin, and they want to make sure the actors stay warm in between shots.
Yeah,
Because they're going to be
Um,
taking it off and getting chilly.
yeah, because
I
it
don't
looks like Zoe's wearing something similar in the background.
Exactly. And then there's also somebody behind Zoe, like kind of in front of behind Zoe that has a similar
Yeah,
whoever that person is.
yeah.
As
Could be,
some
so.
sort of
I wonder if they're looking at Suroth's like dais, like her giant platform, like being set up or something like that, because they're right outside the Waygate. So the dais would be opposite that.
They're in the order where they lay down also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it is a very beautiful picture. So thank you, Illuminatrix, for that. Yeah, it's a great picture. We were thrilled when we got this. Honestly, I wasn't when they were like, "Oh, we'll see what we can get you. Like maybe we can share something." I was like, I don't know what. I didn't even imagine what they might give us, and then yeah, they gave us a picture of Elayne and a Waygate in one picture, and it was just like perfect. Yeah, obviously. So yeah, yeah. So that's what you've had to wait 7 hours for, folks. Next time, if you give us 100 people straight off the bat, you get it straight away.
Yeah, we'll give it to you sooner. It would have been nice to show it during episode 5, but just didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, yeah, didn't happen. Wasn't a thing. So, but never mind. We will. I'm going to tweet this out as well. So it'll be out there generally, obviously with alt text. But Leia, thank you for hanging out the whole time. I appreciate that.
Thank
You've been
you
in the
so much,
background, moderating things like that, willing to step in if something happened and like I disappeared or a guest couldn't make it last second or anything like that. So I appreciate that. Thank you to all the guests that have come along.
All the guests were so amazing.
Oh
yeah, they were.
We've had some wonderful points of view. And Jana, am I saying that right? Janya, who has never been on a live stream before at all, or anyone's videos or anything like that. Came and joined us. Had incredible points. A great point from Kev, by the way, talking about these jackets. I've just noticed this. Maddie is from Australia and they don't do the cold.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Kira also doesn't do the cold. And Zoe is
she's New Zealand.
Yeah, from New Zealand. So yeah, also possible. Yeah. But yeah, honestly, it was so good. The points of view were just brilliant, and some of the different things we got from it was really insightful. So I had a lot of fun. I look forward to next month.
Yeah, me too. I'm already excited for the next one.
Yeah.
Does everyone know what it's going to be?
No,
I don't think I've told everybody.
I'm pretending.
I don't have an image to show on screen, but it is part of the outro. Yeah. Next month we're gonna we've done Elayne, obviously. So that was for Kev, because where else could we start? So we thought, well, maybe we take turns. And actually, we're gonna do one for Kev, one for me, and then Kev and I are gonna do a joint love, aren't we, Kev, for March? March is a very special one.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
March is a secret one, secret even from like Amazon. or some people. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, next month because it's me, we are going to dive into Lan, and we're going to have a whole live stream about Daniel Henney playing Lan. So that's going to be.
Is there going to be butt rock?
I mean, there's no butt rock in season 2, so there'll be no butt rock. So, but maybe there'll be some chest rock and some ab rock. So yeah, we'll go.
There was one butt rock in my special 5-minute break video, so
Yeah. But maybe
I did. Yep. That's true. Okay.
Just
fair.
one.
So, all right, that's it, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to everyone involved. Thank you, Kev, for getting on board with this for me, and I've had a lot of fun. And we'll see you next time, folks. So just time to say goodbye. So, ciao.
I like to tinker with things.